that the other choices on the form didn't fully address who he is. See, this is what a lot of people are trying to play now. Well, technically, he was born in Africa, then he came to America, so technically he's an African American. So people are trying to say he didn't really lie. Family, this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we use foundational Black American, ladies and gentlemen. This is the exact reason why the foundational Black American, that has to be used in place of African American. We just can't use African American no more. This is why the delineation, it could not have come sooner, family. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is why we're just so hell-bent on getting the language right. African American, it's too geographically vague and it's open to manipulation like this. The term African American, it applies to anybody with a link to the continent of Africa. North Africans, Arab Africans, South Africans, Elon Musk, Indian Ugandans, because it's rooted in geography rather than lineage or experience. So non-Black people, they can easily exploit that term to falsely gain benefits meant for the descendants of freedmen. You understand, family? That's what foundational Black American is, a lineage-specific title. It can't be hijacked by somebody who was born in Africa and all. No. That's why it's very important to get the words together. Family, African American, I'm telling y'all, I've been doing broadcasts about that for the last few months, telling y'all we got to drop that shit. That creates a very dangerous false equivalency. Using African American as a blanket term, society, they'll lump us in, foundational Black Americans, in the same categories of African and Indian immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, everybody. Anybody born on African soil or comes from somewhere on African soil. No, that dilutes our distinct legacy, our trauma, our restorative claims. These claims, these things belong to the descendants of the freedmen here. You see, all of this stuff muddies the waters, man. The term African American, that enables opportunists under the guise of this whole complex identity. See, Mamdani's application shows the vagueness of the term allows somebody who doesn't identify as Black, who has no lineage or connection to American slavery and is of Indian descent, to mark down Black or African American on a damn college application. That's not a harmless misclassification. That's a damn loophole that was designed to undermine us when it comes to policies that address our generational harm. I want y'all to understand that. That was a damn deliberate loophole that we fell for. African American, we got to be very honest, man. That term has been weaponized against foundational Black Americans and our specific needs. You know, programs that's intended to support foundational Black Americans often benefit non-FBA immigrants who just got here. Yeah, and then they get chosen to be the Black voices in media, academia, politics. Man, we see who's up in these universities. Man, these HBCUs and other universities, who do they have teaching at these spots now? They got a bunch of hostile Tethers up there. Y'all remember that Nigerian woman out there in Pennsylvania? She's at one school. We've been on her bumper. It was a few of them. It was one dude up there in New York teaching at a university, and he's all online calling us Akatas and shit, and they got him. I think they got his ass fired, I think. Then that other mammy, so we got to check this stuff. And, you know, the term African American, that reinforces institutional gaslighting. See, we maintain a term that the institutions can easily manipulate. You know, it allows schools, corporations, the government, all of these other entities to claim diversity numbers by using foreign-born or non-FBA individuals, excluding us while they're talking about there's some African-American representation. When we say, hey man, what's going on with the Black people here? They'll pull out a piece of paper Well, look, we got some African Americans admitted here, so we do have African American representation. And it's a goddamn East Indian. You know what I'm saying? On paper, it'll look like we got some representation, but it'll be a bunch of damn tethers. So yeah, that's not a harmless infraction. We got to understand the term African American. That term lacks historic specificity. African American, that don't give no indication of the distinct cultural and spiritual and resistance tradition born from slavery and the survival of us here in the U.S. You understand? The foundational Black American, that's a powerful thing. It's a cultural and historic marker that's rooted in American origin stories of struggle, brilliance, resilience, and it's not no generic continental label. That's why people get so up about it. There's a reason why people start whining and crying, because they can't co-opt it, which is good. You're not supposed to co-opt our shit. We can't co-opt everybody else's stuff. See, don't let people shame us and try to gaslight us into saying, hey, we need boundaries on this thing. We need boundaries. This is why we need boundaries. We're not going to be no goddamn generic, boundaryless, undefined damn African Americans. That don't mean nothing. That term keeps us weak, and people want us to be weak under the guise of fake Pan-Africanism. Oh, we all black. We all, if the police pull me over, they ain't gonna act if I'm from Uganda. Yeah, shut up. You know? Let's keep this thing real out here. Using that term African American, that lets a lot of these non-black people perform blackness. Mamdani, he already admitted, he said, I don't identify as black. Yet he still claimed African American on that college form. That shows you these non-blacks can perform blackness for gain with no loyalty to the lived realities of Black Americans. That's not just problematic, that's exploitive, family. That's called exploitation. That's not Pan-Africanism. Let's get off this bullshit where people can exploit us and they try to remix it as if it's some form of Pan-Africanism if they get to exploit us. That's literally all it is. How come we can't exploit y'all Negroes no more? We supposed to be Pan-African. What about Margaret Garvey? Yeah. People want to exploit us. That's why when we're sitting our ass down, look how people are chaotic and running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They don't know what to do right now. When we're sitting it out, chilling and telling people, why don't y'all just go ahead and fight your own battles right now? These issues you got ain't really got nothing to do with us. All of that immigration, knock yourself out. Hey, wait, nigga, wait. We're all the same, nigga. No. We got to understand, man, the term African American, that's a government assigned term. African American, I keep saying this, that term was popularized and institutionalized in the late 80s by Jesse Jackson, the Congressional Black Caucus, and the Boule, coming from the DNC. Not by the people as a lineage identifier. That did not come from the grassroots. That shit came from the top, which should have let us know it was problematic. And that was a way to make the foundational Black Americans sound more like hyphenated immigrant groups, Italian Americans, Irish Americans. That was a horrible thing that they did to us. That was a major trick bag. But unlike these other groups, we did not immigrate at all. We're not immigrants. We were enslaved and exploited, and we built this country. We are a native-born ethnic group formed through generational oppression and resistance, and we survived it. That's a very unique thing that we have to put our markers around. We have to put our boundaries around. And I want y'all to understand something, family. Language defines power. Language defines power. Foundational Black American language must be ours. Terms are political. African American, that allows other people to define and dilute our foundational Black American identity. The term FBA, that's self-determined. That's a specific lineage-based designation, and is resistance to people co-opting it. When we fully embrace that designation, foundational Black Americans, we protect our legacy. We shield ourselves from erasure. You understand? And then we clarify the righteous claims to justice that we're supposed to get. And family, there's a new energy out here now, which is good. When we recognize our unique foundational Black American lineage, we pay honor to not just ourselves, to our lineage and our ancestors, and our ancestors show us the support and protection in return and the just retribution that's needed. Yes, sir. Number one, you came in talking about a gang. Then you said I all on code. Then you said something about a cult. All right, so you fed line, sir.
All right, so basically you want to save face for your code. That's basically what's going on right now.
Yeah, so are you doing I'm a tether and I say so? Because the only cult is in your imagination, sir. Is the cult in the room with you now?
So who runs the FBA title? Who runs it right now?
No.
Don't you hold on, Tariq.
Yeah.
Don't you own the trademark for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do own it, right?
I do own the trademark.
Okay, so you admitted to it. So if you own
I own the this is Fed talk. Now we're getting somewhere. This is Fed talk right here. This is the Fed attempt. This is like a feeble attempt of
Tariq, calm down.
Oh no, this is a lesson. Let me break this down. This is the lesson for the family. So you notice we've been getting these little Fed talking points the last few days. So just to let the family know, but this is a lesson. Let me show you what we're dealing with. Okay. So yeah, so now let's get back into it with the bad faith arguments. This is like a Fed talking point that they didn't sent from some because
Tariq.
No. Yeah. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. Is that a cult?
Okay, all right. Do you view
No. African
Hold on. Tariq, hold on.
No, stop fading out. They better tell your supervisors they better get some more experienced feds. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. So all 3,000 people, the leader of African American? So what do you, come on.
All right, can I speak?
Just answer the question.
What's your question?
Giggling ain't helping you, sir. Giggling shows that you're talking in bad faith. I'm asking you, I'm bringing it back to you. Yes, I own the trademark for Foundational Black American when it relates to educational and
okay, so why
when it relates to educational and promotion.
Why do you own the trademark, sir?
Why do you to protect it? The same reason why people own African American, for different reasons. Right?
Okay, so why, from your understanding, since you're the one that understands everything else, right?
Did you hear what I just said? You asked why do I own the trademark? For several reasons. Number one, because I put out books and promotional information, and that's trademark because we sell products. All right? That makes sense? You trademark products if I put out a book or if we have an event using the word FBA, a promotional event. You trademark it so that nobody does another event similar that undermines your event. Do you know how trademarks work? Did they teach you that in Ethiopia?
All right, so I have a question. Okay,
oh,
so
no.
Are you?
Oh no. We're still talking about this. You asked the question, and I'm giving you an answer. Now you're changing the subject. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how trademarks work?
Yes, but you're dodging the questions.
How am I dodging the question and I'm asking it directly? I'm answering it directly. I'm telling you why I own the trademark of Foundational Black American. We put out promotional projects and books, and you have to protect them. Does that make sense?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Family, study these tethers. Study them.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA? Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some there's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't come? Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some there's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own
you literally
lineages,
can't own.
I know you don't
That's
know,
like
and I know you're remedial.
So
and you don't
what
know
he's saying
better.
is like law. You cannot legally own a lineage.
Using your logic,
won't even let
there
you
are
do
several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and
You heard
no.
this fool?
You own the word.
Owners of African American.
Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican.
Really hate us
for different products.
But they want to tell us
there's no owner of Puerto Rican.
Well, you are white supremacy.
You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I
We're gonna
own
call
the
y'all
patent, which
tether
I don't own a
supremacists.
patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA
You got
on it.
white supremacists, you got tether
So that's
supremacists.
why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't?
All right, so one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait? Bro,
No, it's not. It's
what?
not reconcilable.
Stick up
Yes.
in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick,
Yeah,
and then
it's common sense.
and then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, Foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16, 2022, filing date, March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
so it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
a
No.
lie.
Okay, wait. Okay,
That's a
bro.
lie.
Black people. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you
Look at
damn
all
right
these
we got
leaders
a
on the right
trademark
side.
on
Look at
that
all these
because we're
leaders
going
are
to protect
African
it.
American.
We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, Black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what Black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of Black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. We've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the Black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because we do stuff, and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that.
Right.
And I want y'all
Like
to
they
understand,
did
this
African
happens all the
American.
time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hand. Let me run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race riot, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. There was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to Archer and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see, because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trade. That's real strange that so many Asian companies, I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance, people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too.
They
so
want us to be
this is the thing,
vulnerable
man.
and unprotected. Tethers,
people will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group. And they won a huge settlement because, yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're going to steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened, you know? The T.I. and Tiny was like, no. TikTok, speaking of TikTok, is a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him. I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from D.C. trademarked it, I think, a white dude in his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with. because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, Black folks, particularly foundational Black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, Black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, Black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what Black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands,
right,
we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of Black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. We've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. And also, we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the Black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. When it comes to movements, business, names, legacy, people always try to shame us out of doing the
Right.
smart
Just look
thing.
at some tethers in the chat.
You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were
Right.
people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand, this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations, and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars, you see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is we have to value the stuff.
I mean, just look at hip hop. Just look at hip hop. Look at rap. Like, you know what I mean? That right there. Now all of a sudden it's 50-50. Like, we created it with Tethers. Like, Tethers help us create hip hop all of a sudden. You see? This is what happens when you don't trademark something
that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table.
Let me put the
and
phone
once
number
they
in
see
for
you create something and leave it on the
biracialized
table, they
marriage.
swoop in, family. I'm telling
Right.
you, black folks, particularly
Because you might be
foundational
trolling.
black Americans,
Let's find out.
you are cultural gold.
This is for
I really want
biracial
y'all to get that through your damn
lives
heads, black
matter. This
family.
phone number right here.
Everything you
I
do
gotta
is
add the meeting
watched
ID, so
and
hold on.
studied,
You're gonna need that to get through.
and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move.
There you go.
Foundational Black American
Exactly,
culture is
Daryl.
very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I think that was well said. I want to take a look at, I don't know what this is right here. It just popped up when I looked up African American. So what is this?
In the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Virginia, standard terminology to describe Africans living in America was colored or Negro. For over 360 years, as blacks were relegated to second-class citizenship, terms that reinforced oppression have been used to describe them. But as centuries pass, black people have at times fought to break free from derogatory labels. After the Civil War, several black people dispensed with the names given them by their former enslavers.
Yeah, last name.
This would continue even into the 1900s when...
So let me just freestyle real quick. So yes, so what they was doing was not an X. The Nation of Islam puts an X at the end of, as a replacement of the last name. What what emancipated FBAs were doing, what freedmen were doing, free women were, they were adding an S, okay, to replace their the slave master's last name. They were putting an S there, not an X. The Nation of Islam put an X there, but they were putting an S, okay, to replace the slave master's last name. How do I know that? I read it in the book Up from Slavery. You dig? I actually read.
During the height of the civil rights movement, black leaders strongly rebelled against Jim Crow labels. But for mainstream America, a major turning point came in the late 1980s. On this day in 1988, a group of black leaders, including Reverend Jesse Jackson and representatives from the NAACP, met to discuss the national black agenda. It was here that Jackson and his peers catapulted the term African American into the country's lexicon. The term has been used since the 1970s, but never gained widespread acceptance until after this Chicago convention. Reverend Jackson said,
"Told you." So all the brother Reggies was lying about we again. This just testifies to what I was saying. Well, what history records and what I said to that fact that we were not embracing the term African American. we didn't like the word African at all because African implied Africa. You dig? So that means you can be deported to Africa. That's why free blacks and even emancipated blacks, we didn't accept that term. We did not embrace that term Africa or African at all as an identity at all, because we knew what comes after that, deportation. We're not dumb. So right now, all those want to be called African American. Shit, you got a lot of them being deported now, right? Aren't a lot of Haitians who call themselves African American susceptible to deportation because of the protection, the asylum seeker protection was lifted or expired? But anyway, let's hear more.
Said to be called African Americans has cultural integrity. It puts us in our proper historical context. Every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical cultural base. African Americans have hit that level of cultural maturity. Jackson stated that other races could connect their heritage to their mother countries with a sense of pride and acceptance.
You see that? Mother country. You see? So Tariq was right. He was trying to tie us to the motherland, which we never ever been. There's no place, there's no region, there's no country, city, nothing we can call home in Africa. Nothing. There's no tribe, there's no nothing that we can relate to, or people can relate, people from that region or tribe in Africa can relate to us. We're just unrelatable. All right. Why ain't the Brazilians called African Brazilian? Because they face the same thing that we face. They are also unrelatable to Africa. We don't even speak the same language, eat the same food, believe the same bullshit, nothing.
The term rose to prominence because it was considered more appropriate than black or colored. But we are now seeing a growth in popularity of the term black, this time for a different reason.
Okay, so you see how quickly black replaced African American? It never popped. It just, that was the political identity that was given to us. Jesse Jackson and the government, colluded and came up with this bullshit. But right away, black trumped it. Like, nah, that it did not sit right with us. African American did not sit right with us.
Following George Floyd's murder last year, the New York Times announced it would be capitalizing the B in black to describe people and cultures of African origin in the U.S. and elsewhere. This is something heavy about the word black and how we as a people were able to take something meant for our ridicule and turn it into black power. And that is for the culture. Thank you for watching Prime, and good night.
You heard him? He said black power. There's no such thing as African American power. Okay? There's no such thing as that. Right? It's black power. It is, and more specifically, foundational black American power. All right. So I'm so glad I came across that, because it definitely added some context to how we got to African American. Exactly. We heard things, but we actually got to hear it correctly in context. All right. So now we have this clown that's looking for Carlos Peace, Pinky, Maneuver, Darrow, you dig, Tether, Pan, Nigerian. What are you doing? Wait, let me read that. What is he saying? Hold on. Let me see what Pan Nigerian, because if he's a nuisance, I gotta time you up, my boy. All right, this is family time right here. This ain't tether time. All right, so Daryl, I thought tethers were disrespectful. Okay, I'm not being disrespectful or an immigrant. You ain't Black American. Let me time you out, bro, because you're like really distracting. Like, dude, come on. I'm gonna time you up for 30 minutes. Like, you're really distracting us from our family moment. You don't see the chat, man? It's a whole bunch of ADOS, FBA, American freedmen in the chat. And if you're not that, if you're a supporter, you're still family. You dig? So we got a kumbaya moment in the chat. We really don't want distractions. So now, biracial never, let me see what he typed last time. He said, you are a joke, period. Okay. So I'm going to, because I don't even know who Black Biracial Lives Matter. So I'm just going to block you from the channel altogether. I'm not going to Black Pan-Nigerian, because he's a tether that I cook normally. But biracial lives matter. You got to go. Now, here's a fake op of Tariq Nasheed, right? There's always some ops, some fake ops that come out of nowhere, right? So listen to this fool right here. So some of you guys probably seen this video. It got 88,000 views, but I'm glad. So this what happened. So family, this is why I love videos like this. Although it's hate based, you dig, it's slander, defamation, all that type of stuff. But what they do is they help catapult the message. What Tariq Nasheed says, signal boost. They help signal boost the message. Remember Floyd Mayweather said, you know, the good hate, the bad hate. It didn't matter. It all promoted him, which it did. Okay, look at this. 88,000 views. So he is talking to a group of people that we could have never probably reached because they reach people, coons and tethers like these guys, right? So 88,000 people, thanks to this coon on the left and this, no, coon on the right and tether on the left, thanks to them, that 88,000 people are aware of what FBA is, even though they misrepresented it. Those folks are going to come across channels like mine, channels like African Elite, Red Supreme, Tariq, Black Authority, Jason Black, all those folks, right? They're going to come across all these channels and they're going to be educated correctly on what FBA is. So yeah, I don't care how they got introduced to it. Eventually, they're going to migrate, like an illegal person. They're going to migrate to channels like this and learn what FBA is about. But listen to this slander.
Also, how you've interacted with Black Americans throughout your life.
Yeah. So first, I want to give some empathy. I want to start out with that. Essentially, there's a unique experience that the Black American growing up next to their colonizers have.
Wait, all right, hold on. I don't know what colonizers he's speaking about. So, family, let me just tell you this: we over here in America, we never been colonized, right? We've been enslaved. So that's the first thing. We never had a colonizer. We had enslavers. So that's the difference between us and a lot of folks from the diaspora, even the continent. They had colonizers. They did not have enslavers. That's the difference. Like, so we have a unique experience. We're the only people. We're the only people who can call ourselves Black who had enslavers. Everybody else had colonizers. So that's a big difference. Here we go. Listen to the hate.
It is a maddening experience. To be Black is to be mad. In the States in particular. The second part is I also
so both tethers, FLA
empathize with the pain of having to create the gumbo of what you have because that's all you have. So being that the FBA or the ADOS has only existed.
Hey, my bad, FLA trucker. I was trying to give you a wrench and I made a mistake and hid you. So I unhid you. But check this out. Check out this logic this dude is talking about.
Of having to create the gumbo of what you have because that's all you have. So being that the FBA or the ADOS has only existed and his only lineage has existed in the States this whole time, that's all he got. So he, you know, his claim to his African ancestry and, you know, looking back to see if
I mean, what sense did that make? Everybody from the diaspora, we're dealing with the same thing. Like all of us, all of our lineages tie in the places where we were dropped off at. Foundation Black Americans, our lineage is here. Black folks in Canada, their lineage is there. Haitians, their lineage is in Haiti and the West Indies and so on and so forth. Like that was what was the point of that? And a lot of these Africans, they moved around as well. Like so they're not in their original starting point. They moved around as well.
He's Igbo, if he's Yoruba, like if he's all these different things, that's a little bit too far for him.
Yo, so today, my baby brother sent me my ancestry results. He had to fall on the grenade for the rest of us. RIP his data. I just found out that I'm 32% Nigerian and 14% from Mali. I don't know what you.
Okay, so now this proves my point. All right, check this out. You see, he's 32% Nigerian. That means that he has a minority of Nigerian in him. Okay, 68% of them is non-Nigerian. So, brother, you're not even Nigerian, and you even got less percentage with Mali. So, family, a Nigerian has 80, like 8% to like 99% of Nigerian in them. An Ethiopian has about the same, 88 to 99%. Just name it. Okay, a Ghanaian, same thing. They got about 88 to 99%. So when you're Ghanaian and you do this test right here, it's going to show like 90% Ghanaian. It's not going to show a large something else. So this dude right here is a mutt. He's 32% Nigerian, so you're not Nigerian. You're 14% Mali, so that means you're not Mali. What are you? Let's keep going.
Call somebody from Mali. Being American and descended from slaves and knowing that you came from West Africa, but never really being sure which parts or.
Hey, none of us ain't none of us in this chat came from West Africa. We came from America. I don't know what this dude is talking about. Ain't none of us come from West Africa. Now, our late ancestor probably, most likely, but none of us, we all came from America.
At what time, anything like that. It's a surreal feeling when you find out, right? Because on the one hand, you're pissed off because there's
Let me
no
fast forward this picture.
on you. And let's cover the basics of the ideology. FBAs, stick with me. I know y'all know most of this, but I can guarantee you that there's some of it you don't. To be clear, we're officially done with things I agree with section. I dislike everything covered in the rest of this video.
For years I've been searching, and finally I found it.
I owe y'all some proof for a couple of things I said earlier. Here's the official FBA website.
All right, come on, man.
Mention FBA mini flags. The earliest mention of the term is hard to pinpoint, but he was using it on another one of his sites in 2019. Here's proof of him creating the term in the first place, claiming he adapted it from Dr. Claude Anderson's Native Black Americans term. The FBA movement started as Tangibles 2020 in the lead up to
hold on, family.
The 2020 election.
Man, we don't need to be on no ADOS, man. We need to be Pan-Africans. That's what Pan-Africanism is. Us fighting for everybody else to come over here and get some of the resources that we've helped accumulate for them. And then they turn around and say, okay, thank you, Wakata. And I'm about to go work with these white people.
Back then, Tariq was in lockstep with the ADOS movement, led by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. ADOS has their own problems. Rapper Talib Kweli penned a Medium article in 2019 called Why ADOS is Trash that included 2 segments that help prove this point. The first is from when ADOS followers misidentified his heritage after he criticized their co-founder Yvette Carnell, saying he's Haitian and telling him to go back. Talib Kweli is from Brooklyn and his parents aren't immigrants. Stay tuned for them doing that to me 2 weeks ago. The second is about how ADOS, and now FBA, love targeting liberals and progressives like Ta-Nehisi Coates, Kamala, Cory Booker, Bernie Sanders, and every other critic of Trump because Dems have taken the black vote for granted. That's absolutely true. But Kweli says that when you target Dems like that, you're letting the GOP slide. I agree 100%. Yvette got this rolling when she attacked Talib out of nowhere in 2019. His tweet was pro-reparations and anti-Trump, saying he prefers a plan for reparations over withholding our votes and letting Trump win again. She slammed him for being a loud and wrong celebrity. How? He agrees with you. Oh, wait.
Right. Now, you know that video is deleted.
That I think is even more beloved than Tariq Nasheed. I remember people actually being more mad at me that I had a vet in the thumbnail than Tariq Nasheed. But the thing is, the data is already shown. There's already research has shown that she is compromised. She does specifically back the MAGA set, not even like conservative, not even conservative with a small c that we know we people that are darker than blue do have. I'm from the Caribbean. I ain't gonna gaslight you into thinking that like I did not grow up in a conservative Caribbean household. Right. I'm not gonna act like I didn't. But no, Yvette and Tariq and them were specifically trying to align themselves with the MAGA sect brand. And a lot of it also, if you do like the research and you follow the money, Nazi-backed MAGA sapien type branding. So like, who is this in service of?
Very serious accusation, Potter. Your evidence?
I appreciate that, Foreign. I was gonna have to talk about this anyway. So Yvette served on the board for a group called Progressives for Immigration Reform, which was a fake progressive front organization linked to essentially a Nazi, a white nativist, white supremacist, and eugenics supporter named John Tanton. His goal was to limit Black and brown immigration. This organization she served on built websites that accused immigrants of being responsible for things like traffic, overconsumption, and other environmental problems. They've also increased friction between ADOS/FBA and Black immigrants, as we're going to show a lot more of in the video. The ultimate goal here is to delay a Black or brown majority population in the country for more years. Also, big shout out to Ole for throwing me the alley-oop with this research. We all love you. Thank you so much. Suffice to say, FBA copied most of ADOS' playbook, but made it worse somehow. I got to show y'all the site for Tangibles 2020 real quick because it supports my prior argument about Tariq selling anything at every chance he gets. First, we hit the homepage and find yet another weird company launched by Tariq called #FirstThem. Their argument is that there's corporate sponsored movements rising up in the entertainment industry around sexual misconduct, and that these movements are unfairly targeting Black entertainers. The site goes on to say that there's allegedly hundreds of accused sexual predators from the dominant society, aka white people, and that they're being skipped over. Okay, so #FirstThem is really them first. Considering this main part of the site was built out in April of 2019, and the Me Too movement popped off over the 2 years prior, that's definitely what he was referring to. Let's see how many high-profile Black people were implicated by that movement. 3, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and Morgan Freeman. 3 out of 9 or so high-profile celebrities, with the rest being white or Jewish. Most of y'all watching this are just now hearing about Morgan Freeman's harassment accusations right now. By the way, he accepted responsibility for it. So it's probably just one of the other 2 that he's caping for. Most of y'all have been watching me long enough to know that I wasn't guessing. Here.
All right. All right. What is he talking? My bad. What's he talking?
He says he's not trying to minimize the actions of R. Kelly after John Legend.
All right. What are we doing?
How we help.
All right. Come on.
With other studio. FBA side while using the same blueprint as some of history's worst dictators. Like, if Hitler was way less persuasive and only concerned with getting enough money to hire models for a music video.
Yeah, this is. All right. I have no idea.
Immigrant background in America to qualify as FBA. He goes on to say on the site that you aren't considered FBA if your mother and father descend from slavery in the Caribbean.
The Black American has grievances.
Right.
The only problem now is how those grievances are then, of course, afflicted onto the wrong, the wrong victims.
100%.
And often folks like myself that have an accent or that, you know, have a Bahamian flag or a Jamaican flag inside their bio or a Nigerian flag inside their bio, that iconography and whatnot means something. And because it's so hard to punch vertically. I'm a fighter, so like I say, it's hard. You ain't got enough reach. Your arms are short, you know, and white supremacy is tall.
Yeah.
You get me? White.
All right. So now let me explain where he's trying to go. So what he's trying to say is Make sure my audio. Oh, it's dying. All right, let me get my charger out. 1 second, family. Okay, so what he's trying to go with, right? He's trying to say we don't want to punch at white supremacy because white supremacy is too high up, and he's saying punching vertical, you tire out fast, right? And it's difficult to do. So what he's trying to say is, so instead we want to punch down. Like white supremacy is a tall task, so we don't want to punch up. Instead, we're going to punch down for his tethers like himself. But this is what I'm trying to tell family. Family, don't let them separate themselves from team white supremacy. They are team white supremacy. Just because they're blackface, it doesn't mean, just like a coon like Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, these guys are team white supremacy. Dude, you're doing the biddings of team white supremacy. So when we punch at you, we're still punching up.
The white institution is a very puissant, towering figure. You get me? So like you trying to punch up and you can't reach.
Yeah.
Okay, well I can punch sideways then. I can punch horizontally. And what's next to you
Exactly.
horizontally? Black Caribbean people, Africans. You know, like even you get out of them Latinos, you see what's going on in LA. So that's and that goes across genders and whatnot too. Like the black man feels invalidated by his experience being in the States, being emasculinized by the white American. And what does he do to take out his frustration with capitalism, with all these other things?
Okay, this is just tether babble. And hit the Cash App if you can, but let me finish.
Doesn't try to fight that system.
Right.
He fights the black woman.
Yeah.
He fights his partner. That's the problem. Right anger, justified anger. Nobody will ever contend with that. Wrong punching bag.
Okay, so all of the claims that he put on us, they're dealing with that in Jamaica and in the West Indies. Okay, Jamaica has the highest crime in the world. We're talking about violent crimes. We're talking about murders in the world. So when he says we're afraid to punch at white supremacy, so therefore we punch at anything that looks like us, that's actually a projection from his background. I always say, I'm the first to say this. Jamaica is the Chicago of the world. Of the world. They are murder capital. So they always been afraid to punch at white supremacy, and they always punched at themselves. So he talked about, okay, even in relationships, black men, and no. That's also a big thing in Jamaica, domestic violence. Nothing I'm saying is false. Y'all can Google this shit. All right. And even SA with minors, 69 guys in Jamaica is a big, heavy thing. All right. So what he's doing is projecting his experiences, his homeland on us. No, sir. We always punched up at team white supremacy. We actually physically took them out in the Civil War. So there's nobody more braver than us when it comes to fighting team white supremacy. The other only non-white people were the Japanese, and what's that? The Japan-Russo War, the Russo-Japan War. They were the only other non-whites to fight white supremacy and win, besides us. Okay, we were the first to do it, the Civil War, and then we did it with the Civil Rights March. We won again. So we and the Japanese people were probably the only people to ever confront team white supremacy and win. So it makes me chuckle inside when a tether say that we're afraid to punch at white supremacists. That's all we ever done. And keep in mind, we have always been the minority. There's only 43 million of us. How many white folks in this country? Like 200, 300 million. I got to play the video of Robert F. Williams again. We're talking about 6 black FBAs ran out like 10,000 clans in North Carolina. Where's that history with any other black people in the world? Where they ran off, they were the minority and they ran off the majority. In Haiti, when Haiti had the revolution, they were the majority. We were the minority running off the majority, winning. Okay? So never let them compare us to them and never let them say, or imply or flat out say that we are afraid to fight team white supremacy. That's like one of the biggest lies that Tether can tell.
Okay, to everybody who listens to Tariq or never took African American history in school or had this part conveniently removed from their textbooks, the transatlantic slave trade brought African people from their continent to the Americas
Ricardo.
and Brazil. Some went directly to the Caribbean, some directly to the colonies, but all were subject to being resold at any time. One of the countries that never gets brought up for buying enslaved people, Canada. Just as an example, Portugal was the most active transporter. That plantation in Brazil was theirs. They were brought to the Caribbean plantations and American plantations and shipped to Brazil and Nova Scotia and anywhere else there was an established trade relationship and demand for
Yeah, he
cheap
just
labor.
Tether babbing right now.
Tariq's rules for FBA lineage heavily rely on a separation between those descended from Caribbean slavery and those descended from American freedmen. This rule blatantly and intentionally ignores that people cross between these plantations all the time.
Okay, so he said all of this to want to tether anchor on to our reparations claim. That's crazy. He's saying all this as he's basically complaining. He's basically complaining. Like he said all of this to anchor on to what's owed to us, but he just mentioned Canada. I don't believe Canadians are adding us to any reparations claim. People from Africa are not tying us to what they believe is owed to them, and definitely not CARICOM. But let the tether go.
Enslaved people were sold off to the Caribbean after working in America because Haiti had high demand, and they were sent there as punishment too, since conditions were reportedly more brutal on those plantations. This is the best part. Lincoln even tried to send these freedmen Tariq wants to focus on to Haiti to get them the hell out of his face. Lincoln did not want a bunch of free Negroes wandering around the U.S. The attempt failed, but a basic review of history would have told you that plenty of people with the exact same ancestry as you ended up on those islands out of sheer chance after putting in work in the States. If your claim for hoarding all the imaginary reparations checks depends on FBA's building the foundation of this country, shouldn't anybody who did that work be included? You'd think so if this was based on logic, but it's not. Even if there were zero significant intersection between slavery in the Caribbean and the founding years of the chattel slavery system in the US, which is categorically impossible, this clown goes on to claim it's easy for all FBAs to find and produce their paperwork in order to qualify as part of the lineage.
So there's some kind of deliberate play going on here. So that's very dangerous. Well, it was dangerous because now we're doing paperwork checks now.
He cites the 1900 census too, since it provided more information, as if some of us weren't displaced or our paperwork lost to time. As if a census conducted in 1870 could ever account for the full extent of the atrocities committed during slavery. As if our ancestors hadn't scattered all over the planet by then. And as if the federal government could ever be trusted to create and operate the entire department it would require to process and verify all these people. How are they going to stop Rachel Dolezal? Ernie's good, but how are they going to stop Kenny Smith? Why would you want the feds to have the power to further classify and exclude huge sections of the black population in the first place? The fuck you talking about? Did you think this through for longer than it takes you to create one of your terrible ass AI thumbnail having ass YouTube videos? Oh, by the way, this is stage 2, symbolization. As we scroll down this page, let's clock all the demeaning and exaggerated ways he's depicted immigrants, as compared to how he depicts FBAs. Indian working at a gas station, bug-eyed Africans, dirty Africans, crazy Jamaicans, etc.
Marcus Vincent Thomas.
Notice the AI version of himself is pristine. This is what Trump would do more often if he knew how computers worked. It gets worse as it goes. He provides rules about the status of half FBAs, saying they can't.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us what's important and we'll provide a curated list of in-network providers. Explore your matches and pick the provider that feels like the best fit for you. Schedule your appointment, see a provider as soon as tomorrow, and join your video session from wherever you're comfortable. Your journey to quality care gets easier from here. Take the next step today.
My fault, family. Let me go ahead and switch. Hold on, give me a second. Let me switch this account. All right. So we at the 29-minute mark. Let me switch my account to Unbiased Ron, which I have the premium thing going on. Hopefully I don't, hold on. Sometimes it make me lose the video. So hold on. Let me switch. Yeah. Yeah, everything you said, I'm about to just crush and kill. Stupid talking points. And this is why, yo, they never want to interact with us. I always send these guys an invite to have the same conversation. I'm like, yo, dude, you said it. Let's talk about what you said. And a lot of them decline to have these conversations. But you could just see me in these guys' comment section, always trying to have a dialogue with these dudes. All right, check it out.
As we scroll down this,
hey, peace, Dre Casso. Let me go ahead and you're a therapist. You are funny. Let me add. Let me give Abrasive a wrench. Let me give Dre Casso a wrench. And all I ask that you guys just like the video. Real simple. Just like the video. It's free. Nobody's liking it, but go ahead and like it. It's free to do. It helps me in the algorithm. And then if you guys want to be more charitable, the Cash App at the top. But please, at least do that.
Page, let's clock all the demeaning and exaggerated ways he's depicted immigrants as compared to how he depicts FBAs. Indian working at a gas station, bug-eyed Africans, dirty Africans, crazy Jamaicans, etc.
Marcus Vincent Thomas.
Notice the AI version of himself is pristine. This is what Trump would do more often if he knew how computers worked. It gets worse as it goes. He provides rules about the status of half FBAs, saying they can't be taken seriously if their non-FBA parent moved here after 1970, unless they have a verified track record of loyalty and tangible contributions.
Okay.
Y'all might be asking, but Tariq, why would the year matter if their other parent is full FBA? Okay. This is when you get hit with the most unserious, unscientific claim on this whole site. The African and Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had a different collective disposition in relation to FBA. Translation, their vibes were off. He goes on to explain that people like Marcus Garvey, who was Jamaican, and Malcolm X, whose mother was from Grenada, are seen as icons to FBAs. After 1970, the FBI's COINTELPRO program sowed division among black organizations. True. And the US government allocated tangible resources to immigrant groups instead of us. Unsubstantiated. He claims this incentivized non-FBAs to collaborate with white supremacists and sabotage FBA progress. Conspiracy theory. By the way, 21% of our black population in the US has at least one immigrant parent. Some of y'all seriously want to see FBA or ADOS on the ballot, which would be like cutting off one of our legs. So white supremacist wet dream. I assume over 99% of black immigrants watching this video were born after 1970. So please tell me if Tariq is right about your disposition towards all of us in the comments. I'm sure he's right about some immigrants. I'm not denying that an individual immigrant can have a negative disposition towards us. The generalizations are a frequent weapon of his, though, and I'm sick of it. It's always an invalid argument to reduce a vibrant, multifaceted community down to one person that hurt your feelings on the internet. You don't see me calling everybody on earth named Marcus a divisive narcissist. That's just you, bruh. Congratulations. If you're still watching this, your certificate for FBA 101 is in the mail. Now, it's okay up time.
Not too much. Put back out. Wait, eat that first.
I'd like to introduce y'all to Tariq's favorite slur.
The tethering, the cultural parasitism and tethering needs to be checked.
Sometimes he pairs it with anchored for extra spice. He has slurs on the site, like the tether and the anchored tether. It's on the site, like
the anchored tether.
Anchored tether is what he calls it.
That's what's interesting. It reminds me of incels. You know, I have a lot of background with like the alt-right research and the alt-right and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these alternative intellectual spaces that lean into toxic habits of, harassment, conspiratorial thinking, antisocial community building. They all are built with the same general like structures and attract the same type of people: disaffected young men, with marginal social, economic, and romantic opportunities. Looking for community, looking for things to like subsume their identity into. And the development of jargon and coded language and things like that is actually really, really important and valuable to those spaces, because it marks who's in and who's out.
And anchor baby is a slur used for the child of an immigrant who came to America and gave birth after, making their child a citizen.
I was born in the States, so technically I do have both passports. Trump hates me. And I lived most of my life in the Bahamas. So like I was just born in the States and then I came right back to the Bahamas. So I'm an anchor baby essentially.
My girlfriend is too.
Hey, solidarity, but like once I got back to the States for tertiary education, there is a tendency that a lot of people that have not had to live shoulder to shoulder with their colonizers, like Americans do, like Black Americans do, like indigenous, like a lot of folks that have been maligned by their colonizers, and they look like that. A lot of them, a lot of us immigrants, that, because I do consider myself an immigrant spirit, when we come to the States, we don't have that baggage, so we're able to perform in ways in which our Black counterparts can't, that have been there from time.
Tether takes anchor one step further, since technically those slurs used to mean the same thing. FBAs use tether to describe African or Caribbean immigrants who moved to the U.S. to benefit off of our civil rights struggle, while simultaneously disparaging us. They claim it's an action-based thing and not prejudiced, and that they don't have beef with all immigrants. You're lying, and I'm gonna prove it. Tether conjures up images of Jordan Peele's movie Us, where it referred to a mirrored copy of each main character that lived underground, didn't speak clearly, were badly groomed, and violent. Basically, him and his followers adopted right-wing white supremacist tactics and throw these slurs at people pretty viciously.
You understand? And you wonder why we delineate? And people talking about we're divisive? We should have divided from these damn dusty-ass, hateful tethers a long time ago.
That time, he was referring to Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland and the only Black governor in the country. His beef with West started when the governor vetoed a study into reparations in favor of continued action that delivers results for the people we serve. There's been studies commissioned in several states. California is the most liberal state we have, and you know what happened when they studied reparations? They calculated that an older Black American would be owed about $1.2 million. Did the math to all the older Black people in California and went, nah. West committed to introducing legislation next year to address, quote, racial disparities in areas such as wealth, home ownership, education, and food security, end quote. Politicians lie all the time, so we'll see if he follows through. But the headline here is that he's not this non-FBA tether holding us back from a check that was never coming.
You know, Wes Moore, his family's Jamaican.
Hold up. Wes Moore's father is fully descended from American slavery and likely died due to medical discrimination.
So they don't have the same generational trauma, the direct connection to the reparations claim, the ancestral ties here.
And his grandfather fled the country after his great-grandfather was targeted for lynching. His mother is half Cuban and half Jamaican.
So they can easily dismiss or deprioritize our policies without any type of internal conflict.
Wes is half FBA. Tariq lied on this man's blood to fuel his xenophobia, then said this.
There's a reason why they get these non-FBA tethers.
Slur, he's wrong about Moore's lineage. Lacks the intellectual rigor to fully explore Moore's position on reparations, and uses this opportunity to add dusty and hateful to a word that's already a slur.
for years, my first like anti-fan stalker type people that were emailing me and sliding into my DMs and talking about my wife and kids and stuff online and trying to like dox me were Tariq Nasheed fans talking about I was really Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and I still get that. I still get Jamaican.
No, they don't stop.
Because anybody black that disagrees with Tariq Nasheed got to be Jamaican and Nigerian.
I got called a tether immediately as soon as I said anything to them, and I'm like, I'm y'all.
Right. I mean, I am from Chicago. Right. My grandparents are from Mississippi. Right. The framework of his social analysis and his movement is identical to how white supremacists have built their social movements and frameworks. It's very right wing. We identify an other, we develop, coded language and things like that through which to differentiate, through which to slur. This is the 10 stages of genocide. And this does seem hyperbolic because he does not have the power to commit a genocide.
Right.
However, the framework through which he's organized FBA, just as I read this, you're gonna be like, yep. So stage 1 is classification, differences between people are not respected. Stage 2, symbolization.
Nikki Haley and Tim Scott have really been making this argument out there that America does not have issues with systemic racism, while also bringing up their own individual experiences with racism.
I just think you can't have this both ways. You can't try to sell me on your personal story of upliftment and the fact that you overcame the odds, and then say, but there were no odds. You can't have it both ways.
You debunk your own story.
You're debunking your own story.
It's important to Tariq for y'all to think he doesn't consider all black immigrants to be tethers. He made that clear when he got in a Twitter beef with Luther Campbell, the party rap pioneer, also known as Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew. Basically, Mr. Doodoo Brown himself accused Tariq of being divisive and a grifter, and sprinkled some "your wife is white" on top.
As a group of black men, and most of them hang out on Twitter, Tariq Nasheed.
Oh my God, I do not like him. I swear, I feel like he's an agent.
Yeah.
One of Tariq's response tweets said this, quote, "Luke, all Caribbeans and Africans are not tethers. Just the bootlicking ones who act as flunkies for political parties are trying to trick foundational black Americans into voting for nothing in return." End quote. As I've already made clear, and will provide more examples of, that's bullshit. No matter who you are, he'll insult your homeland. Before we get more examples, we got more vocab to cover first.
My fault, family. I didn't mean to bore you to death with this tether. But so, of course, what people like him do is cherry pick, right? Of course, he's not going to pull up the videos like I just played, where you got tethers calling in saying, Tariq, you are the owner of FBA because you trademarked it. Okay, so he didn't, those are videos he's not going to go through. Okay, so when tethers and white supremacists, when they call in and troll and, defame and do their whole charade thing, and then Tariq cook them back, he's not going to play those videos. So he's just going to quote Tariq from that video, but don't explain how it got there, all right? Because most of his lives, he's pretty much talking to us, okay, the family and the supporters. So now let me address something else. So no, he goes to the homeland of people. He goes on them because they go on us. For example, when Myron Gaines was debating Tariq Nasheed, or when Myron Gaines talk about FBAs in general, he always talk about how we're failing in America. This is our homeland. So if you attack us in our homeland, of course, you gave the green light to attack you in your homeland. But Myron wants to say, no, don't bring up Sudan. It's like, too late. You brought up America. Okay, so if you want to attack an individual, go ahead. But once you attack the homeland, all is fair. So Myron wanted to handcuff Tariq Nasheed and say, hey, you can't attack Sudan. The hell he couldn't. He cooked Sudan like a muck. You dig? So, yeah, so we're not going to let tethers handcuff us. Also, he said his girlfriend was a tether. And the other dude says he's an anchor baby. Well, now we see the motive. Like we see why they feel a certain way. Listen, family, you can date whoever you want, but the person you date should not make you become a coon. They shouldn't make you become a Candace Owens or a Larry Elder. Okay, if you want to date a Japanese person, whoever, you go do that. But you make sure you stand on business. You make sure you educate them what your lineage is about, how special your lineage is, and your great history, things like that. You don't gotta compromise like this dude is doing.
Bear with me. I hopped in the live chat of his recent video about non-FBAs co-opting Juneteenth.
Let me read some chat. Okay, I'm missing some chats. Okay, so the watcher said 10 stages of academics hairline. All right. Claude, peace, the watcher. Diamond, I see you. Claude says, dude don't have a real hairline. It goes up and down on the sides. Wow. Okay, Southern Breeze, peace. Black Rose says, why is it all right to be called African American, a title most black people never like, but not to be called FBA? Let me give Black Rose a wrench. And all I ask in return is that you guys just like the video. And great point. Black Rose. That's some things that I counter with. Seduction Doll said FBA listeners are not sheep. That's 100% accurate. And look what he's doing. He's over here. His whole video is talking about Tariq Nasheed. This is family. Listen, why they need him to be the leader. See, because right now he's just throwing shots at Tariq Nasheed as an individual, a member of 43 million people. Okay, cool. But if Tariq was the leader, these shots would be hitting all of us. Just like the Donald Trump is the president of the United States, but he's really the leader of the conservatives and the MAGAs. So when he does something dumb, guess who get laughed at? Who get pointed at? It's the MAGA and the conservatives. The Republicans get pointed at and laughed at the most because he's officially their leader. Like they say that's our leader. The liberals didn't never want Donald Trump in office. They consider him the president, but they don't consider him the leader of them, if that make any sense. So you need Tariq Nasheed to be the leader so you can try to throw shots at all of us, but it doesn't work because he's not the leader and we don't appoint him as a leader. So when you throw shots at Tariq, you're just throwing shots at Tariq. So his whole video is just to throw shots at Tariq, and he's mad that we're not getting hit by those indirect bullets.
And asked a simple question.
Oh, let me finish reading. Okay, so Luke is a huge tether facts, a huge hater, a goofy dude. Jay Sanders said, what more father died when he was 3? He's Jamaican. Yeah. That's another thing. Okay, listen, you have a lot of, let me give Jay Sanders a wrench. Yeah, you have a lot of FBAs, right? Who are mixed, right? Spanish, white, something else. And that's fine. That's okay. What becomes interesting is when they're raised by the non-FBA parent. Okay, that seems to be a problem within our society, our culture, because let's say if the father who's FBA stepped out, right, out the house and with his own thing, became a deadbeat, whatever. Well, okay, so now he's just left with the non-FBA mother. So she's going to raise the kid not as an FBA child, even though he is or she is, but all she knows is her culture. So she's going to raise the FBA based upon her culture. If it's Latino, then Latina, there you go. If it's Japanese, there you go, right? If they have a mixed kid, Japanese and black, if it's white, there you go. Okay, but that's going to be a problem because then they don't fit. So when they come into our circles, like we could easily look at this person like, yo, what the whose man is this? Whose girl is this? Are you weird? And like that's what happens. Okay, so that's all Tariq was saying. So that type of person that grew up with the non-FBA parent will go into politics and will vote against reparations for Foundation Black Americans because that was their non-FBA parents' feeling or ideology anyway. So they just borrow the non-FBA parent ideology on life. and they're against reparations. And most, maybe they are, maybe they're not. But if they are, then obviously the son they raised by themselves will be against reparations as well. All right. So did I give Black Rose a wrench? I think I did. Yep. I gave Seduction Dollar wrench. Again, all I ask for return is just like the video. Haran Israel, I mean, the crazy part is they go all day obsessing over Black Americans. This is sad. Then y'all keep making this about Tariq when he's only one Black American out of 46.9 million of it. Right. Okay, they're really obsessed with Tariq, and they're mad that he's successful in some things, right? They're mad. They hate him for their reason, and they're mad when he becomes successful in things. And they're really mad that he had the genius idea, which is piggybacking off ADOS, but still, like he has an idea, which is FBA. So ADOS was more of a political terminology, right? FBA was that, but more so an identity, because you don't really use ADOS as an identity, even though it is, but that's not really how it's being used. Okay, but FBA is being used as an identity, and it's being used to disaggregate and delineate and get on code. You dig? And that's what's pissing people like him off. He's mad that that bridge that only went one way is burned down. So now both sides got to make an effort to the other side if there's going to be some type of alliance.
What does one flyer have to do with an entire group's activity? Why is everything us and them? You would have thought I called everybody's mama a hoe. First person yell typed erasure with 4 exclamation marks. Another said, I'm talking that tether talk. Next person straight up called me a non-FBA without knowing me at all.
Good.
Then they blame their anger on non-FBAs and claims FBAs have always been welcoming. It never ends. Not to mention the wild statements I skipped over. Quote, we are the leaders, they are the followers. I'm tired of African and Caribbean people. Get out of our business and go fix your dilapidated homeland. Look, fixing America is not my job, but I promise you, I'm trying my best with the skills I have. In case you haven't heard, we're going through a lot right now. White America's 2 dads broke up in the first week of Pride Month. Lilo and Stitch was mid. Tyler Perry's still writing TV shows. Yes, Juneteenth is for us, meaning Native Black Americans. But it was not solely caused by us. The only reason we were able to get to the point where we could have a Juneteenth celebration was because of people like Denmark Vesey. You've probably heard the name before, but you probably didn't know that he was born, raised, and enslaved in St. Thomas in the West Indies. He ended up in Charleston, South Carolina, bought his freedom later on, and planned a slave revolt, mirroring the revolution in Haiti. His plan was to revolt and sail to Haiti before the law could catch up with them after they killed the slave masters. A couple people snitched, and he ended up getting hanged. These are the people y'all want to delineate from. People who worked next to you and
well, no, that's not gonna work. So obviously he doesn't know what an ethnogenesis is. All right. So all of what he's saying is debunked by what is called an ethnogenesis. All right. So what are you talking about? St. Thomas and all this stuff? Man, are you serious? But you claim to be the tether whisperer. So he's positioned himself as FBA, right? But he's trying to be like the tether whisperer. So some people try to do this. They try to get fame by being a tether whisperer. So there's many channels out there where folks is trying to get YouTube fame, get YouTube subscriber checks on being tether whisperers or white supremacist informants. You dig? But the information is terrible. Don't do that. The information is terrible. This is why they don't accept invitations to have a dialogue about the very thing he made a video about.
Plotted escape with you. Some of the FBAs watching this probably took offense to me calling Tether and Anchor derogatory slurs earlier. They were slurs mostly used towards Latin immigrants before Tariq put them on the official website for your movement. Now they just apply to more people. That's y'all's legacy. Congrats. For a group that claims to be so pro-black, it's starting to smell real white supremacist in this bit. I'm not new to this though. When I covered Umar last year, I got called all kinds of...
Hey, I don't even know what... Yeah, I don't believe that this guy even knows what white supremacy is. I don't believe he knows what systemic racism is. I don't even think he knows what that is, the way he's talking. But again, like everybody sounds very smart when they're by themselves. But as you guys witness, when they call in here, they all sound goofy. Okay, all of them. He had a truth called in. He didn't sound so smart like he did on his show. Everybody's calling and start lying. Okay, what about CLR? He called in and just denied Black history. He said anything before 1968 doesn't count. He did. Like he wanted to just focus on the 2000s. Like he erased our history from 1999 all the way up to 1612. He said none of that stuff counts. Just 2000s. That's pretty much what they all do. They all got to erase our history to have an argument.
It's a cone.
Content and so it's been garbage since it came online because it was really birthed under and or into the manosphere. It's a lot of barbershop philosophy,
100%.
a lot of mythology, a lot of conspiracy theories, content, and it's not even like oh, you got to have a degree. There's literally just no intellectual rigor.
That's
you know,
absolutely,
and that's why. And like even I'm very critical of Umar, but Umar is Malcolm X compared to Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I told you it's all about just Tariq Nasheed. Like their hate for, they got to make up reasons why they hate him so much. They just got to cherry pick little things to make it something huge. It's weak. It doesn't work. It doesn't hit.
And Umar is...
So I can tell I got a lot of haters in here because normally folks who support the channel, they like it. So we got 82 live people watching and normally 82 likes are there. You know, people who are FBA, people who are ADOS, American Freedmen, or even just supporters, right? They normally just like the video. But when I don't see the reflection of the likes with the total live viewers, I like to assume that that's the haters in there. Like Pan-Nigerian.
Is Michael Eric Dyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like he is Professor Emeritus.
Yeah.
Compared to Tariq Nasheed.
The chat introduced me to another new term that's important for this video. Off-code FBA.
Oh, shit.
That's what they called me once they finally figured out that I'm not an immigrant. See.
Okay, so it's another thing they love to do. Dude, Larry Elder is not an immigrant, and neither is Thomas Sowell. So like they like to say, see, like this is a coon, like bro, dude, you're not doing anything different. This is a coon position. A coon position is to be FBA and to be around a lot of white folks, making them feel real comfortable by your Black presence. And to make them more comfortable, you'll just talk bad about FBAs, right? And that's to make them feel like, okay, he's a good guy. He can stay around. I'm not on edge anymore. Like, dude, that's all he's doing right now. There's another code. There's another word, off code. Like, dude, he's just trying to make Tethers and really Tethers, feel comfortable with him. But guess what? Just like true white supremacists would never be comfortable with a coon like Larry Elder or Thomas Sowell, a Tether would never be cool with you because the fact that you are FBA, you can easily change your mind like this and get on code. So they could never really trust you. Just keep that in mind.
This is how they label people within their own group who disagree with their ideology or Tariq's ideology, since he created the code they're referring to. The rest of...
Okay, you hear the dude? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where this guy's from. All right. Where he lived at, but Orin code is a slang term that predates Tariq Nasheed. Like, and when he used it on code, like that's like, why you think when he said it, we already knew what it meant? Like he didn't have to see tether. He had to actually define tether. But once he said on code, he didn't have to define that. See, tether is something new and unique, and that's from Tariq. FBA is from Tariq. That's why he got to define it. Okay, but when he said on code, he never defined on code. We all knew what that meant. This guy's just weird. Peace, Vera.
To the terms, y'all know them already.
I inadvertently feed a lot of tethers, megas, busters, sambos. I feed a lot of these people inadvertently.
And Cam James is another.
For anybody under 40 years old, buster is old black slang for loser or lame.
Did he really just survive? So he didn't define sambo. This guy just took out buster. Oh, okay. Let me fast forward this part. This dude got no personality.
What FBA is used to refer to immigrants who are.
Oh, so he is really, you know what he's trying to do? Where that video at? Hold on. Look what he's trying to do. He's trying to do his version of this. Yeah, he's really going to define all the words. Buster and rider and uncle. He's really going to try to define these words for tethers. All right, so let me show. Okay, hold on. Let me share with you what he's trying to do. This is ridiculous. All right, hold on. I gotta change my account. Yeah, y'all gonna laugh when y'all see this. Some of y'all already know where I'm going. All right, so look what he's trying to do. He wants to define. He's trying to teach tethers how to speak like us. All right, hold on. Let me show you what he's trying to do. All right. Y'all gonna laugh when y'all see this. Yeah. Where is my man? All right, let's see if I can find it real fast. Where is Buddy? Oh, I found it. Okay, look what he, hey, this is what he's trying to do. Like he's trying to do his own version of this. Yeah, he's about to give courses as well. This is what he's trying to do.
What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be "what's good." But then if I say, "Bro, you tripping, dog?" my tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Run me my hood. This is the most requested topic on Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I should do this for them. Since they're getting paid, trying to teach them how to be us, maybe I should get some of this money. Maybe I should grift to teach them how to be an FBA. I could do it better than this guy. All right, so that's what old boy's trying to do. This guy right here, Ryder. Look at this sad
attempt. That's Ryder. It's what FBA is used to refer to immigrants who are on our side, who will advocate for us, fight.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing. Yeah, he's using our terminology to try and define them for tethers. That's wild.
With us, said several times, the insults to these people's homeland.
Okay. All right, stop it.
I'm actually going to show is when someone actually wants to settle conflict or fight. This could be physical fighting. It could also be used in terms of playing a game. Like, let's say if I'm playing a game with my friend and I'm trying to beat him, I would say, yo, hey, bro, run me my fade, man. Run me my fade. Meaning.
Yeah, these guys are sad.
Qualifies y'all from using that term.
You can't have this both ways.
I say check. You know, we can talk about Marcus Garvey. We can talk about Biggie. We can talk about Malcolm X, Grenada. You can talk about so many of these different figures. The Black Negro National Anthem was written by a Bahamian from Florida. There's so many different examples. But, you know, granted, we don't need to talk about that too much. You're Black. I could take pride in it.
Wait. Why are you okay? What do you say? Why are you doing stuff for this country? How about why don't you just do it for your country? How about that? Stop doing stuff for this country, and how about do it for your country? And for the newcomers, there's a terminology, right? How come he didn't define this? How come he didn't tell you about? Let me write this on a thing so y'all can see it. Right. So he's gonna tell you about everything that we talk about, right? He want to define slang terms. Well, how about the guy talk about this? How about you break this down to them? How about you break this down? Since you want to borrow our talking points and redefine them to Tethers. Okay, so brain drain is what all of their countries are going through, right? That means that the best minds, their most skilled workers, they're wealthy. So they're educated, they're wealthy, and their most skilled people are leaving their country and they're going abroad to use those talents. They're taking their talents to South Beach, basically. They're using those talents in other countries to build them up. So they're going to Canada and they're building up Canada while it's called a brain drain because their country brains are going down the toilet, right, to another country. So their country don't benefit from their wealthy, they're highly educated and they're highly skilled. Other countries do, and that's called a brain gain. So America is a brain drain. No, I'm sorry. America is a brain gain country. Okay, we extract people's most wealthy, educated, and skilled workers, and they come over here and make America greater. Canada is also a brain gain country, and the UK as well, just around the top, those three. So you'll see these folks flee to Canada, they'll go to UK, and they'll come right over here. Okay, so brain waste. What is brain waste? Brain waste is when they get an education in their homeland. All right. But when they come to America, their education is not used. They just end up working at a damn car wash or a meat factory. So now this person has a doctor, right, a PhD. No, I'm sorry, an MD. They have an MD in their homeland, right? They're a medical doctor. But when they get over here, they can't practice that because it ain't worth shit over here. So they end up just working at McDonald's. That's called brain waste. Okay, so I would love for old boy to cover these talking points, define those things, right? You want to cherry pick. All right, family. So that's something that they could break down. We talk about that a lot over here. How about talk about that? Let's talk about Marcus Garvey. Let's talk about the scamming he has done. Let's talk about he was one of the worst black leaders ever to appear in America. The dude was so much of he failed 4 times. Okay, so he started off the UNIA in Jamaica, failed. He came to the United States, failed, got deported. He went back to Jamaica, failed, and then he went to London and failed there too. So he's a 4-time loser. He's a 4-time failed loser.
But I don't need to wield it like a Yu-Gi-Oh card and say,
yeah.
I don't need to do that.
Right. Now, look, hey, Breeze, I ain't gonna get on Uber because I be needing those rides sometimes, you dig? Especially like to the airport. So I ain't gonna get on them too much. But I get what you're saying. What you're saying is facts, but I'm gonna leave Uber alone because I needs my Uber. Let me give Breeze a wrench. All I ask in return, just like the video.
And yet again, I come back to empathy because I get it. You need or you feel like you have to find different qualifiers to bargain and barter for your worth to this experiment, the American experiment. So when you bring up the different Black contributions to the United States, what you're doing is you're at the table and you're trying to negotiate, not with me, but with white supremacy itself and saying, hey, I have value. Let me in the club. Let me in the club. Stop shooting me. Stop calling me out my name. treat me as a human being. I've done for you, please do for me. And unfortunately, as you're seeing, they ain't gonna do it.
It's a losing proposition. I think it always has been, and I've been fighting my kind of doomer tendencies as I write this to be like, y'all, we're not gonna get reparations. Like, y'all know that, right?
I'm not even worried about reparations.
Nah, man, I'm not.
Because like our political education in America among Black people is so bad. Reparations would be such a setup. It would be such a setup, in my opinion, in my limited opinion. And I open myself up to critique from people that actually know better than me.
This pie in the sky kind of hypothetical that ADOS shoots for, that FBA says there shoots for, but we'll never actually be able to organize effectively enough to get.
All I think about with reparations is Jay-Z doing Bitcoin in the hood. Like, that's all I can think about is fucking PPP loan nonsense. Like, don't be wrong, it'll be good for some people, but like, it would have to be such a societal restructuring presented to me that I'm like, there's no way we can fuck this up. Versus like a big check for a bunch of grifters to go grab so we can give it to Earn Your Leisure. You know what I'm saying? Boyce Watkins, Jay-Z, and Tariq Nasheed.
All right, it's time for a world tour. This is how the Black immigrant population in America broke down by percentage as of 2021. Let's see what other ethnic groups Tariq insults when one person from that group offends him in some way.
It's not as bad as your failed homeland, where y'all over there beating in the head with hyena legs. It ain't that bad. You're not going to come over here and discuss any of that with us while your homeland is janky, toe down, and raggedy.
Here's a caption where he took an opportunity to insult Caribbean people for no goddamn reason, claiming this statue of an anonymous Black woman in Times Square looks like an immigrant with a fake nursing degree. How are you the racist backlash the headlines are talking about?
They ever talk about a woman with quote unquote multiple husbands? What she basically is, she's a referee for gayness. The dudes are always moist. Hyphenated Negroes are working in cahoots with the white supremacists against us. These are the Negroes who are Black plus something else. Black lesbian. Black LBGT. They are Black immigrants. They are Black and Creole. They are Black and Jamaican. I've heard that before.
The homophobia during Pride Month is like waiting for Juneteenth to call the cops on a Black barbecue. In that most recent comment, he was trying to say that if you hyphenate your identity with Black, you must be insulting Black people by distancing yourself from being full Black.
That's that intersectionality talk, meaning they're Black, but they ain't Black.
Tariq fundamentally does not understand the concept of intersectionality or racial identity for that matter. How is attaching your sexual orientation to your ethnicity an insult to Black people? How is letting people know you're Creole and Black a bad thing? This is who y'all choose to follow. Whose mans is this? Remember what stage we're in: discrimination and dehumanization. We're moving into that second one when he says,
see, because in their minds, they view themselves different from Black Americans. So this is why it's very easy for them to undermine us. These hyphenated Negroes are very dangerous. There's always the main four is the Black feminist, Black immigrant, Black LBGT, Black swirler. You cannot point to anything that immigration has done in the last 40 years, or hell, I go 60 years. Nobody can point to how it has helped Native Black Americans. I keep asking this question publicly. All I get is deflection.
Yolanda Jean, Haitian refugee who participated in the 1993 hunger strike at Guantanamo Bay. America refused to allow HIV-positive people in during the early 90s, and these captives strike nearly wiped them out. After being brought to the U.S. and recovering, she became a powerful voice for HIV advocacy and brought Black Americans up by name on the biggest stage possible.
Moi venu aux États-Unis, moi pas dit que tout Américain c'est même, mais c'est gouvernement américain qui gagne une politique que la mène envers noir, surtout pour haïtien.
Esmeralda Simmons is a child of St. Croix immigrants and has been a New York lawyer for decades. She advocated for equity in public education, voting, policing, and the child welfare system as the center's executive director for 34 years.
Our students are our future. What we need to do is to get involved at the school level and then go to the school district, then expand out to the whole Department of Education. Go to those hearings when they're calling for hearings to express your opinion. Let them know that your school is not working. Let them know whether you want a charter school. Let them know what is going on with your particular students, because your student reflects all the other students in New York City.
Since you said immigrants, Tariq, and not just black ones, let's get Nihad Awad in here. He's the National Executive Director of the Council on American Islamic Relations and was in the White House to discuss American Muslims a few days after September 11th. Not sure if you knew this, but there's a lot of black Muslim FBAs.
My stepfather is Nigerian. And I remember some negative experiences. I grew up Muslim at our masjid in Chicago. This was a chosen child, situation, right? And I remember getting really small plates of jollof rice compared to the other kids sometimes and being really upset about that, and not realizing what it was all about until later in life. And let's not act like the FBA-ness of it all has created, I don't know, a negative feedback loop, if that makes sense.
The Black Alliance for Just Immigration advocates for both immigrants and native black.
At this point, these guys are just what are we doing? These guys just talking. They're just what point are they making? Okay, you don't like Tariq Nasheed. Okay, fine. But you're not debunking anything.
Black Americans. They spell that out on their site and all promo materials. They provide technical assistance and education to local communities to push for civil rights progress and stop people like you from dividing us further.
Today we have more news.
How it's intersected with you, but also
more news today.
How you've interacted with Black Americans throughout your life. There's literally a campaign under the same.
Hey, you know what's interesting? They always say the divide thing. And this is where we all cook them. When they be like, oh, you guys just divide. And when we ask them how, just a simple, any tether in the chat, just quickly explain, how are we dividing? And whatever your answer is, I guarantee I'll cook you. If you want to just call in, it got to be somebody who hasn't called in before. All right. If you are non-FBA or you're against FBA delineation and everything we stand for, please ask for the phone number. And I want to hear you. If you believe this, if you believe we're divisive, I want you just to explain how we are divisive. That's all. Okay? That's all. Just call and just ask for the phone number and just explain to me very briefly how we are divisive. I can never get a good answer. So maybe you'll be the first person to actually clearly articulate how we are divisive.
Organization called Black Justice is Our Justice. They're doing more than talking shit on the internet.
Divisiveness is not survival. It's a
okay. Now I already cooked this one. Now this one right here, this is a coward. So he just playing tethers. So okay. So now he struck out. So I already cooked her. She's anti-FBA. She's a tether, and I already offered and invited her to let's have a dialogue on her channel, my channel. And she made up 1,000 excuses. Just go to her video about FBA and you'll read our dialogue if she have not deleted it. But you see a long thread. She made up 1,000 ways that we can't have a conversation about the video she made. I'm like, yo, let's just talk about the video you made. I don't gotta give you other points or catch you off guard. Gotcha. No, let's just dialogue and have a conversation based on your video and what you said about FBAs. That's it. So I'm going to skip past her. She's just a hater. I'm not going to play her.
Intellectual Negro with a God complex convince you otherwise. And don't get it twisted. A lot of y'all are convinced. I came across this article in the Los Angeles Times. about a Jamaican immigrant named Winsome Pendergrass. She lives in Brooklyn. Her day job is as a private nursing assistant for seniors.
Yeah, what the hell? What are we doing? You just picking random tethers? Like, what are we doing?
And when she isn't doing that, she's demonstrating and lobbying public officials for affordable housing and tenants' rights in Black and brown neighborhoods.
No. Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem. What you mean Black and brown neighborhoods? See, when you do that, when you do Black and brown, FBAs always are at the bottom. Now, family, I did some work in property management and housing. Okay. So I can tell you how that works real easily. Just know this. If you guys are on a waiting list of housing, just know who's in front of you. Those illegals that are being deported and being asked to self-deport, they are in front of you. Okay, refugees skips the line. Asylum seekers. Okay, so all of those illegals, a lot of them have filed fake refugee applications to get over here, and a lot of them have filed fake asylum seekers applications. That's why they're over here. So when they investigated, whether they were asylum seeker or refugee, it turned out they were not. But the ICE couldn't find them. They did. They got funneled into different meat packaging, car washing employments, construction sites. Yeah, that's what happened. Like, these guys be filing fake applications. But guess what? They get in front of you as a result. Asylum, y'all Google this. When it comes to welfare and housing, asylum seekers and refugees go to the top of the line. So all this bullshit right here, South Jersey, freshly picked bullshit, FBAs will be at the bottom. And so asylum seekers and refugees are number one, and probably white women number two. Okay, so do not fall for that Black and brown stuff. Stop it. If you're doing something for FBAs, and that's why we want to get rid of Black and brown. We want to just have it say FBA or ADOS or Freedmen, because now it's no mistake who is allocated to. So we're still 40 likes away. Let's meet the viewership, but let's continue. Let's continue.
She said, quote, right. The people who tell me to go back to my country the most are Black people, not white people. She feels this great divide because she's from the islands. The Times ran focus groups with immigrants from the Caribbean.
And let me make no mistake, because he's calling division. He's causing division right now. There are some non-FBA Black people who have good hearts, who are allies, who actually does great things or try to do great things for us, right? Who ride with us. That he defined the word rider. So there are some folks out there. Yes. Okay, thank you. There are some folks out there from the island that's over here that's doing great work on behalf of us. Okay, fine, thank you. So don't fall for what he's doing. He's calling division. He's trying to have us be mad at somebody who's Black but not FBA, who's doing great in the community. We thank you. You should do. I mean, like, thank you. And that's what you should be doing. Like, why do anything undermining?
Caribbean and sub-Saharan Africa. And several of them said that the reason they avoid associating with us, meaning FBAs, is because Black Americans treat them more harshly.
When my shift is over, I want to go home.
Okay, you heard this? We treat them more harshly. Again, that's a projection. That's okay. So, but we say the same thing. Okay, you see that? Did you catch that? We say the same thing, but they call it divisive. Okay, now you just said they say what we say. So how come they're not being called divisive? We say the same thing and we're called divisive. You just said that they say what we say. So how come they are not called divisive? You see, they pick and choose. My name is Unbiased Ron. Everybody can't be unbiased. They just can't.
Home to my children, Mangulu, Mungala, and Mr. White Man,
Experiences you complain about. As an example, here's what happened to Winsome one day on a crowded city bus during Trump's first term. A black man refused to make space for her when she tried to sit, and they exchanged words. A black woman.
Hey, yo, what did this turn into? Did this turn into the anecdotal show? Like, I thought this was about critiquing FBAs and Tariq Nasheed. Now we're just going on story by story by story. Are you serious? Not listen to that, man.
Eye mind trick. Single action he's undertaken that's designed to benefit us. And he also happens to be a self-supremacist who surrounded himself with white supremacists. Tariq's mentality is making this happen. Keep watching if you think I'm exaggerating or giving him too much credit. We're not done with this world tour.
I see what you're saying, Chris. Jack.
He had plenty to say about the LA protests earlier this month.
This guy.
Namely, that FBAs shouldn't care about immigrants unless they're sleeping with them.
The ICE that came, got all these people.
Okay, again, this is terrible, 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 terrible research. This is terrible research. He's just picking, and now you see Tariq Nasheed is clearly having fun. Now, he goes low, right? He's basically a comedian, right? He's an activist, but he's also a comedian. Kind of like Dave Chappelle, you dig? So yes, he's gonna joke and have fun too, just like Dave Chappelle. Just like that. You guys are trying to make Tariq something he says he's not, and he's never been. Okay, he always talks about he's Mr. Petty. So to quote him, to send a clip of him being petty, and you trying to paste it. Thank you. He can't break it no more. It's too small. Can't break. This is an atom. It can't be broken any smaller. That's what the other folks thought. Okay, I broke it. There you go. Cool. All right. Yeah. So just picking and choosing, him trolling somebody, him cooking somebody, being petty. This is just a bad faith position to take right now. It's just horrible.
I was going to let my opinions be known about the protests, and I can't be any clearer than this. Caring about other people is the only thing that makes society function. It functions in spite of callous capitalists who see entire groups of people as labor they can exploit, and former fake pimps like Tariq who see women as a collection of holes they can.
Okay, you see, here goes slander. When was Tariq Nasheed ever a pimp? So if you're gonna like when I critique Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, Myron Gaines, I'm honest about them. I don't gotta lie to kick it. I don't gotta lie to kick it. I just be honest about them. See, being honest is still is an expose. I'm still exposing them by just being honest. But to strengthen their weak arguments, their weak presentations, they gotta say a fake pimp. All right. Okay.
Can use. If ICE is allowed to deport undocumented people and those with protected status with no due process, which is what they're doing.
No. Okay, so now we know where we're at. I understand. Yeah, your girl is undocumented. Okay, so now the truth is coming out. He already said he was dating somebody, from the diaspora. That's non-FBA. But now he has a problem with ICE deporting undocumented illegals. I mean, that's coming off as his girl might be undocumented.
Nothing stops them from hitting every other class of citizen next. Our government.
I knew that was coming. Yo, do the liberals now look, I'm not conservative or liberal. I criticize both parties all the time. I think they're both dumb in a lot of areas and a lot of things they say. But the liberals, they gotta change. Get away from there. The liberals, they gotta switch up their talking points. Oh, the scare tactics. They always got the scare tactics. That's one thing. Okay, that's one thing I could say the red party don't do too much. Like they don't have too many scared conspiracy theories. It's normally the liberals. If you think about it, remember it was about vote for Hillary because the world's gonna be over if Trump gets in there. Like it's always scare tactics. Don't vote for Hillary because she's the best candidate. Vote for her because the other side is going to end the world. The dude did 4 years and Biden came right in there. Like what happened to the world ending? So here, the new scared tactic is, hey man, they're coming after illegal immigrants, violent illegal immigrants. Who's next? Yeah, are you serious? What about marshals? What about U.S. marshals who go track down fugitives? Why y'all didn't make that argument then? Because they did a crime. Hey, look, they're tracking down fugitives. Look, you're next. See, it's the illegal criminal fugitives first, and then it's the American public. Like, stop. They're going to get the people who they need to go get, and that's it. And once they get them, it's over.
Government can and will justify anything they're allowed to get away with. And protesting is about making sure they can't establish legal precedent, which is how our entire legal system works. They literally detained a green card holder, Mahmoud Khalil. And
all right. Okay, listen. He said a green card holder. So a lot of these guys' green cards are expired. These guys, see, okay. Everybody that's being deported, all of them not are violent criminals. Some of these people, asylum seeker status has expired. Look at the Haitians. A lot of them refugee applications been denied. They're in the country. And a lot of these guys on visas, H-1B or whatever student visa, that should expire and they're still in the country. So because you got a green card, that doesn't mean it wasn't suspended, expired, or some bullshit happened to get your ass up out of here. Because maybe he did a crime. Who knows? But I don't know the story. But I bet you is more than what he's saying.
Trying to deport him right now because he criticized the genocide in Palestine. They're using a Cold War law saying he's adverse to America's interests. What happened to the First Amendment?
Yeah. It's the First Amendment. But listen, there's something called terroristic threats. And you could be jailed, fined, arrested for terroristic threats. So your First Amendment doesn't protect you for what you say. What you say, you're gonna be, there's consequences. Yeah, you got the First Amendment. You have the right to say whatever you want to say. But there are consequences behind whatever you want to say. You dig?
No. Stay home. We're so cooked. I shouldn't have to do the whole they'll eventually get you speech. But it seems like basic human decency is in short supply in the 50-year-old high school dropout turned fake pimp turned rapper turned hotep grifter demographic.
Now you want people to shed blood, to exert crazy amounts of energy.
Hey, Isis G said the free ride is over, and they are literally butthurt. Okay, it's over. Let me check out.
To put themselves in danger to come together now because you're in the hot seat. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put myself in danger. I don't want my son to put himself in danger.
I'm done with these content creators, bro. I was about to say something rude, but I respect most of.
Hey, this guy is dry as hell. Hey, can I get some more likes? Everybody's coming in, and you have it. Just like the video. Yeah, let's continue.
My elders, as long as they're not as asinine as Tariq.
Right now, the people are protesting in.
Yeah, let me read Vera Sanders. She said FBA. I'm sorry, I don't. Vera, I think it sounds like a woman name. I don't know if I apologize if you're not. But what was said was by Vera Sanders says FBAs don't mind scare tactics because we've been through hell and high water and we're still here. So now what? Scare us with what? They're afraid of us. FBA went exactly. Like, that doesn't work with us. I thought Michi export that FBA trademark or the name or something. Jeffrey, I don't know, but You know, people are free to do what they want, do what you want, but nobody's the leader. You can trademark whatever you want to trademark if it's allowed. It doesn't mean you're the leader of a lineage. That's illegal. It's actually illegal. You cannot be the leader of a lineage.
California, and I keep seeing on Twitter, Black people don't go, and it's like, all right,
Yeah,
you know, y'all keep trying on Twitter. I know what the protest looks like. It don't look like what y'all are trying to do on Twitter, but you know, get your likes, get your clout up.
I'm not even gonna cuss this time. Tabitha, I hear your concerns. I hear you when you say I don't know you, but judging from the tone here, you weren't gonna do anything anyway. Y'all make money from these people watching your work, just like I do. Who are you trying to influence and why? To me, it's about where your line in the sand is. And I'm talking to all FBAs now. If you think this chalk outline around only your community is an effective strategy, I'm going to remind you what chalk outlines are typically used for. The people protesting for Americans from Latin countries right now are also protesting the lack of due process.
Okay, stop lying. Okay, again, that's what do you say in the chat? That's a demo rat shill talking point, the lack of due process. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what are you talking about? Like, they'll say anything to keep these illegals in the country. Remember, let me pull up. Give me a second. Let me pull up Jasmine Crockett. Okay, remember she said this right here? This due process bullshit. Hold on. Remember Jasmine Crockett said this. Who remembers this?
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now.
Okay, you hear this? Now, how do we go from immigrants to farming? So she's implying, without directly saying it, she's implying that the immigrants, whether documented or undocumented, she's implying that when they come over here, they just work on farms. Okay, watch this.
Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton.
Okay, so now she said cotton. So she said immigrants, she said farms, she said cotton. So she wants us to believe that immigrants are in the fields picking cotton. And we shouldn't have a problem with them coming to the country unless we want to replace them on the farms picking cotton. That's what she said. Okay. I mean, but this is again a Democrat shill. So they got to lie to kick it. First of all of the ICE raids that you guys seen, okay, which one of those ICE raids were on a farm? I'll wait. Which one of those ICE raids were on a farm? I'll tell you where they were at. They were at car washes, 'cause I played them. They was at construction sites and they was at meat factories. Okay, none of those ICE raids I ever seen was on a farm. So much for the whole talking point that all of these immigrants are on farms doing the work we wouldn't do. And how do you know we won't do the farm work? We got black farmers right now. A whole bunch of them had to sue the government, right? So we're already on the farms working. So yes, we will work on farms. We just want to know how much it pays. We'll work anywhere. We want to know how much. So when you ask us, before you tell us we're not going to work on a farm. You tell us how much first. What's the hourly wage or what's the salary? Shit, we just might be on the farm and we're there anyway, like I said. But yes, if it's $4 an hour, yes, we're not going out there. If it's anywhere, but somebody can say, hey, I'm Bias Ron. Well, you want to be the CEO of Amazon? Sure. Yeah, but we're only paying $7 an hour. I'll pass. See, we'll pass on any profession, any career, if it ain't paying a livable wage or something that's due that position. No, I'm not being a CEO of no company making selling seven. I'm not working for no company. CEO, Krispy Kreme's, nothing. Waffle House was $7 an hour. So we want to know how much it get. We want to know how much it pays first, because if you're telling us, yeah, you're paying $35 an hour on a farm, yeah, we're gonna run out there. If you're telling a farm pays $65,000 to $80,000 a year, yes, we're gonna run out there. But if you're telling us it pays $9,000 for the year, no, we're not going out there. So we want to know how much are they paying first before we say yay or nay. Let's get back to your boy.
Let's settle this conflict right now in the game. I hope that makes sense. Now let me show you exactly how you would pronounce this phrase. For the word run, instead of saying run, you would say run. Run. Like R-U-H. Run. Now me would be run me. Instead of saying me, like M-E, M-I. Me.
Hey, you want to say this ain't divisive right here? So okay, so why old boy, the tether whisperer, why ain't he show this right here? This ain't divisive. You're teaching, like, first of all, like, this is a big stereotype. That's not how I talk. Run me my feed. Like, we don't use a D for feed. We don't use an N for run. And my what's that girl? The singer. Like, we just my. Now I will say run me the fade. Or run, I don't know this phrase, run me my fade. I'm sure somebody says it like that, but that's not all of us. But he's teaching tethers how to speak like all of us. So you got a tether coming to you, yo, run me my fade. Like, what? What? Barely can't even speak English talking about run me my fade. Like, man, if you don't get your damn Michael Jackson, Penny Loafers up out of here, man. And then that's when we gonna say the African booty scratcher next. Because you starting shit talking about run me my fade. All right, African booty scratcher, you better get out of here, man. Those damn high waters.
So let's try it again with run.
RB.
Me. Run. Me. My. Now my, instead of saying my like my with M-Y, it would be my as in M-A.
All right.
My.
Look.
With the,
it gets worse.
The block. Now
by the way, he charges classes. Okay. He charges classes to teach tethers how to speak like FBAs. He actually charges. This is his YouTube channel. He charges. You got to pay like a consultation fee. He got to first see if you can, some folks can't even speak English at all. So he want to know if your English is good enough to take his course. So he got to charge you a consultation fee to see if your English is good enough. And then if it's to his satisfaction, probably everybody's to his satisfaction, you then start your course. You pay whatever monthly fee, and you have a course on how to speak like an FBA. Listen to this.
Meaning of this phrase is, it refers to hanging out in a specific area or a specific spot in the neighborhood. Like, hey, bro, we on the block.
You hear this? Yeah, but this ain't being divisive, though, right? He's not being divisive. This huge stereotype. This is offensive. This is offensive. Anybody that's FBA Adolf Friedman, this is offensive to all of us. Like, yo, what are you doing?
Meaning that we are at this specific location. Hey, pull up to the block. Meaning that come to this specific location.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at the wave cat. Yeah, this dude is so outdated, and so is this guy over here. Like, these guys are outdated, man. This guy got the wave cat. I bet you his shirt tucked in his jeans. I guarantee you his shirt tucked in his jeans. That little hoodie, I guarantee you, if he stood up, that hoodie is tucked in his jeans. But he's trying to tell you how to speak like us.
You see what I'm saying? On the block. Now, the way you would pronounce this phrase would be on a block. On a block.
Yeah. So basically, we change our voice when we talk to each other. We be like just talking regular. Like, yeah, man, it's hot today, man. I don't know what we're gonna do. Somebody's call you. Hello, Ron? Oh, what up? You just on the block. No, man. That's not how we talk. Some people talk like that because that's how they talk. But we don't purposely try to talk like that.
On the block, but you barely hear the TH in the word the. So instead of saying on the block, on the block. So it becomes on block. On a block. We on a block. We on the block.
Yeah, who in the chat talks like that? Sit down. Who in the chat says we on the block? Like, this is very disrespectful and it's divisive. But oh boy, over here would just say the divisive or the division is one way. It's like no, we are divisive. You're actually right. We are divisive, but that's because everybody else is. And don't forget, division is part of math. You add, you subtract, you multiply, you divide. Everybody, the Tutsis divided themselves from the Hutus. Okay? The Igbos divided themselves from the Fulanis. And the Burkina Bays divided themselves from the Malis. So everybody has divided themselves and claimed an area on this earth and an identity. But when we go to do it, it's wrong. Again, like they purposely are trying to sabotage us, leave us unprotected, vulnerable, so they could take advantage of us. That's how it's over. And that's why they're mad at Tariq. But notice they never bring up Yvette and Tone Talk because they also are divisive. But they don't bring them up because they're not as vocal, they're not as loud. Like, they do their stuff kind of like on the low, privately, so to speak. But Tariq is very loud and he's funny, he's entertaining, he's articulate, he's witty, and he debates on the fly, and he's very multi-talented. This is why he got to go. You dig? And let's make him the leader so we can take out your leader. But that failed and flopped because we don't have a leader. So if you take him out, you just took out one person out of 43 million. Okay, the show must go on.
Affects Tabitha, her son, and you. If you don't have an alternative to fighting for all people's rights,
right? You can't learn what's on
we
DNA.
Don't need to listen to your complaints about who we choose.
So remind you, Josh coming in. Most likely you got a wrench already. Just like the video, you can be chattable and like the video. It takes 2 seconds. All right. Thank you very much. And if you want to be more charitable, the Cash App is at the top.
Choose to advocate for. What's the end result of this?
Hey, Kwame, did you call in? I gotta ask Kwame this question, dude. Did you call in Tariq show or Twitter or whatever and get cooked? Was that I think that was you. I think you called in Tariq's Twitter or something and got cooked. Let me know. Was that you?
FBA centric strategy. What's your end game? More Tabithas with their auntie glasses talking trash into a cell phone, trying to rewind the tape on the civil
I got another
rights.
Question for Kwame in the chat. Did you take this course right here? Are you saying Oni Block? Kwame, are you out there in Florida talking about Oni Block? Are you out there in Brooklyn talking about Oni Block? I know you're not doing that. Look at this shit.
AIDS. You see? Now this is exactly how you would pronounce it.
Hey Kwame, do you got a wave cap on, my boy? With the wave cap covering up you. Y'all remember that style? We had the wave cap covering our eyebrows. Y'all ever done that? Hey Kwame, are you out there with a hoodie tucked in your your Wranglers with a wave cap that is over covering your eyebrows? Are you stuck on that style? Like these dudes be so outdated with their cosplaying.
She throwing shades. She?
Yeah. Kwame, he cooked you, dude. Yeah, you don't realize you got cooked. All right, so how about this? How about you call in later, right? Because remember, it is Sunday. I'm gonna have my boy on here. Let me see if he's around now. He can have a talk with you, and we could go over your Tariq Nasheed video where you called in. Get out of it, wait from that. And let me play this video of this hater right here, and let me see if he's available.
Movement, as long as it's not our rights getting deleted. If that sounds fine to you, I'm here to tell you it won't work. The GOP will use these precedents to push even further into more marginalized groups. We are next. I'm going to address our extreme polarization more later, but I want y'all to think about that while we cover even more.
Wait. We're next at what?
Of polarization more. The GOP will use these precedents to push even further into more marginalized groups. We are next.
Yeah, this dude said we are next, like we're the WNBA. Hey, bro, we're not next. We were first. Hey, chat. Yeah, y'all like that? Y'all like that? You like that phrase? We are not next because we were first. Yeah, listen, borrow that from now on. We are not next. We were first. So what you see going on with these undocumented, violent illegals, they're next. We were first. There's no next for us. It's everybody else. It's everybody for themselves. Like we were first, and now everybody else is for themselves. You can't get us again. We were first. Peace. Baticus Prime. Yeah. World's best braider. Yo, let's use that. Yo, we're next. No, we were first. You're next. They got us first. Y'all forgot what Jim Crow was? Y'all forgot Jim Crow was just that? Rounding us up. They got us first. That Jim Crow, well, actually, shit, we could take it back further than that with the slave plantations, but they got us, yeah, slave plantations. They got us first. It started with the slave plantation. And then it ended up morphing to Jim Crow. And then mass incarceration, via war on drugs. Like, yo, what are you talking about? But again, these folks don't know FBA history, and they damn sure don't know it better than me. What is the peonage system? The peonage system is something called first. What is convict leasing? That's first. What is hired out? That's first. What is redlining? That's first. What is being deprived from the New Deal? The New Deal bill? That's first. Housing discrimination. That's called being first. What else? Predatory lending. That's called being first. We're not next. You're next. We were first.
I'm going to address our extreme polarization more later, but I want y'all to think about that.
What about this? So, look, family. What about some things I never talked about? What about restrictive covenants? What about, because when they struck down FHA, no. I'm sorry. When they struck down zoning laws, they replaced it with restrictive covenants. Kwame has never heard of restrictive covenants. That's why we know a tether, because you don't know our history. And that's how I cooked you over here. You even know shit about Garvey. I had to educate you on that scamming ass dude Garvey. Marcus Garvey, it was the biggest scammer, black scammer. He was the biggest black scammer in American history. There's been no black scammer that was more impactful than Marcus Garvey.
While we cover even more of Tariq's world tour, he said this to an Indian caller who called him racist after that caller said America was his homeland.
You built some shit that failed, sir. Your homeland has cows and shit on the streets, sir.
That's a fact.
The caller calls him out for generalizing and brings up Diddy as an example. Since Diddy obviously doesn't represent all FBAs, I could give you 100 tries and you would never guess what Tariq says after that.
Since you're telling me all these people are representatives of the Indian community, Diddy is a representative of you. He's a rich black dude from America.
Okay. I take success over people making bushmeat and goop scoops. Okay, yeah, okay. That I don't know what kind of insult that is.
You're straight up racist, dog.
How? He's not running a sex code. He had a freaky ass Filipino chick that liked to get peed on. So yeah, the trial is bogus.
The sexual text messages she was forced to read out loud in court made up one day of testimony out of several that also included violence and coercion from Diddy.
And the fact that you're sitting up here agreeing with the feds shows that you are a colonized cancer to our culture.
Notice how he conveniently ignored that this man kicked the shit out of her on tape in favor of calling him rich. This is another case of Tariq taking things he couldn't possibly know for sure and running with it to make a woman look bad. If you think that's the worst he's ever gotten, I'll wrap it up with this tweet to the co-founder of ADOS, Yvette Carnell, from Christmas Day of 2019. He called her a hoe, insulted her sexual identity by saying she has penis envy, said she wears a dirty dildo, and called her a hoe again, just in case you didn't see it. On Christmas, imagine your daddy is calling some woman a hoe on Twitter when you open in your presents.
He's also handing out Bedwench Awards. You can find that here on YouTube. He does it on Twitter.
Hey, yo, so we're just nitpicking. Like, yes, it's funny. He's an entertainer. I say, and some of us believe he's also a comedian who just never did a stand-up comedy show before. But you could look at the Bucci Bear skits. Like, the dude is funny as hell. He's a comedian. Yes. He hands out awards. And guess what? It's Liddy. His Coon Train Awards, that was Liddy. So everything with the puppets, Crispy, everything he did with the Umar thing, everything with the sniffing heart, everything he did was Liddy. It hit. It hit. It was funny as hell. We all gravitated towards it. It was funny. With the Roland Martin, beady beady beat, that was funny. So when he's being funny, when he's clearly being funny, I mean, he's not being an activist, he's not being serious. When he's on his troll game, when he's being funny, when he's flaming somebody, they try to clip that and bring it to a serious argument or serious discussion like we having right now. Like, stop. But this is what they got to do, and this is why they want to make him the leader. Because if he's the leader, guess what? He can't be joking like that. He got to be serious like Jesse Jackson. Guess what? He can't make jokes. He can't troll. He can't, when people attack him, he can't flame them. He can't cook them because he's the leader. He has to present himself, in a certain way because he's representing. No, he ain't the leader. And guess what? He's going to continue to cook y'all and roast y'all. He's going to continue to make funny parody skits on y'all fools. And that's what you get because we're all having fun laughing at you.
Calling black women bedwench, a term from the slave plantation.
Oh my! Look, what are you? I know you represent black women, but yes, a bedwench is a real thing. Okay, yes, and guess what? When he was saying, but she is so outdated. He was saying bedwenching when the term tether wasn't even thought of. Okay, because Tariq Nasheed, he found out that a lot of the bedwenching was coming from black women of the continent of Africa, not even the diaspora. It was Africa. He started to notice that a lot of those flags of women that was into that gutter sex were women with African flags.
The institution of slavery relied on the forced reproduction.
You hear this? He's cooking on people, having fun. She tried to bring it to, well, slavery, the slave master. He said, stop.
In order to first.
She was born in America and spent 7 vibrant immigrant community here in Atlanta.
What are you talking about now?
In my life. Year together.
breed and throw that at black women in the
All right, now he about to tell himself, yeah, Lord Baelish, everybody that's Adolf, FBA, American freedmen, or even a supporter get a wrench. And yes, we will time you out. We will, for 5 minutes, 30 seconds, we'll time your goofy ass out. If you want some rah-rah, we will time you out for 24 hours if we need to. Yeah, if you ain't on code. So old boy explained what on code meant. So if you ain't FBA, right, then old boy already explained what on code is. So yes, everybody got a wrench because we're family. If you ain't on code, one of those wrench folks are going to light you up.
21st century.
My girlfriend and I just celebrated our first anniversary. As we enter our second year together.
Wait, I keep missing it. I keep reading the chat. My fault.
Breed and throw that at black women in the 21st century.
Oh, no. You hear that? Look, throw that black women. No, ma'am. See, that's what we got. We killed that term, black women. Okay, because that's generic, right? That's anybody, but it's really us, but it's anybody. So no more of the generic black man, black woman. FBA, okay, FBA, ma'am, FBA. So if you say black women, that means absolutely nothing. That means nothing. That could be anybody from the diaspora or the continent. That means nothing. We got to be specific.
My girlfriend and I just celebrated our first anniversary. As we enter our second year together, I still can't believe how fortunate I am that she's in my life.
So this dude married, what? I don't know, a non-FBA. Okay.
She was born in America and spent several of her early years in Ethiopia, a country with a proud culture and a very vibrant immigrant community here in Atlanta and beyond.
Oh my God. I'm thinking this dude married a woman from the diaspora. This coon married an Ethiopian. Now, this smell like. Now, he claims she was born over here. Okay. Now, let me tell you how Ethiopians and Eritreans and Sudanese people get over here. So now I ain't gonna say most. I'm gonna say a lot of them do not come over here the same way Vivek gets over here, or the average Nigerian, which is like H-1B visa or some type of student visa. Listen, I can chat GPT, Google it. If you're Eritrean, Ethiopian, Sudanese, there's a great chance you came over here as a asylum seeker or refugee, aka BROKE. Okay, and not that well educated. And this is why you have those gangs in Minnesota with those Ethiopians, Eritreans. All right, you don't have gangs amongst like the higher class, the brain gangs of India or Nigeria. You don't have gangs of them because they're highly educated, highly skilled, and they have a bag. It's the broke ones that's why you got the illegal immigrant gangs, right? The Venezuela gangs in New York. Think about that, family. Think about it. Look at the immigrants that come over here and start gangs. That's a big red flag that they came over here as asylum seekers or refugees, right? They're fleeing war, conflict, a cartel, and they're bringing that dirty experience that they experience in their country over here. All right. When you see these guys drunk, when you see these guys like doing the stupidest shit, most likely they're either illegal or asylum seekers or refugees. That's just the easiest way to pinpoint who is who, because America's a brain gain country. They want the best of other people countries. They don't want a burden on society. That's why Trump is deporting them. Okay, that's why you got the VVEX and all these visa people over here. They want the best over here. They don't want the worst. They don't want the worst of somebody's society. But guess what? Those societies don't want their worst either. So they're all but happy to get rid of their degenerates. And then they come over here and they bring their degeneracy over here. And part of that degeneracy is to anchor on to what FBA's got going
on. Amharic, or Amharic, was her first language, and she spent most of her life here at this point. The knowledge that Tariq has poisoned the culture to the point where she's felt unwelcome at times.
Yo, what the? Yo, I almost cursed. What is this? Now, this dude, like, he acts like he's married 10 years. This dude said they're going on 2 years. To me, it sounds like she married for citizenship. Okay, but look at this guy. Yo, why is he showing that? Like, he act like they're just in love after a year and a half with a foreigner. No, my boy, make it about at least 7 years, and I might believe you. But a year and a half, dude, you're still in divorce range. Where she got what she want. I think I heard. I don't know for a fact, but I think they got to stay married for about 3 years. I don't know. You guys, let me know if that works like that to get citizenship. So, bro, you got another year and a half to go. Look, but this guy act like they're just so. Oh my God, it's fucking cool.
Pisses me off. This is deeply personal. And if I have to walk through every angle of what makes this dude a loser to drive the point home, it is what it is. Baby, I know you're watching this. I love you. And I'll clarify.
Yeah, this dude, he threw up a half heart. This dude is the biggest. Baby, I know. So you see, so I told you, I knew where this is coming from, but I didn't know she was Ethiopian. I thought she was from the diaspora. So his fleeing woman she probably listens to Tariq Nasheed, and she's probably in these FBA spaces, hating, arguing with us. And she said, "You better do something about that." Now this fool out here and embarrass himself.
That in her case, it's mostly online. We get along in real life for the most part.
And I saw like getting thousands of likes and hundreds of
Yeah, that fake marriage they got going on, that's garbage, man. That's garbage. Like, yo, if that was a true marriage, you wouldn't even have to talk about it or share pictures. He's trying to convince us, but then at least lie and say 7 years. My man said a year and a half. My man talked to me that third year when she started filing for that paperwork.
retweets. I was just like, wait, hold on. Is this just a small underground section of people? And then like I saw people interacting with it, and I was just like, hold on, this don't make no sense. I don't feel like these are that many people. And then you look into the likes.
Hey, he a DL. He already let it out the bag. He is definitely a Democrat shill. Well, he has to be. He has a foreign wife.
And then you look into the reposts, and then you go to these
Tethers
profiles,
of a feather.
and then
like
you see something even more pernicious. A lot of these ain't real. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like,
hey, Ricardo, they always talk about Tariq Nasheed, but they never call in. They never call in. They always talk about him, They never call in. And okay, but a few calling over here, and it get done worse. Like, see, Kwame called in Tariq's show the other day. I heard it. He got cooked, but he think he did good. I killed him. He don't believe he ever did good over here. But Tariq was having fun with him. See, I don't have fun with you. I just cook you, slay you, and get you up out of here. Tariq was having fun with him.
Like, sorry, I have to drop it. This thing that we be doing online is the same thing with the gender wars. You don't have that really happening like that in real life. Black Americans and the rest of the Black diaspora have gotten along. Now, are there transgressions between?
No, we did get along, but we don't get along with tethers of the diaspora. We don't get along with tethers of the continent, all right, of the motherland. We don't get along with tethers. We have no issue with diaspora blacks and African blacks. We have no issue. It's the tethers.
Black Americans and the rest of the Black. Sure. Do Black Americans come up to me and go say, "Hey, what up, man? Big up yourself." Do they do? Sure. Sometimes
I don't never do that dumb shit.
I do a little bit of a boxing, and and we go back and forth with that. We roast. That's what happens amongst colleagues. That's fine. That's cultural diffusion. I ain't getting mad at that. It is what it is.
Many of these immigrants, they get online and start openly criticizing.
So all I ask, you come in, I rent you up, just like the video. And if you really, really enjoy, there's a Cash App up there. You dig.
Us talking about we lazy, ungrateful, we ain't got no culture, as they cosplay as us.
He pretends to be selective in who he roasts, but in reality, being selective requires maturity. and restraint. Bruh, you've clearly never exercised either one.
Yo, my man got a whole video. It's called The 6 Stages of Cultural Grift, FUBU Scammers. Like he really took, this is an hour and 33-minute video. He really took time to present his strongest argument against Tariq Nasheed, and I like debunked and unraveled it all. Just garbage.
Now, Tariq is not the first one.
Charlie X, let me throw a wrench at you. All I ask in return is to like the video and subscribe, family. Because oh yeah, I'm gonna play when I cook Pan-Nigerian later. So subscribe for that. You're gonna hear our dialogue. We talk about Marcus Garvey. If you guys don't know, I am a Marcus Garveyologist, right? I expose him more than anybody. I know more of him than mostly anybody. So all these Pan-Africanists, these UNIA members, they debate me and they get cooked because they do selective research. I do thorough research. So I read the good and bad. That's why I'm the only person to ever say Marcus Garvey is a 4-time loser. He fell in Jamaica. He came over here, failed, scammed, got deported. Then he went back to Jamaica, failed again. Then went to London, failed miserably. He failed miserably in London. Okay, he read his own obituary. Hey, listen, family, you heard me. Marcus Garvey in Jamaica, he literally read his own obituary. I mean, you can't get a worse death than that. But a dude read, he'd even dead. They wrote an obituary like he died, but he didn't die yet. He read it. He read like, Marcus Garvey, he's dead and he did this and did that. He read that. And then he had a stroke later and died. Like that is a miserable way to go out.
Wannabe leader to think having a massive following makes him Malcolm X.
Let me, old dirty FBA, let me give you a wrench. So I mean, they keep saying Malcolm X and this and that. I mean, Tariq is great in his own right. So I don't know why the comparison. Like he's great in his own right. Like he did things Malcolm X never done. So like they're great in their own right.
Full disclosure, Tariq has not achieved his goals in the organization stage. He is not capable of leading an intramural basketball team, much less leading a disparate group of his peers and followers to the promised land of reparations. How do I know?
Okay, all right. So wait.
Know this? The utter disaster known as the FBA conference in the year of our Lord 2020 AD. This is the best part because I get to bring Yvette back. Remember her? ADOS leader, MAGA hat wearer, fellow misguided movement organizer. Yeah, she.
Okay, so I did. I spoke too soon, family. I said he's all over Tariq Nasheed. Nope. He mentioned ADOS. I'm telling y'all, see, it ain't about Tariq. See, if it was about Tariq, he'd have never brought up Yvette. He brought up Yvette. See, it's not about Tariq. It's about the fact that we are bold enough and brave enough and intellectual enough or intelligent enough to disaggregate / delineate and get on code. They hate that. It's not about Tariq. It's not about Yvette. It's the fact that we are delineating. It's over. It's over. And they realize it wasn't a fad. It wasn't a hashtag. It wasn't bots. It wasn't Russian bots. We are literally delineating. And where's the proof? Look at the riots. Everybody's calling for us to help out. It's like, wait a minute. You don't see that big white line that we drew? We delineated. So now it's self-evident that we really did delineate. It's more than a hashtag. It's more than a fad or a chant or some YouTube, live videos. We literally physically delineated. We're not out there rioting with these folks. So it's a real reality. All right. Now, let me show this right here. Because what they like to do is make it solely about Tariq Nasheed. And sometimes when they want to, they'll bring up Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks, right? So let me just show this real fast. And it's not even a video. Let me just show you this. Okay. So that's one. Let me do this one. Give me a second. This is what really, really makes them mad outside of what I just mentioned. No, damn. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's 2. And let me go to 3. I'm going to show you what really, really got them in their feelings on top of everything else. I showed this before. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to work backwards. So here, I'm going to show my screen. Look at my screen, family. So you see, now let me put, you see Emancipated Media. This got 332,000 subscribers. All right. He's FBA. And he talk about a lot of FBA stuff. All right. So let me put this in, let me put this in, if y'all want to subscribe, put this in the chat. All right. Okay. This is Phil Scott. Yeah, he's FBA. Okay. So this is his other channel right here. I think this is the same person, the Phil Scott Show. This has 441,000 subscribers. So they got more subscribers than Tariq Nasheed, like probably double. Watch this. This right here is the Urban Politicians TV. He's FBA. All right. Look, he has 366,000 subscribers. So they're mad that larger influencers, people with more subscribers than Tariq Nasheed, who can reach more people via YouTube than Tariq Nasheed, they are also acknowledging they are FBA, and they're using their influence to educate their followers, 400,000 people, 360,000 people, about FBA issues, FBA talking points. They're mad. So this dude, this clown right here, this other clown, this clown right here, dude, you're mad that Tariq's not a leader. So there's other people with a lot of influence who's out here using their influence to catapult the message. Okay, our talking points. Now, there was one more person, Dr. Let me see if this comes up. Oh yeah, right here, right here. Okay, it's another one. Now listen, he has 1.29 million subscribers. They're mad. They're mad. Yes. So that's what they're really mad at. It's not only was he, because they like to say that we're the degenerates and things like that. No, these guys have influenced other Black men, women, about influenced them to acknowledge their ethnic identity, and they're going to work. Everybody who Tariq Nasheed can't reach because of maybe negative publicity, like trolls, like the guy right here is spreading. Well, these guys don't have that background, that negativity, and they're spreading the message probably more successfully on YouTube than Tariq. And that's what they're mad at. They're mad at the help that we got. So 1.29 million, 366,000, and the other guy had 441,000. That's almost 2 million between those three men. They're mad at that. That's what they won't tell you. So they made it about Tariq Nasheed. It's like, well, what about Phil Scott? Phil Scott's FBA. It's in the house. Phil Scott doesn't do all those things Tariq Nasheed does. See, it doesn't go nowhere. Dr. Rashad Ritchie doesn't do all those things Tariq does, and he still reaches the same or more people. And you got Urban Politicians TV. He don't do the antics Tariq Nasheed does. So they're mad because it's bigger than Nino Brown. It's bigger than Tariq Nasheed, and that's what they're really mad at. Okay, let's get some more of this guy right here.
These hands, what they're saying is, I know you don't want to fight with me. I know you don't want to see how I am on the battlefield. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands.
Phil Scott says
Catch
FBA,
these
100%.
hands sounds very similar
Urban Politicians TV.
to standard English. There really isn't a way to actually pronounce it. But once you develop your accent and you develop the hood accent, it will come out smoothly. I know you ain't trying.
Hey, let me tell y'all, the dude, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, that dude be having like 300,000 views on average. When he put something out there, he got like 300,000 views like on average.
Trying to catch these hands. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands. I say.
But you should say Hans, because that's how you really talk. So he said, notice I don't say, yeah, see, he gave his real accent. One more time.
I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands.
But you still say Hans, because that's how you really talk. Why you want to talk like us, man? But then they'll say that we're the people that's throwing shade and being belittling, and it's them. This is offensive. But this clown right here, Cam James, he's not going to talk about this.
Say hands. You have to understand, in the American accent, the letter A itself has a different sound. Like I explained in my previous video. I explained that it has this A type of sound. A sound. Instead of me saying,
hey, Beauty, is worse than that. Beauty Mark, they're giving lessons how to become FBA. Like, this is cosplaying 101. So let me give Beauty a wrench, and all I ask in return, just like the video.
I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. I am saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Hands. Now that was the first segment into hoodology. Now in this specific segment, I'm actually going to talk about double negatives. Let me show you exactly what double negatives are, and let me explain exactly what it means. And then I'm going to give you examples of how double negatives are used in various sentences. Double negatives is a grammatical construction where two negative words or elements are used in one sentence.
And they cancel
out. In standard English, this would actually result to a positive meaning because the negatives cancel each other out. Now here are some common negative words. No, not, never, none, nothing, nobody, and ain't. These are the common negative words that are used in a double negative. For example, a double negative statement would be, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. To say I don't know and then to also say nothing is a double negative. So in standard English, the proper way to actually say it would be I don't know anything. And when you say I don't know anything, you're actually speaking correct. But in hood, it's absolutely different. Here are some different examples to show you. I don't want nothing from you, which means I don't want anything from you. Ain't nobody got time for that, which means nobody has time for that. She ain't never.
Now look, by the way, let me see. All right. Hello. Okay. So this dude is a piece of shit. That ain't got nothing to do with hood. Okay, politicians use double negatives. All right. Almost every American double negatives has become like normal English in America. So he's right about the grammatical rules. You're supposed to say I don't see anything. You don't say I don't see nothing. That is a double negative. It does cancel out. It means you did see something. It does cancel out. And it makes it a positive. But everybody, yo, listen, I want you guys, people who study grammar, right, who loves grammar, listen to other ethnicities talk. Listen to your supervisor. You got Indians, Caucasians, Chinese, the most educated people out there using double negatives. This is not a hood thing. This is an American thing. So again, this is just slander, defamation, belittling. This is being divisive. This is a stereotype.
Been there before? Which means she has never been there before. He don't know nothing about it, which means he doesn't know anything about it. They ain't said nothing all day. They haven't said anything all day.
Okay, all right. Anyway, let's get back to this clown. That was a commercial.
Eviscerated this man's conference.
All right, so Southern Breeze, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad I read that too. So Southern Breeze is an English minor. So I know you catch the double negatives from people all the time when they speak, right? This is like almost like say, yeah, listen, I'm older, I'm 47, but I remember when I was 20 years old, you could not go to a job interview and say, yeah, you had to say yes. Well, now everybody's saying yeah, even professionals. everybody's saying yeah. You can now say yeah in a job interview. But when I was growing up, you had to say yes. Yeah was like, oh no, okay, no, what the hell? No, hell no. You know, I'm sorry, but this is over. Like you had to say yes. But now you can say yeah. It's accepted. It's socially accepted. So double negatives are now socially accepted. Everybody is saying them. And when you love English, when you study English, you're gonna study grammar. You're gonna catch people say it all the time. It's gonna make you cringe, but it is now socially accepted. I can call friends on three-way, right? And I've done this. I've done this on the fly. I could call friends on three-way. 11 years ago, I was correcting their double negatives. And what he just explained, I was explaining to them. I said, bro, when you say I don't see nothing, you're actually seeing something. You actually saying you're seeing something. You actually said you're seeing something. And then I explain what a double negative is. And then I would try to help them, go ahead and be like, I ain't see anything, or I didn't see anything. But it turned out that it became socially acceptable. I realized this is beyond the quote unquote hood. You got white people, professionals, dentists, doctors, lawyers, everybody saying it. So this is just that's just projection at that point. He's like, he wants us to be this hood people that don't know any better. Notice I didn't say no better, but I'm gonna say it, no better.
Better than I ever could.
This conference was held at a COVID hospital, a COVID-19 hospital, and there's only a few hashtag FBA conferences. People weren't really proud of that thing. They didn't really hashtag it.
Oh, Tariq explained double negatives? Well, I didn't catch that one. Because he been putting out hella content. Like usually I'm up to date with his content, but he's been putting so much out, I'm like backed up.
And you'll see people taking pictures. Tariq ain't got on the mask in a bunch of the pictures. Boyce had a mask on at first, then took it off when he was talking to Judge.
I gotta talk, man. The guy's gonna flag me. So you guys always be flaming me. You guys always flame me in the comment section. You talk too much. You talk too much. You talk too much. Well, listen, I would love not to talk too much. You hear my kid in the background. I would love to just play with him. I would love to just go cook, do some things around the house. But I have to talk. I'm burdened to talk. I'm playing another guy's video, and I'm actually critiquing him. So he can flag me if I just let his video play. I have to talk. This is the YouTube copyright terms and conditions. That's why I got a new channel, by the way. This is why I got this new channel, family, because I wasn't talking on my other channels and I was getting flagged and I got shadow banned. Okay, so I'm sorry, family. I know it's annoying. It's annoying to me when I watch other channels and they talk, but you have to talk as part of the YouTube terms and conditions. Otherwise, I can get struck for copyright. So I have to talk over the video. I apologize, but I have to talk. I can't stress that enough. You guys always flame me in the comment section after the video's over, but trust me, I have to talk so he won't flag me.
Joe Brown, everybody did everything they wanted to do and it didn't make no sense. Doors opened at 3 p.m. It didn't.
Oh, okay. So let me go ahead and give wrenches. So Daniel Cooper, let me throw a wrench at you. All I ask in return, just like the video. Yeah, but I have to talk. I'm sorry, fam. Now, if this was a Tariq Nasheed video or Yvette, I might let it play a little longer. But because this dude is an op, he will flag me, especially when he knows that I'm cooking on him. Yeah, for extra, man. Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. But the dude was a hothead, and Offset and Cardi B got a song called "They'll Do Anything for Clout." So people will blow off their own hand for clout. And I heard his man got his face blown off, but they got the clout he wanted. So he wanted to go viral. He wanted to like all this clout. Well, guess what? He got no hand, and now he got all the clout in the world now. So his wish came true, and he probably don't regret it because now he's on everybody's headline. I'm sure the Breakfast Club is going to cover it. So, but he got the clout he wanted. Unfortunately, it's at his own demise.
Start until around 6, I'm told.
I'm putting her dissing Tariq in this video because I enjoy when two wildly.
Thank you, Pinky. Pinky said, Ron, we need you to talk. That's why most of us are here. If we don't want your input, we go directly to. Yeah, exactly. Hey, look. That's a fair point. Let me put the guy video in the chat. So you can watch the video yourself. I'm gonna start doing that. Whatever video I give comment Terry on, I'm gonna start putting the link in the chat so you can watch it entirety. But listen, you might want me to talk because I have something to say. I'm very educated on this topic. So you might want to listen to me talk.
Erratic, super wrong people tear each other apart, like Trump and Elon.
You have to understand the con that he pulled on you.
Oh, okay. I'm not doing that. So okay, you see, he's trying to be slick. He's trying to use Yvette and Tariq, he's trying to cause some type of civil war amongst us. Nah, it's over, dude. That's gone. That's gone. Tariq, Yvette, they had their little thing. It's gone. That's over and done with. That's out. That's out. We're way past that. Y'all should have been trolling way back then. Y'all messed up. Y'all should have gaslit that when it was hot. It's over. That is over. You got ADOS in this chat right here. You got FBAs in this chat, and you got Freedmen in this chat. Yeah, so all that fake division, that's gone. That's gone. Too late.
But they packed that joint out for way less than 6 figures.
Yeah, but by the way, now look, a recognized game is telling me to be original. Meanwhile, he's watching me do a reaction on somebody else doing a reaction. A recognized game. Do you realize the person I'm doing a reaction on is doing a reaction? He's reacting on Tariq. So Cash Jordan. Do you guys know who Cash Jordan is? I don't think anybody get more views than him on reaction videos. So hell no. Recognized game, I reject your advice. I'm going to do reactions. Matter of fact, why does haters, check this out, family? Why do haters get the liberty to use Tariq Nasheed name in their videos and do reactions on him and spread gossip, defame him, but we can't? Those are the same lineage, those who support him. Why we can't react in support of Tariq? No, we're not going to let you guys create that narrative where you type in Tariq name and only haters come up with their reaction videos like him who's spreading lies. No. That's over. We're going to use his name and do the opposite of propaganda. We're going to show support and love and defend when you guys lie. Now, look, let me show you Cash Jordan. Okay, so this little recognized game, matter of fact, recognized game, I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. Next time be for 24 hours. Shit, I almost gave you a wrench by mistake. Okay, because I'm not used to timing folks out, but let me time you out for 30 minutes. All right, so you could give me advice in 30 minutes. All right, so let me type in Cash Jordan. Okay, watch this, family. So Cash Jordan got 1.39 million subscribers. Look at his videos, 300,000. For every last video is a reaction. Every last video he's talking over ICE events. Look at the views. 400. Look, just one day he got 500,000 views. Look at this, 400,000 3 days ago. 750,000 views 2 days ago. No, and all he does is reactions. Look at him. He's right there. You see him? Let me click it.
ICE is clearing out New York City Immigration Court as we speak.
So pause it. So I reject your advice. It turns out that I do have original content, by the way. Just look through my catalog, look through my archives. I got original content. I'm a real researcher. I'm a real YouTube journalist. But I realized that I'm in the moment. A lot of times we miss the trend, right? People do things when the trend is over. We're like, damn, I'm late. No, reactions. This is the trend now. Reactions is where you get your most views. Look at me now, 110 live viewers in the chat based on a reaction. So I reject your advice. Okay, it turns out reactions is the way to go.
Tariq ran off with the bag on y'all. He raised $118,775 American dollars from you.
All right, y'all could watch this. I'm not going to sit through this.
Tank Forum.
Slander.
Let me just say, revolt.
No. You won't have.
Where's the money?
Okay, no.
Difference.
No. You ain't gonna slander. Not on my lives.
Dollars.
No. You guys can go look at that. Put the links in the chat. You can watch this on your own, but it won't be on my clock. No, sir. We're not going to slander.
Hispanics can come in, Asians can come in, Middle Eastern people can come in. It will become affirmative action again, where we are left holding the crumbs and everybody else is holding the cake.
This is not YouTube. You don't get to greet the live stream and open with xenophobia.
Okay, so look, this guy, he's really a fan. So some of these guys watch more Tariq Nasheed videos than I do, than you guys do. Some of these guys watch more Tone Talk and Yvette videos than us. You dig? They watch Phil Scott show more than us. Phil Scott's always bigging up FBAs, and he recognizes himself as an FBA, but he's also pro diaspora, right? And there's nothing wrong with that because we're not a monolith and we're not a religion. It's not a membership. You dig? It's a lineage. It's a lineage thing. So you guys can be pro diaspora. There's nothing wrong with being pro diaspora. Why you can't be? Right? But the priority is us. That's all. Like we're priority.
There's no AI thumbnail to back you up, bruh.
With the
Thank you,
Homestead
sir.
Act. Okay.
Thank you so much for your
thank
comments
you so
this
much,
morning.
Reverend.
And
No, seriously, this is
Yo, to be honest, yes. Oh yeah, you got daddy's shoe. Good job. Give me a huggy. Hey, yo, to be honest, I can't watch none of these videos without doing a reaction. Like these Tether Coon videos are so boring, so dry, no sense of humor that I can't watch none of them without doing a reaction. So sometimes recognize games. Sometimes I do a reaction so I can finally watch it.
this who y'all want leading your movement? Really?
If Tariq was
No, we don't want him leading the movement. He doesn't lead a movement. There's no movement, bro.
as revolutionary as he purports, they would have killed him from time.
Oh my God. Who's the they? Tethers, yeah, I'm sure you guys would. Now look. Let me try it again. Family, find my comment and like it so he'll be forced to respond. What's his name, Can? Now, y'all see me type this in real time. I guarantee you he's probably just gonna like my comment and say nothing, or he's gonna ignore it. But what he's not gonna do is say yes. That's what he's not gonna do. All right.
FBI and thing would have killed him from time. The same way that they
Here we go. The FBI would have killed him some time. No, they wouldn't have killed him. You know why? He's not a leader. Now, if he claimed to be a leader of the FBA movement, as you guys say, then you might be right then. But the fact that he's not a leader, they don't take him serious like a leader. Stupid. That's the whole thing.
did the rest. But because his rhetoric and his movement is in support of the system that exists, he's been allowed to run with impunity. He is not revolutionary. What he is saying is not pushing against the status quo, and he's not doing anything that threatens the power structure in any way, shape, or form.
Don't do that.
That's the reason why it hasn't retaliated against him.
He ran a disinformation campaign against Cobra, claiming they've been around since the 60s throughout the U.S.
No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have you try to. We're not gonna have you try to do that.
Most of his polarization work takes place on YouTube these days, but he was able to build that following for a reason. Tariq is best known for his work on 8 independent documentaries: Hidden Colors 1 through 5, 1804, The Hidden History of Haiti, Buck Breaking, and Microphone
Go
Check.
sit down.
All of them have verifiable history within them, and all of them have plenty of inaccuracies and unproven conspiracy theories too.
Jesus ain't gonna say, pull your dress down, come in off the street, go clean up the house. You know, Jesus ain't gonna tell them that. And if he do, they ain't gonna listen to that.
I had to watch him for this video, and at times it's like if your aunties and uncles' dinner table gossip got swapped in for your world history class syllabus.
Alessandro de' Medici, who was a ruler in Italy, you look at pictures of him, this dude looks like Ryan Leslie. So you could see that African bloodline running through a lot of these people.
I know what it takes to produce a short film. No matter what level of production you're at, that shit is difficult. I know many people in the FBA community consider these to be important.
Yeah. He's a professional op for sure.
I've even seen that some parents show them to their kids.
Michael Brody, let me give you a wrench while I ask in exchange.
If these films weren't so damaged into the culture, I'd be more empathetic in my criticism. Tariq's secret is his established
I'm gonna give y'all
relationships
both
with academic
wrenches.
heavyweights
Y'all can
and
help
black
moderate
celebrities.
the
They need
chat
press too.
from Tethers and haters
It
and
allows him
coons.
to maintain and
Don't
expand his
block them.
credibility
Just time
as he
their ass
spouts
out.
off theories next to people who
All
studied
I
this
ask
their
is
whole
like the
lives
video in exchange.
and others who are obviously freestyling.
Really, when women are taught, and women
Okay, no. Sabir, okay, Sabir. So Sabir, I don't believe he's a tether. All right. I think he's FBA as far as I know, right? Because I watch his shows. I be messing with him. He's just too far gone for me. Like I can never dialogue with him. Like he's just too far gone. Like I mean, I would, but I'd rather just troll him in the chat. But I can't take him serious. Like the guy does no real research. It's just a complete waste of time because whatever information I have, he's just going to say is the white man information. He's just going to dismiss anything I read to like debunk his pseudo Moorish claims. Actually, just real quick, since you brought up Severe Bay, you dig? I made a video. I got a video. It's called Trump's Birthright Citizenship. If y'all just watch that, I pretty much debunked like the whole Moorish science sovereign citizen claims. Okay. So let me just say this real fast. As far as that, because this is something that you brought up. So a lot of these sovereign citizens and Moorish people, they would say they're outside of the U.S. jurisdiction, and because they're Moorish nationals or sovereign citizens. All right, so this is false. Nobody's above U.S. law. Nobody, and the undocumented illegal immigrants are finding out in the worst way. All right, so the U.S. Constitution grants jurisdiction to courts over anyone, including Moorish people and sovereign citizens within U.S. regardless of their claimed status. Courts have repeatedly ruled that sovereign citizen, anybody alike, their arguments are legally invalid and frivolous. Okay, so declaring yourself a Moorish national does not exempt you from paying taxes, obeying traffic laws, following criminal and civil codes. In fact, people who try this in court often get fined, arrested, or imprisoned. You know, the judge just dismisses, send you back in the damn, back to jail. So this is not because they're Moors, but it's because they're ignoring the law that they gotta obey. Now, some of you guys heard this. So Tariq Nasheed had recently had a discussion with a plebiscite babbler, right? It was a plebiscite babbler. He was saying, hey, man, the black and FBA, we shouldn't use that because black denotes all this negative stuff, right? He went into the whole Oswald Bates spill about black. Okay. So a lot of them say this. They say foundational black Americans, we aren't really black. Instead, we are freed white people under law. All right. This is what they would say. They'll say we're freed white people under law. So they'll say white people ain't white because if you look, this is their argument. If you look up, watch how good I got this. Their argument is if you go to the 4th edition of Black's Law Dictionary, not the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, not the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. If you got to go to the 4th edition Black's Law Dictionary and go to page 792, and then there you'll read the word freed white person, and it's talking about an enslaved person. You see, so a free white person ain't really a white person. It's instead you, because it said enslaved people and white people were not enslaved. It was those who call themselves FBA ADOS. All right, that's bullshit. Okay, so that's based on a cherry pick phrase from Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, like I just mentioned, which defines free white persons, okay, basically on how early U.S. law used that phrase. So check this out. So the real definition, the phrase referred to white European immigrants like Anglo-Saxons, Celts, Slavs, not actually people of FBA and ADOS. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, so it never meant Black Americans were legally classified as white. That's stupid. Okay, and to say Black equals free white person is a misinterpretation to create a legal loophole that does not exist. So they thinking by saying you're a free white person, you're able to escape jurisdiction of the United States. Okay, so but watch this. The Moorish Science Temple began in the early 1900s by Noble Drew Ali, everybody know that, who preached that Black Americans were Moors and descended from North Africa. Okay, while this spiritual movement provided identity and pride, modern day sovereign interpretation distorted it into dangerous legal fantasy. So they took this message somewhere where Noble Drew Ali never intended it to take it to, right? He never talked about this drive without a license, you're traveling, all that stupid stuff. That's something the Moors did on their own. Okay. So I just so since you brought up Sabir Bey, so this is how I would cook him, but he would just reject all of this and say, "Hey man, you're lying, it's frivolous. Read this book by Coon Jones, read his other book by Thomas Coon Banks, and read another book by Fred Negro." Like that's all he's gonna do. He's gonna have me just read books that he wrote under different pseudonyms.
Men, but when you're taught as a female that
A quick note on men who use the word female, like Tariq can't stop himself from doing.
Okay, so let me say this. I also thought men just use that word, but women say female as well. So he's wrong. Again, so we can like cast shade, but women also say the word female. We do it as men, and so does females. So does women. Women also say female when they're referring to women. That's a normal. Again, it's a social norm nowadays. This is how we talk. We all speak in a slang type way. This is like the American way today. Like I said, we're all using double negatives. Professionals, illiterates, everybody.
Female is an adjective used to describe the female.
Yeah, is he really doing this right here, right now?
Good. There's no D. Good.
Yo, now who talks like that? Who say what's good without a D? I'm sure somebody does. But to train Tethers, to say it like that and only like that is just disingenuous. It just like you're coming up with tether scientific racism from a tether perspective.
No D. What's good? Hey, what's good, fam? What's good, dog? What's good, bruh?
Okay, so that's what he's doing right now. Female is an adjective. What is he talking about?
Member
so this is a guy who's being petty. He's holding Tariq to everything he says. Well, Tariq said, "What's good?" He didn't use the D, so Tariq's an illiterate. Like that's what he's doing right now. It's like, dude, Tariq could say female, but you know why? Because Tariq took this guy course right here, right? So he taught us how to talk. So don't blame us, blame your tether buddy.
Of whatever species. We already have a word for a female.
Oh my God.
whites as somewhat of a savior figure, and you're going to look at the men in your life a little differently.
Try to just work on that more. We need to stop going to church.
The thing is, I don't think any of these respected interviewees are aware of what a monster this dude is on social media. If they heard about him calling Yvette a hoe,
Oh, stop. See, look. Yeah, he is so bad. No, get back to Tethers. Like your whole video was about Tariq Nasheed flaming and roasting Tethers. So get back to Tethers and Coons. Don't try to use Yvette, Dr. Claw. This is what they try to do when they call on his show. Well, Tariq, Dr. Claw said Native Black Americans. He didn't like FBA. He thought Native sounds more professional. It's like, okay, that's fine. Like he's one of 43 million. Okay, it goes back to that. It goes back to, okay, look, if you disagree, that's fine. You're one of 43 million. Congratulations.
These are essentially YouTube videos. Every one of the Hidden Colors films is worse than the last. This is YouTube. That's exactly it. It's time.
Okay, so then this guy is a horrible, disingenuous guy. Okay, so what are we doing? Are we critiquing his videos? You say as the more he got is worse than the last one. Well, if that's true, isn't that the average movie when there's a part one, part two? Look at Final Destination. Wasn't part one better than part two? I mean, that's kind of like normal. Look at Batman. The one with Jack Nicholson was the best one. Or Superman. That was the best Superman. Like, so yeah, so if that was true, that's normal. Like when you do another movie, and it really never outdoes the first one. Look at The Matrix. I never watched none of them, but people say the first one's the best one. So again, like he just nitpicking at this point. He just nitpicking. And dude, that's your opinion. Your opinion is in fact. Sometimes we gotta remind folks out here, like that's your opinion, right? It's not facts. We can deal with facts, but you're not dealing with facts. When you say the next one is worse than the last one, that's not a fact. That's your opinion. Some people think the one with Michelle Alexander is the best one. So what are you talking about?
Timing, but he's not a good filmmaker, and so I have to show people that.
Don't forget the pimp stuff, though.
Yeah, no, that's a whole chapter, bro. Right. Now, there's plenty of positive reviews of these films.
Yeah,
I found most of those positive reviews to be void of substance. So I'm showing you negative reviews because they're fact-based, and it proves that they're
Okay. So a negative review is a fact based. Oh my God. All right, so we're gonna skip past this. Okay, so now he's gonna attempt to say Tariq Nasheed hates women.
He even have a show on MTV calling himself K-Flex.
Yo, listen, this video is an hour and 33 minutes, right? But it probably took him a month to make this because he put a lot of effort and time in this video. You dig? So it took him a month to make this video, and it's really shit. It's like he's just chasing, he's nitpicking. He's not even cherry picking anymore. He's nitpicking.
I think I've made my point, but he's not getting off the hook for playing a pimp to sell books to incels for several years. I cannot say it enough times. Dog, this man hates women. If you ask Tariq, he'll tell you these books, and I do mean books plural, are just jokes. I got proof that they aren't, because I read one. Even though
Oh, he bought it. He's a fan. 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 Like, dude, knock it off.
I have made many humorous observations throughout the chapters. The contents in this book are very serious, and they are extremely effective. A lot of this information will benefit women directly and indirectly because I give men tips on elevating themselves verbally.
So even that could be trolling. You did like what are we doing? Even what you're reading could be trolling, could be parody. What are we doing?
And sexually, which in turn helps them satisfy women better.
The thing that blows my mind is that they let this dude go from pimp to hotel. I mean, I know why. It makes sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, but on its face, it seems like it's something that should not be possible.
Only a man can do that.
You know, only a man can do
that. Yeah. Okay, dude on the left. This dude, is that the same guy? This dude is pretty zesty. Look at this. Look at his mannerisms. He's very zesty.
Is that they let this dude go from pimp to hotel. I mean, I know why. It makes sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, but on its face, it seems like it's something that should not be possible.
All right. So
only a man can do that.
You know, only a man.
Okay, so yeah, he's very zesty. He's probably from Atlanta somewhere. But look, check this out. This is beyond critique. You dig? You're supposed to critique his ideologies, his work. Like if a dude wrote a book called Macking and wrote another book called Race Baiter, so what? Like that's nitpicking. Are you gonna talk about the mink slide as well? God damn. Are you gonna talk about when he slapped people? Like what else? Are you gonna talk about when he bullied Bucci the Bear? Like what else? What else? You might as well talk about the puppets. Just talk about everything. God damn, these guys are terrible.
Man can do.
Why is he qualified to teach you how?
Yeah. So now, based on this logic, that's a great point, Crystal Watson. Let me give Crystal Watson and let me give Tyshawn Jackson. So I'm gonna give Crystal Watson and Tyshawn Jackson wrenches. All I ask in return is to like the video. Okay. And if you're feeling lucky, you can hit the Cash App. But look, check this out.
Got a Mac. Apparently, he's
so Crystal Watson was on to something. So Malcolm X, was he an ex-pimp? Now, Tariq Nasheed never was an ex-pimp, by the way, but let's go with that logic. So Malcolm X was an ex-pimp, and then he became Malcolm X. And we appreciate him. We call him an intellectual. We say the great activist. He never went back to pimping. So if Tariq was on the Mac and stuff, right? And then left it, changed course, got on some consciousness like Malcolm X. Maybe Malcolm X inspired. Maybe when Tariq was writing Mackin books, is it possible he read the autobiography of Malcolm X and was inspired to be like Malcolm X? You dig? Because we know he's aware of Malcolm X. He's also influenced by Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So can these influences, right, change his course of actions, right? His course in life. And we have the Tariq today because of those influences. Is that possible? Because that was possible with Malcolm X. That was possible with most people. That was possible with us right now. That's in the chat. Like shit, a lot of us was on some old other stuff. I was trying to be a player. Like I was into Bill Bellamy, How to Be a Player movie. I was trying to be a player. But guess what? I'm older now, and I'm far removed from that. Like people get older in their minds, and they become more serious and more mature. That's just natural. That's a natural progression. When you're young, you're gonna do young stuff, and you get older, you're gonna do older stuff. He's older, yes, of course he's gonna move on from Mackin. When he gets to the 40s, 50s, of course he's gonna move on. He's married with kids. Yeah, this dude, you got any kids? Like this dude just got a fucking tether wife, and they even 3 years married. She'll probably divorce him once she get her green card.
Macked thousands of women over the years. Y'all want to see some of these tips? Here's how he classifies women. If a woman puts up objections, in other words, asserts her right to buy.
Okay, so this dude, tell me he's not desperate. This dude is quoting a book. Now, he's not quoting a book that Tariq wrote as the race baiter. He's quoting a book that predates the race baiter, that predates his current position. He's reading that book. Like Tariq always talk about his past. Like, this is just disgusting. It's a bad faith argument. I'm sorry to say.
Bodily autonomy by saying no.
The more driving license.
For that too. Direct quote. If she says, I have a rule that I normally don't do it on the first date.
Oh, really,
you
Fred?
say, using rebuttal level 1, I like a woman who is spontaneous. I don't like girls who hold on to prerequisites about doing what they feel. I like a spontaneous woman because spontaneity is a sign.
Yeah. So Charlie and Crystal, great points. Elijah Muhammad was on some BS. Like everybody was until they got a calling to do something greater. You dig? Everybody, just keep naming everybody. People, Dr. West Muhammad tell you all day long what they were into. Minister Louis Farrakhan told you his past as a gypsy and things he was doing. Like everybody goes through a transition, man. That's the life, especially being a foundational Black American. Life is gonna hit you differently. It's gonna make you wisen up and take life serious really quickly.
And a maturity. And maturity in a woman is sexy to me. And a woman.
Okay. Man, this book older. This book like
the purpose of writing that middle school and high school girls, when you look at them at that age, that you can tell that they're going to be potential whores.
All right, nobody. Take
your answer. That in the art of macking.
No, you're alive. Man, you were trolling the other day.
I have the book. Quote, there are many contributing factors that make women want to become whores. And in most cases, these females are whores long before the pimp gets to them. If you look at the way these middle school and high school girls dress and carry on in different cities across the country, you can see the ones that are potential whores. This has more to do with their upbringing than
wow. He probably wrote this book in '88. I mean, again, but he's so far removed from this. I mean, again, let's hold Malcolm X. Let's hold Malcolm X to the things he did with that filthy white woman. Let's hold Malcolm X for putting that conch in his hair. Like this is nitpicking. This is goofy. This is horrible. And this is why they won't call in and have a dialogue with me, because this ain't gonna fly. It's like, so what? Like I said some goofy, dumb stuff. Like again, when I was watching Bill Bellamy, How to Be a Player, I thought the same shit. And then guess what happens afterwards? You get older. You dig? Okay.
This is who Tariq Nasheed still is. He has not evolved. Yeah, he changed his middle name to Allah because of course he did. You can tell him a documented fact about something he did or said, and he'll call you a troll, say you're arguing in bad faith. That's his favorite line.
Like you've been doing this whole...
And you know who that reminds me of?
Yeah, like you've been doing this whole... This is a horribly put together video. I've seen other trolls make better videos about Tariq and other folks. This was horribly put together. This was a horrible video.
Donald Trump and every other dictator ever.
Okay.
Invite him on.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Why don't you debate Tariq?
He calls Trump a dictator. No, you know who's a dictator? Ibrahim Traoré. That's a dictator. It is not Trump. Trump had to have the court to pass certain rules and immigration and things like that, and he needs Congress. That's not a dictator. Don't need permission. Okay, a dictator does not need permission. They just say it and it's done.
That'll clear it up. No, it won't. He's a habitual liar. Lying is his native tongue. What you've just watched is the most organized and thorough breakdown of everything Marcus Vincent Thomas has.
So Golden Brown said, yeah, Malcolm X changed my life. I went through the same reform because of Malcolm. Yeah, Malcolm X definitely influenced me. When I was in high school, they took us to see the movie Malcolm X. I forgot what grade I was in. I was probably like in 9th, 10th grade. And they took the whole school to see Malcolm X. I didn't want to go. I didn't even know who Malcolm X was at that moment. Didn't know about the Nation of Islam. Went and watched, and the movie was dope. It did. And after that, it put me on. I can't say I joined the Nation of Islam at that time, but it put it on notice, right? I'm like, oh shit, that was dope. I seen a guy go from a pimp drug dealer to a straight, international, what I mean, icon and shit. So like that just let me know, like, hey man, like I could turn my life around. And but what inspired me though is when from Malcolm X is when I heard that he was like looking in the dictionary, just finding new words and defining them. So I went and did that. I went and this is before Google and that type of shit, Amazon. I went and bought a dictionary, right? And there's concise dictionaries and there's dictionaries that got a lot of definitions. So I made sure I bought a dictionary that had like definitions, like long synonyms, shit like that. And I went and even bought a book on how to use it in a sentence. Like a dictionary it's very hard to find at that time. I went and bought a dictionary that showed you how to use these words in a sentence. I really want to use it correctly, right? In a sentence. And I did that. You dig, but it inspired me to do that. Yeah, the can do is definitely a garden tool. The watcher says FBA Mississippi speak differently than FBA Seattle. Dude is really trying to pigeonhole and demean the culture, heritage, and dialects of the it's disrespectful. Charlie X said exactly. The homie Flex, I read that. No, he said he should be commended for his growth. Yeah, exactly. Anybody who started off rocky or did things in life that would be immoral and they change their life to now do things morally correct, like they should all be commended. I don't know how it's a bad thing, but people are going to poke the bear, so to speak.
Has perpetrated on our people. And there's hours worth of transgressions I had to leave out. I'm not here to diss him all day. I'm here to send a message. The Black community has been deeply hurt and abused and betrayed and insulted by both white people and, yes, plenty of individual immigrants. These slights he chooses.
Oh, you heard that? Did you catch that? He said individual. Well, you make that argument. We could say individual whites too. Yeah, dude is terrible. And I'm actually offended that these guys want to skip past me to go talk to Tariq. It's like, you know what? You might not even make it there after we get done talking. You see, Chaotic Truth stopped calling out Tariq Nasheed after he left this platform. Chaotic Truth, go check my archives, folks. Chaotic Truth came to my live. We had a discussion, and I ain't heard him call out Tariq Nasheed since. So people don't even make it to Tariq Nasheed after I talk to them. Like they DIE here. They get unalived here. So my goal is still to call in Myron Gaines. And this is why you guys seen lately, I had the Black conservative on here. That's called sparring, right? I'm sparring to see what talking points. Because Black conservative, like the hateful ones, they got different talking points than a regular coon hater and a tether. So you really got to like style a big fight. So I really got to be in the mind frame to rebut and address and attack black hateful conservative talking points, because they are like they're really bad faith arguments. I don't know who argues worse, a tether or Black conservative. I really don't, because both lie. Maybe a Black conservative, man. Like they might be the worst.
To zoom in on.
Not all Black conservatives. I'm talking about a hateful Black conservative that says things like systemic racism does not exist today. Okay. Those are folks I'm talking about.
Actually happened.
Black America has set the tone for the world culturally. And I won't dispute.
No, not Black Americas, because you're in that. You it's okay to say foundational Black America. Okay.
These slights he chooses to zoom in on actually happened.
Black America.
Alpha 7 Bravo 9 says black in the dictionary means pale, wan, swallow. Really? So you came here, you must have got here late, bro, because I could play the video over, but they actually added, they they made black a what type of noun? Fellas, help me, a proper noun. They made black a proper noun, my boy. They capitalized the B. So they got black associated with an ethnicity or race. So they capitalized the B in black. So, brother, there's another definition for black that's different than pale, wan, or swallow. So just be careful when you try to pull up and just say random stuff, because I might give you that phone number. Now, I could have cooked you on a phone call on that, but I'll get that to you for free to cease your fire.
Has set the tone for the world culturally. And I won't dispute that in any regard. And I get how it feels, yet again, to see that stolen.
Yeah. Cam, people like Cam, but he's not as bad as Larry Elder and Thomas Sowell. Like, those folks can't come back. But for Cam to come back, like, he got to do some Malcolm X type stuff for real. Like, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm good with him.
To go on TikTok.
And guess what? I said good with a D. I ain't say it like this tether right here. I didn't say I'm good with him. I said I'm good with him. See, we use the D. That is tether talking about.
A palm-colored, pasty, white chalk-looking fella rap lyrics, mouth lyrics with the N-word in it, and have Ian and Post Malone adorn blackness like a costume and take it off when it sees fit. I'm mad for you. That's what they've been doing from time. When they've been taking your gold and taking your resources, they did that to me too.
I would rather talk to this guy right here. Like the dude, because I don't think he's like all the way a hater. I think he's being misled by this guy Cam James. But I would like to talk to this guy right here. I think he'll be more honest, because I think he's all the way in right here on his hate. But this dude right here, I gotta find out who this dude is, if he got a YouTube channel, because I think he'll be more honest.
You shouldn't be mad with me.
Same day he said Texas got classes. That's crazy work. Yes, they got classes, man. And he's making a pretty penny teaching them how to become an FBA overnight. Like, I think he guaranteed, like, you'll be an FBA in 5 days, something like that. Like 5 courses, you'll be FBA. Like, nobody can tell the difference.
We should all focus ourselves on the institution itself.
The problem is that righteous anger you feel is being diverted from white supremacy and aimed at those standing next to you in the streets.
I get him.
The ones who've been here literally the whole time.
You're starting from a genuine place of hurt and agreement. If I sit down with Tariq Nasheed, we're going to agree that black situation in America is something needs to be done.
Exactly.
But then he's going to start breaking down blood quantum.
Maybe in his comment section.
You know,
I'm sure in the beginning he said his name.
And I'm going to be like,
wait, it's right here. Is this it? Or no. That's wait, what the hell is he selling? Wait, let me click this. Because they be having some scam going on a lot of times. Don't step on that. Foreign man in a foreign land. All right, so he go to Tethers. That's him right here. Hold on. I think I found him. Is he gonna show? That's him, right? No, that ain't him. It don't look, all right. Hold on. It don't look like him. Let me try this guy right here. No, no. Okay, so this is the second guy. All right, so I might can get. Oh, that's 3 years ago. Then he ain't go live since 3 years ago. Okay, so this is the second guy. All right, he got 279,000 views. God, these guys. Hey, all right, I might can get him.
And
Hold
we'll
on.
give
All right,
folks.
that man got 300,000 views basically. All right, so I might could get him. Right. So that might be the other guy then. Okay, so he got 180,000. Yeah, so these guys be.
What if I told you that this?
Yeah, everybody can't be
Smith is
successful.
being kept alive by machines because she's pregnant. Georgia's abortion law demands that even in death, her womb must serve as an incubator.
Yeah, I just want folks just to talk.
Okay, guys, it's time for me to educate you. Having
These niggas disguising a breeding king in Christian.
Is that him? That's him, right? I think that's him. I'm gonna try to get lucky. I'm gonna get one of these guys. All right. I should hide on my videos. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna get one of those guys. So I wrote both of them.
Exactly. I guess that was the end of that moment of connection. He's the Michael Jordan of grifting.
He is a master.
He is a master of this.
Okay, so let me address that word grifting. Okay, there's no such thing as grifting. There's no such thing. Who was that? Benjamin Banneker. What about Thomas Edison? Who's it? Benjamin Franklin. There we go. Benjamin Franklin. Didn't he say try like 180 times and he got it right? So grifting is a fake word because people like, why wouldn't you hop on what's trending? Why would anybody go, like, look at rappers. Why, like when you had trap beats from Atlanta, like rocking, why would you not get a trap beat? When the drill beat scene was cooking, why would you not get a drill beat? So it's like, why would you not go with the trend, especially in FBA culture? Everything about FBA culture is about progression and staying with the Jones, right? So we don't break dance. So you got a guy break dancing, or we don't say to the hip hop, to the hippity hop. So a guy who rap like that, then adjusted his style to rap more like MC Shan. Would you call that grifting? Nah, it's about adapting. So the whole, like, I think we all could be called a grifter. Like, he's grifting right now, what he's doing, because he's talking about Tariq Nasheed like so many other people before him. So is he grifting? Because you know the grift was to talk about Tariq Nasheed. He's doing it. Like, dude, you ain't got the first video. Like 100 people had made videos critiquing, getting on Tariq Nasheed, and now here come yours. So are you a grifter? Did you grift that way? Because your other videos wasn't about Tariq Nasheed, but this one is. So you're a grifter. So that's why I say that grifting word is like loosely thrown around. I don't believe there's no such definition, because I think any content creator is gonna fall right in that definition. So it's just a word thrown around, and it's, again, cherry picked and placed on certain people you don't like. But he's grifting right now.
Only country.
Because see, a lot of people from different parts of Africa who come over here, they'll try to project their own insecurities onto us.
So we've walked y'all through 6 stages of genocide. There's 4 more: preparation, persecution, extermination, and denial. Like we said before, he's not equipped to carry out the rest of these, but there is one that he has a lot of practice in, and we've already shown you.
All we do, a lot of times, we just post videos and images from their homeland. A lot of times I don't even put real captions on them. I'm like, hey, what?
So he's saying denial about what? I mean, like, what are we in denial about? Like, did we not? Oh God, hold on. So, see, this is the issue I have when people critique Tariq Nasheed on one thing. And the one thing is when he get on Tethers, when people critique Tariq Nasheed for calling out Tethers, that bothers me the most, because you have Tethers that got videos that just disrespect FBA Adolf American freedmen all day long. And these same guys don't make videos calling them out. So let me show you one example. Okay, let me show you an example. Like these guys really be selective in their hate, and it's annoying. All right, but let me show you this right here. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill voice. All right. Let me share something. Okay. This might be it right here. Let me see. That's not it. Hold on. Okay. Why don't they make a video about this?
I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like...
So now this is a Nigerian woman who says she hates the word black. Right, so old boy won't call her out. Again, nitpicking.
The term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes, displays people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't, but just curb racism in a small way. Stop referring to yourself as black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh, and like, this is black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So I understand when you say black British or black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in.
Okay, so now you want to talk about denial. So now, oh boy, Cam James, is she in denial that we come from America? Like, when people think we don't come from America, like, where do they think we come from? Because they know it's not Africa. Is it space? Do we come from? Are we the moon people? The stardust people? So is she in denial that we don't come from America? That's why I say it's cherry picked. My name is Unbiased Ron, and y'all know my slogan. Anybody can get it. You dig? FBA's off code can get it. Tethers can get it. White supremacists, you know, so on and so forth. So I have a standard, and it's really built on integrity and fairness. So I get everybody. I don't just one side, just Tethers or just white supremacists. I get on Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens, and the other coons. I get on coons too. Coons are FBA's off code. So, but you won't see me let coons get a pass because of FBA and only cook Tethers and white supremacists. It's like, nah, anybody who disrespects us, who undermines us, they're gonna get it. But she gets a pass. Like, if you look at her video, her natural video, the only people calling her out are people who acknowledge themselves as FBAs. Whoever is black that don't go by FBA, they are not in her comment section calling her out because of this video.
Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because it further, pushes the racism narrative.
This is Tether Babble.
Here we go.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality. maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. Some of us that come to this country don't even have a legal right to be here.
Exactly. Hey, get out of there. Go out. Get out, come around here. Exactly. Some of y'all don't have a legal right to be here. Right. That's why we call ICE. That's why we support ICE. We want you guys to have a legal right to be here. We are law-abiding American citizens. Okay, we don't want you here illegally. We want you to respect our American law. So those that don't have a legal right to be here, you should get a knock at your door. You dig? Or a place of work, and ICE will be there to make it right. Okay, so you don't have a legal right to be here, no problem. ICE will make it right. Okay, that's another slogan we're gonna use. ICE will make it right. Damn, fly. ICE will make it right. Don't worry. ICE gonna fix that legal issue.
You get me? So
yes.
While you are fighting your fight, which is that of blackness, we are fighting our fight as immigrants first.
Okay.
Before the way.
Another thing before I get off, man, you 110% right about Africans, bro. 110%. My mom is from Nigeria. My father is from Liberia. Tariq, you are 110% right about Africans, bro. My entire life, man, my family used the word akata like it was nothing. My mom used it.
Like nothing.
My uncles use it. Cousins use it.
He said like
they
nothing.
They all have their ideology, but they are totally different
far,
from
far away
Americans. Planet. I put my family on that, man. My wife is an American. When I first met my wife, my mom didn't want me to marry
ICE will make it right.
She told me, you brought an akata here. Don't bring no akata.
Look at that. Look at that. He said he kept it real. Now that's not a tether. That's what we would call a rider, like Cam Jason tried to explain. Okay, leave it. Okay, he tried to define rider for us. But yes, that's a rider. That's a rider. Okay? That's a rider. He told the truth. But how about this? Y'all seen this? Look at this tether right here.
Among some groups of Black Americans, namely those who refer to themselves as American descendants of slaves and foundational Black Americans.
I'm telling you, we are litty. They are so mad that all of them are forced to talk about us. We don't talk about them. We don't make stuff about them. They enter our spaces and they become the subject and we cook them. But most of our videos, look at my videos. Most of my videos ain't got nothing to do with them. It's about American history. You dig?
I and other Black people of Caribbean and or African origin are not Black, that we do not identify as Black in our own countries, that we don't know racism, that we don't know what it is to be niggas, that the world doesn't see us as niggas in the same way, that we did not know slavery, that we don't know what it's like to live under the weight of white supremacy.
You don't. And you don't know slavery. What the hell? Like, see now, dig at that word denial. You don't.
Colonization, that we come to America.
No. We never said colonization because we know your countries were colonized. We never said that. We never said colonization, but everything else you said, that's what we said. Look.
Essentially, live under the in the same way, that we did not know slavery, that we don't know what it's like to live under the weight of white supremacy, of colonization, that we come to America essentially to co-opt their culture, disrespect their.
No. You see how they lie? You see, so it's them that says all diaspora and Africans are tethers. They say that. We don't say that. They say that. So look, she said that they always purposely misrepresent our talking points. She said that we say all of them come over here to co-opt and disrespect. No, we say it's your tether class. We don't even say all white people. We say it's the white supremacists. It's the white supremacist class. It's the tether class. It's the white supremacist class. And the tethers class is called the tether supremacist class. Okay, we can call y'all tether supremacists. Because y'all trying to push this tether narrative.
Struggles. And only then do we start claiming to be Black in order to supplant them in some way, to steal opportunities that were neither afforded to.
Okay, now we never said that about everybody. Now look, it's same day. Where is my video I just did? It's same day. Do me a favor if you can. Try to find that video that I was just on. Like, so if y'all don't know, I was on Sanetta TV panel yesterday, filleting niggas on FBA talking point. Excuse my N-word, right? But I was on Sanetta TV yesterday, flaming haters and tethers, and Sanetta keep muting me, and I kept unmuting myself strategically, not disrespectfully, but strategically. When he mutes me, I'll listen for a while and pick a moment to talk, and I will cook again. I get muted, then I cook again. But a tether was asking me a stupid bad faith argument, all right, and he got cooked anyway. So I wanted to share that with you today, right? But same day, where is the video? Did he make it private? Did he upload it on a different channel? I don't know. But I can't find the video. But this chick is lying.
To them as Black Americans, nor us as people incapable of even being second-class citizens, for we are not citizens at all. They believe that Black Americans are being hindered by the presence of Black immigrants in this country, and that.
Okay, so I mean, this is just, I mean, I can't even say project. She's just lying. This is never our position. Like, she just flat out just lying. And yo, this is y'all hear her? This is unbelievable. But this is what they got to do to be right. They got to do two things to be right. One, they got to erase our history and act like it never happened. And two, they got to just flat out lie on us.
That Black Americans should disassociate themselves. I've lived in America for 16 years, beating out the first 15 years of my life that I spent in my home country, the Bahamas. In that time, it has not been my lived experience that Black Americans are exceptionally xenophobic. Before, maybe 3 years ago, I cannot think of a time I heard something as outlandish as discounting the Blackness of the entire Black diaspora. But now,
who the hell discount their Blackness? We call you guys Black.
Now it's a sentiment expressed to me in droves each and every day. Every day, I'm a little bit baffled by the train of thought that leads one to conclude that Africans are not Black, but Black Americans are Black because they.
Hey, chat. I mean, like, what's going on? She's just flat out lying. She said that we don't call Africans Black and we don't call people from the diaspora Black. Yes, we do. We said you're not foundational Black, but we said you're Black. I mean, like, but she just flat out. And look, I also asked her, hey, you want to have a conversation based on what you said? In other words, you want to be held accountable to your words, to your First Amendment right. Okay, you had the First Amendment right to say what you want to say, freedom of speech. But now you're going to be held to you're going to be, held to a consequence now. When did we ever say this? I mean, it's just lying.
They descend from slaves.
Okay, and now look, the lion tether Kwame is back. He said most FBA, dude, you don't even know most. I don't even know most FBAs. What do you mean most FBAs say that? What are you talking about? Like that? Okay, dude, show us something. Because when we said Black, before the acronym FBA, ADOS came around, Black was supposedly only reserved for us. Okay. Once it got, so now, yes, the word Black got co-opted to you guys, but originally Black was only for Americans. Okay, Elijah Muhammad wrote a book called The Message to the Black Man in America. Okay, you guys were not called Black until we called, look, here's a fact. You guys were called Black by us. We called you Black. So you're a liar to say we don't call you Black. We called you Black after we called ourselves Black. We called ourselves Black before anybody Black called themselves Black. So the lies, you got to stop. You got to stop. Okay, you got to stop the lies. Enslaved prisoners of war are not slaves. The term slave, yeah, exactly. We were enslaved, but we were never slaves. Okay, thanks for the correction there.
Who came from Africa, because
you got the link
somehow
same day.
they
Thank you, man.
believe
I
that
couldn't find that video
Africans
for
and
nothing.
non-American Black people haven't lived Black experiences.
Now that's a
because the
fact.
Black
No, but that's a fact. Okay, so the Black experience is the legacy of slavery, sharecropping, the pianist system, convict leasing, being hired out, all of that, including Jim Crow. That is the Black experience. Okay, so don't tell me about Jim Crow in the North. First of all, you guys only got here in 1913, Ellis Island, 1930. That's when you guys got here, and you didn't get here in large numbers. So yes, on average, the bulk of y'all did not experience Jim Crow. You didn't experience lynchings and things like that. Okay, so don't let me cook y'all on a percentage of y'all during the height of Jim Crow and at the end of Jim Crow. I can show you the percentage of you tethers. You didn't start to come into millions until the 1990s. Don't make me show you the chart. Because Tone Talks, he got the numbers, right? Because when I watch Tone Talk, I watch Tone Talk for the numbers. As a matter of fact, I got hyperselectivity from Tone Talks, and I got brain gain, brain drain, brain waste from Tone Talks. So you got to listen to both. Tone Talks, Tariq, Yvette, they all got great information. And that's just it. We got to be well-rounded. So, but again, just lying.
Experience and one's Blackness are apparently defined by one's proximity to white people and proximity.
Yeah, I can't believe that they would go this far just to lie, misrepresent us. At least quote us. At least the other guy, Cam James, was like trying to quote Tariq Nasheed, on words. At least quote one of us saying this, but this is rubbish.
Proximity to white people or one's oppressors is apparently a uniquely American experience. I want to explain to these people that tell me that I didn't consider myself Black till I got to America, that the aquamarine and the Bahamian flag represents the water, the gold represents the sun, and the Black represents the people. I want to explain to the people who tell me that we are not Black like Black Americans because their ancestors were enslaved.
That's why I got to talk over the video, family, because she's lying. No. You're not Black like us, and we're not Black like you, because we didn't experience what you have experienced in your country. We're not Black like you. We're all Black alike, but we're Black differently. We're all Black that we are Black, that we have a shared ancestry. We got like a shared story to a certain degree, but then we're different. And that's why we call ourselves something. You call yourself something differently. Nobody's, apologetic. So when Jamaicans call themselves Jamaican, they're not apologetic. Like, I'm Jamaican, I'm sorry. Or somebody say I'm Haitian, they don't apologize for being Haitian or Nigerian or Ethiopian. So we're not going to apologize for being FBA. So we're all alike, but then we're all different. There's nothing wrong with that. But guess what? The Fulani and the Igbos are more alike than we are to them. They are more alike with each other than we are with them. How about the Tutsis and the Hutus? They are more alike with each other than we are with them. Okay, the Haitians and Dominicans, they are more alike with each other than we with either one of them. And the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians, they are more alike than we are with them, either one of them as well. And that's why we say us over here, FBA, Foundation Black Americans, we are more alike with each other than all of you guys are with us, like to us. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But she's just flat out lying.
So were mine, and that slavery was not unique to the Americas, nor how we should define Blackness, that the Caribbean was at the center of the transatlantic slave trade, that slaves who revolted in America would often be sent to plantations in the Caribbean as punishment because
Kwame says FBA isn't federally recognized. Right, brother, it's definitely a new term. It's growing. It'll get there. And it don't have to be federally recognized. As long as it's socially recognized, that's just as good. All right, that's what that matters. Like, but why do you even care? Like that do you hear us complaining? Hey, Kwame, do you hear us complaining? Yo, the government didn't recognize FBAs federally. No, we don't complain. We gonna make it. Yo, don't forget, we lead the world with influence. We do that. You're mad. That's why they're mad that they forget that we're the most influential people in the world. So it's gonna be socially normal. It's gonna be socially normal. And if it get federally recognized, which is it's going to have to be, or something close, because they got to issue that check, so they got to issue it under a name, so you can't get a piece of it. So yeah, you know what I mean, something close to that is going to be federally recognized. It's okay. So that's why you guys got to root against it, because you don't want something established for us that's something you can't anchor onto or tether to. It's okay, bro. I understand why you're mad. I really do. You shouldn't be mad, but I get it.
Of how grueling they were. I want to tell them that America didn't introduce me to racism. It was growing up on an
right. So let me read. We had an ethnogenesis same day, and that's what makes the difference. So we're all alike that we're black, and we got some shared ancestry, right? DNA. But the ethnogenesis that we all experience in diaspora, all of us experienced it. That's what makes us different from each other. So we're alike in a sense, and then we're also different. It's okay. And you guys embrace your difference because you call yourself Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, and whatever else. And guess what? We're embracing our difference. Foundational Black American descendant slaves, American freedmen. So Ursa Mahan World says foundational Black Americans never said others weren't Black. We've never stopped them from practicing their heritage. Neither was African American at one time. Exactly. Alpha says your legal status immediately determines your mental competence, who has jurisdiction over you and your affairs. P. Williams says, I can't believe we have zombies walking amongst us like this. Exactly. And Fred Banks says, Tethers mad, too much info hitting them at one time. Exactly. And I am sixth says, we are the MVP of Black people. Hey, man, it is what it is. But they're mad. So Kwame, relax. We got the most influence in the world. So when we say we're foundational Black American, I just showed you channels, 3 channels that almost got 2 million subscribers combined are pushing FBA. It's getting there. Look, when we say FBA, you know what it is. You recognize it. The federal government doesn't recognize FBA, but you do. Because when we say it, you know it doesn't include your ass.
An island being taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable to even see every inch of a just 21 by 7 mile long island I was born to, because there were communities and beaches that were only accessible to white Bahamians and tourists alike. It was seeing white Bahamians choose to procreate with their own families and live on family islands by themselves, rather than being community with Black Bahamians, regardless if we were the majority. I want to draw them the connections between our oppressors and
okay. So there you go. Y'all had the hate going on over there. One more time.
And tourists alike. Every taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable.
So they're bringing that tribal behavior over here. Listen what she just said. Listen.
Blackness, that the Caribbean was at the center of the transatlantic slave trade, that slaves who revolted in America would often be sent to plantations
We're the gold standard. I like that.
as punishment because of how grueling they
Ryan
were.
Coogler,
I want to tell them that America didn't introduce me to racism. It was growing up on an island being taught to serve white tourists that introduced me. It was being unable to even see every inch of a just 21 by 7 mile long island I was born to, because there were communities and beaches that were only accessible to white Bahamians and tourists alike. It was seeing white Bahamians choose to procreate with their own families and live on family islands by themselves, rather than being community with Black Bahamians, regardless if we were the majority. I want to draw them the connections between
that's the problem between us and you guys. You're the majority getting ran over. Like, we don't know how that feels because we always been the minority, and we don't even take them rolling over us without a fight. So for you guys to be the majority and get ran over, like to us, that's just, that math ain't mathing. That math doesn't math. How are you the majority and you're getting ran over by a few puny white folks? Listen, that's why we're alike, but we're not. We can't fathom 3 white folks running over us. You dig? In our country, like, just imagine, like, we're 43 million deep, and there's only about, let's say, 100,000 white folks here. Like, what? Man, well, we wild out now as a minority. Can you imagine we were the majority? We heard of stories of police officers scared to go to certain projects. You dig? So can you imagine we were actually the majority? Man, ain't no damn Dylan Roofs or Chef Covenant, whatever his name is, the police officer, the nail in the neck. Man, ain't none of that happening. You dig? So we can't relate to that. Like to us, that's this is no disrespect, but I will never apologize for saying this. I believe that is some coward shit. That's every island, that's every country in Africa. You guys are the overwhelmingly majority, and you're letting few white folks kick your ass and tell you what to do. I just cannot, FBAs cannot relate to that, and we cannot respect that. We get it, we understand it, but we cannot respect that. That's it.
Theirs. So they can connect the dots all the way from Nassau and Long Island in New York, all the way to the islands of Nassau and Long
I'm gonna look
Island
them up
in
next,
the Bahamas.
Crystal.
I want to draw them the connection
Thanks.
between the Bahamian people and the Gullah Geechee people of the Carolinas to explain how Bahamians helped found Miami. I find myself clinging to Stokely Carmichael.
Did somebody say that earlier? Who was that? Who said it? Was that Pinky? Pinky just said exactly what she's saying about the Bahamians coming over and doing something with Miami. So she is saying exactly what Pinky said earlier. See, I'll be reading the chat. I read the chat. I might not say nothing all the time, but I read the chat. And she said exactly, I wish Pinky was here is to hear this. Okay, she said exactly what Pinky said earlier about the Bahamians coming to Miami to establish something over there.
Shirley Chisholm, Sidney Poitier, Marcus Garvey, to every other Caribbean or African.
Okay. No. You were doing good. She said Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was the worst black foreigner to come over here ever. Okay, you would. Okay, Marcus Garvey is a 4-time loser. I can prove that in 15 seconds. He failed in Jamaica, came over here, failed, got deported for scamming, went back to Jamaica, failed over there, and went to London, failed miserably over there, and died. Okay, he read his own obituary. That's a 4-time failure. You see it under 15 seconds.
Black person in America's history that would dispel this defamatory assertion that we have neither cared or been a part of Black American struggles, community, or history, hoping to wear their names like armor.
All right. Let's see. She's just ranting. Okay, Ryan Coogler. Let me see who this is. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. The director, producer of Sinners. Yes, he did. Yep. Okay, I knew the name sound familiar. Yeah, I know. I got it on one of my videos. I had him saying that. Yep, you're right. I forgot to mention, but good point. I forgot to mention him. So we got, they were mad as hell. He said, FBA, oh my God. They were mad as hell. When he said FBA, those tethers were hot. Okay. So hold on. Let me get you this video right here first, and then I'm gonna come to when I was on the panel, Sonetta cooking tethers. Okay. On Sonetta cooking tethers. That's what I was doing. All right, let's go here real quick. This is Phil Scott. Again, 450,000 subscribers. This video in 12. Look, this dude got hella influence. Like he does better numbers than Tariq. 56,000 views in 12 hours. This dude. But I think Dr. Rashad Ritchie be doing like 300,000 in like a couple hours, or at least like 90,000. So you got people with just as much influence as Tariq, if not more. None of them, like us, regard Tariq as their leader, but they embrace delineation. They embrace the need to call yourself something distinctly from everybody else in the world, whether you're black or not.
From the continent, and he just taking issue with the issues in this country with the 14th Amendment. I don't know what it is about people that immigrate here. They really feel that they can be speaking on our history, our culture, and everything else. I don't get it, because I've been to several countries, and our FBAs do not get involved with anybody's stuff. They don't.
Right.
I don't see him getting involved in any politics.
He said FBAs. You heard him.
I don't see him speaking on their personal issues. FBA just come in there, be respectful. They enjoy themselves. Even the ones that live there, right? They're not getting involved in any of their politics. But when it comes to the immigrants in this country, they feel like they got a right to get involved with our politics. They don't even know what they're talking about a lot of times.
At all.
Case in point, I want you to hear what this brother, and I'll use that very loosely, how he talking. I want you to hear what he has to say.
Okay. So, ever since Trump passed what he passed, right? The whole 6-3 judges and all that, I see a lot of FBA coming online celebrating, saying, turn in your passport, saying it's time for you to go home, saying Trump just solidified indigenous Black Americans and their rights to the land and all that. So I'm just wondering, like, does this mean we have been arguing with dumb people called FBA? Because the whole basis of the argument was you said you're not African. You said you're indigenous to the land. You said you were here before the white man showed up with slaves. So why are you celebrating about an executive order, 14th Amendment, that was passed for slave children of slaves? I thought you're not from Africa, you're indigenous. So how are you a child of a slave then? How? You guys will celebrate anything, even your demise. I swear to God, you Black Americans, anything the white man says, right? Contrary to Africans or any other person, you celebrate. Even if it is at your own detriment, you celebrate. Now FBAs are celebrating 14th Amendment for slave kids. And they say they were not slaves, they are indigenous. You guys need a hug, bro. You need a hug.
You know, the lack of understanding with some people that immigrate here.
Hey, yo, guys, yo. Now, that's not divisive. Like, so, but again, Cam James, because he's trying to appease that Ethiopian of his, right? His wife, less than 3 years. He won't show something like that.
Well, just some people in general. It's horrible. Okay, sir. Let's go ahead and try to educate you, even though you're getting involved in things that's not your business. Even though when FBAs go to your homeland, we would never get involved in your business because we have first of all, we have no right to be in your personal business or anything because we're not of your history, we're not of your lineage. If we're there, we're just enjoying ourselves, right? We're going on vacation, we're enjoying the food, you know, we hanging out with the people, we're just having a good time. We're not even trying to put ourselves in.
Hey, he just said we. So he said, oh, yo, Tethers, yo, you guys are big mad, yo, that's crazy. All right, but hold on. Okay, that died too? No, it didn't. It still works. It still works. I did. No, that's the wrong one. It's over here. See, it's right here. See? Yeah, wrong one. See? It works. No, because you did something. Okay, there you go. See? Works. Okay, go ahead. All right. Yeah, could you hit it? Press it. Okay, press it just one time. Move. Just press it one time. That's it. See, it works. Leave it. It's gonna work. Leave it. It'll work. Look, see? There you go. There's yours and it works. All right. Now, let me bring your attention to this right here. I wanted to share this with you guys. Thanks, same day. I couldn't find this video for nothing. So I called in. So they were talking about different things, but then the topic FBA popped up. So this is Sonetta platform. This is the House of Consciousness. I said, all right, let me call in because they be talking about FBAs. I never get a chance to call in. So finally, they're talking about FBA. Let me call in. I think I'm going to represent our talking point better than most people. All right. Even though the brother on here was doing a good job, but he was kind of mixing things up a little bit. So I said, all right, let me call in and set the record straight. So there's no more confusion on what FBA is and what it ain't and what our talking points are and what they are not. Listen.
Responding to my information on the University of Virginia, and he said that he would never come over here, and I was elated to see our brother over here because what he had.
Okay, hey, what's up, man?
Peace. What's going on? Lex know who I am. What's going on, Lex?
Who that? I can't see you.
King Cass.
Oh, Cass. What's up, Cass? What's going on, bro?
What's going on? We need to rap, man. I don't know what's going on with you in this FBA thing, brother, but we need to
rap. Oh yeah, FBA all day, bro.
I'm FAA,
that's Lex
brother.
Vortex.
I'm FAA. I'm Foundational African American. We had to, yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know how you can be a foundational African and be a foundational American at the same time. That is an oxymoron, brother.
Yeah. Yo, Lex cooked them. How are you foundational African and foundational American? Yo, he cooked them, yo. That this brother right here, that's Judah Nazareth, Sister Napah, you dig? And I think Apostle Quan is in the building, repping hard.
So you already dead from your first statement, Cash. You better come with something else.
So I ain't here to oppose you.
You know, hold on. I'm a fight.
Yeah, I want Lex to come over here, but he a little too. You know, we need Lex to tone down, sip some wine, or you dig, take some. What's that? Adderall, or what's that called? Ritalin. There you go. Adderall, so, you know, to relax. Cause dang, he's very explosive.
Foundational Alaskan Mexican. How about that?
Foundational Alaskan Mexican. Now, but I love Lex Vortex Angle. I love his passion when he debates and defends FBA. But the thing is, if y'all think I'll let nobody talk, shit. Lex don't let nobody talk.
So this is the thing, and I want to explain the Sinetter, because I was talking to Ngozi online, and we were talking about the whole foundational African American thing, right?
Yeah, shout out to
when
Ngozi.
You say you're foundational African American, of course, you were here during the time of slavery or whatnot. We helped build this country. But when you say that you're African, the African part is stating the bloodline that you descend from. I'm a descendant from African slaves. I've traced it back, not only through DNA, but through genealogy. You know, one of the guys I found in my family was a Fulani brother that was brought to Mississippi or whatnot. So, and then if I'm into spirituality, I'm into African traditions and stuff like that. We honor our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? The ones that came before us. So me being a foundational African American,
why you listen? Because first of all, everyone tries to say FBA is made up. But now y'all are coming with some CIA stuff to usurp the movement, coming up with other acronyms that don't.
Right. Another great point. At first, they said FBA was a made-up thing. It wasn't here. Like our ancestors didn't say FBA. They had all these different talking points to undermine FBA as an ethnicity, a name of ethnicity. Then they say FAA. It's like, wait a minute. I thought FBA was no good. So how is FBA no good? Because it's new, it's recent, but all of a sudden FAA, which is newer than FBA, how is that good? But this is what they do, man.
Makes sense. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go. Foundational Black American is rooted in truth. Look at the word foundational. Okay, no one can deny that. Black. Okay, the word that a lot of y'all hate, but we know we're the only Black people on the earth. American.
Okay, so there you go. You got one person who says we're the only Black people. See, that's why I disagree. Like, okay, so, but Kwame says a bunch, most FBAs. No, it's the first one I ever heard say that. All right, in recent times, you know, this year, I'll say that. Even last year, Black people, Black Foundation Black Americans, we really don't say we're the only Black. But Lex says that. That's his argument. I would love to see why he says that, but he's the minority. That's the point. He's the minority.
And our roots are here. That is an accurate term, and it is referring to a lineage. Now, you said that your lineage goes back to Africa, right? Now, let me ask you this: is that the only thing in your lineage?
I mean, the only other thing I got in there is we got European in there, but we know what that was a result of.
All right,
I found slave masters in my family. But are you saying that we should claim that we're Scottish?
Hold on, slow down.
That was stupid.
Hold on.
That was stupid.
What I'm telling you is that why we said we have a unique lineage. That's why it's called FBA, because we're the only people on the earth that have that lineage of African, European, and indigenous, which you would call Indians. All right? We mixed, and over time, our lineage became solidified in those
just lady over here,
like
the button.
So that is a unique.
Again, if you're enjoying the show, the Cash App, treat me some coffee. You dig? Some lunch, the Cash App. All right. So when I get done with this, I'm probably gonna be thirsty as hell and hungry as hell and need some coffee. Thank you. In advance.
Now, a person in Africa can't claim that lineage. A person in Jamaica,
we got buy crackers. Maybe I get a donation and we get some crackers off
that lineage. A person in Barbados can't claim that lineage. Y'all are dead with that.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you?
They don't have. No, they can't claim our lineage here in North America, bro.
But even though you can't claim it, you reject that other part from the conversation I had about it. Like you reject all the indigenous and the other stuff. So I don't get the whole.
I don't reject the
We used to bang on the Aboriginals.
See, this is what I'm saying. I don't reject. Hold on. I don't. Indigenous is a major part of FBA. What are you talking about? How can I reject?
No, well, when I had the conversation with you and Negro Ralph, so I'm trying to understand it more and more because it got into the point
where you start. Hey, Nepal. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just be honest with you, sis. You're not FBA.
see, Lex is too. You see, he's too explosive. He's too brutal. Like I think Nepal is FBA. I gotta find out for sure, but I think she is. Right? I think Lex is just. I think he has his own criteria for who's FBA, who's not. Like he's a little brutal. So I gotta learn more about his criteria before I invite him over here because I don't want to be like surprised. You dig? I might disagree.
I think exactly.
Hold on. And I
want to be
neither is Sarnetta. Y'all need to start representing Puerto Ricans, and you need to start representing Dominicans and Indians.
Well, that's my point. So let me get the whole statement out, King Kaz. So you just used in the argument against him. You just used all those different mixtures to push your argument and your FBA, and you're using it as something positive in FBA, saying we're unique with that, and then right in the next breath you say, oh no, if you got all that, you can't be FBA. So you can't have it both ways.
I didn't say if you got all that. You're dominated by that other stuff.
Well, then you gotta just
so you're not like rooted. You're not rooted.
Don't use it in your argument. Don't listen. This is my position.
That's your personal thing. I mean,
brother, we can't. Let me get this out. Let me get this out clearly for the brother too. I'm going to hand the mic back over to both of you. Don't come in an argument against him when he said.
Yeah, Ursa. Foreigners, they recognize. Look, these people trolling in the chat. Recognize Game, Kwame. These people and even Pan-Nigerian. These are returned guests on my lives, my podcast. Okay, they are very familiar with me and my education, and I have cooked all three of them. Okay, I cooked all three of them. Right? I'd rather let Pan-Nigerian and all of Kwame and American Dream. I'd rather let them talk to other FBAs. Because I'm exhausted. I can't cook them. I can't cook them even no more. They'll be burnt. You dig? Like they're cooked. They're put to the side. They're ready to be eaten. So I'd rather DJ Focus, ex-Architect Smiles. Here's my from the chat. Cook on Kwame and these folks in the chat tethering.
FAA and it's African, you say no, we're unique because we've got Latino and we've got white and we've got indigenous. No, don't use that as a positive, as a trait and a characteristic, and then say in the same breath, oh, we reject people or they are not FBA. When you literally said, if you have all that, wait a minute, I'm almost done. Lex, I'm almost done.
Well, this is not a real FBA conversation.
I need to be clear with
as you come in, just like the video.
Switch.
That's all.
You just
told me
Lex,
how come
I can't get a whole
because I really don't want to.
I can pass because you don't want the truth to come out.
Get it out.
I can pass the mic. Let it go. I want to let everybody know. You just told the brother in the African argument against him. We are unique FBA because we have Latino, Indigenous, European.
No, not just because we have it.
Him that.
Well, hold on.
I'm going to pass the mic by now.
Hold on. No, bro.
Cutting me off, I would have been done.
I want to say, bro.
Me off, I
give me the respect everyone else gets. Bro.
He won't even let me finish.
Sarnetta cut off.
Sarnetta, why is it that I can get respect up here?
Lex is too aggressive. All right, so let me fast forward. So anyway,
no longer.
Okay, so anyway, this is me right here. If y'all know my, so this is this is my logo you have right now on FBA Defensive FBA News and Updates. Okay, this is my logo. So this is me, unbiased Ron. So I'm patiently waiting my turn. All right. So when you guys be a guest over here, you do the same thing. When you're a guest, you when you're a guest, you do you know, you gotta be patient. All right.
Talk about. I mean, you're not FBA and you're taking it personal. That's why
everybody just witnessed how I get
you're mistaken and you're misrepresenting. I didn't say because.
Why are you doing that?
I didn't say because we had those things. That is just what makes us FBA. It's a unique way that those things came together in terms of what our lineage is now. But your lineage is dominated by those other things. That's why you're not FBA. And that's fine. That doesn't mean we don't love you. That don't mean that you can't rock with us. You're just not a foundational Black American. You're a Dominican Indian.
Yeah, but Lex, we're literally made up of the same West African stock.
And talking to Black people, y'all got to stop acting like y'all represent Black people. That's all I'm saying. But let's move on because we didn't come here to talk about that. You're mad, I think, because the other day I told you that you couldn't get reparations, and you said you would fight against us. And now you're trying to continue that fight, and I don't want to get into that, Unipar. You're not FBA. You're an Indian Dominican or whatever it is. We still love you. Stop speaking for Black people. The same thing goes for Sinetta. We love y'all. You're not Tethers because a Tether is someone who undermines us. So to me, you're honorary FBAs, but your lineage is not. And I don't want to get into it with you, Unipar, because I know where it can go. All right, so let's just move on.
Man, this
okay, now wait a minute. Hey, King Kaz, wait. Notice I let him talk. This is the toughest environment. I didn't do anything to him.
Let's move on. I don't want to argue with you.
This is mad. Now it's my time to
just let her talk. You ain't got to argue. Just let her get a piece.
Thank you for noticing that, Sonetta. This man is crazy. I can talk.
No, I'm crazy, son.
Bro, you know what?
Oh man, yo. See, this is
doesn't work. Everybody is. Wait.
And that's why I remember when I said I know where this is talk. I don't want you to fucking talk no more about this.
Yo, come on. They don't want to talk right now. They don't want to deal with that. They're scared of you, Nepal. So understand.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm terrified.
All right, so let's move forward.
That's why people say they don't debate women, bro.
All right, let's move forward. Lex, I am so happy that you said I am not FBA.
You're not.
And guess what? No, hold on. Let me finish. I am so happy that you didn't agree.
So this microphone, I'm talking. That's me. I turned my camera on. Got the white beater, looking like T'Challa. You dig? Looking like a snack. Now I'm playing. But listen, I hate this damn microphone because I didn't watch the recap. So same day, I hope this microphone picked up. Because just now when I heard myself, the microphone sounded like trash. So I just can't figure this microphone, this headset. I just can't figure it out, man. There's like no YouTube videos really, because it's really a gaming headset. But you would think the microphone's supposed to also be for lives, and because I could use it for like a phone call. But so far I heard myself, I didn't sound good. So hopefully when I go to talk, I sound good. If not, I'm gonna be heated. And look, I say heated. I pronounce it the T and the D for this tether right here. No, not hell. Where that tether go? Where that tether go? The one that be teaching us how to talk. I'll find him again.
Me with a bunch of low down, sky bucket ass niggas. Because that's all that's over there is low down, unrighteous, not together.
Yeah, so my microphone sound like trash. I can see already. So that's me holding an umbrella because I'm in the peach state and that sun is all on my damn face.
Is a bunch of niggas. And I've said that in the back chat to you. I said that to Nepal.
See, bro,
they do not.
Have you seen them on TikTok? Have you seen them on TikTok?
Those are the same. Hold on, y'all. Those are the same niggas that get on here and talk about everybody.
Okay, so obviously Sonetta downfall is that he's really emotional. So when he's mad at one person, he's mad at anybody who's involved with that person. And like, he's just like way too emotional. It's like, dude, just deal with the people who you have an issue with. Don't sit there and get on everybody who has something in common with that one person that you have an issue with. right? We're not a monolith, right? So you're against FBAs, and you lost a debate. Just lick your wounds and move on. But to lose a debate against some FBAs who called your show, and you trying to blame all of us, like that's weird. That's what he was doing just now.
Else, I don't want to be lumped with them niggas. I'm good at where I'm at.
So EJK Boxing said I trademark EJK Boxing. He said I trademarked EJK for my business, but other people can trademark EJK if they're not in the same business as I am. Yeah, right, exactly. But I guess you're the leader. EJK Boxing, you're the leader now. It's a stupid argument. Fred Banks says Sinetta mad Tariq took all of his people. You crazy, yo. Nah, but Sinetta he's way too emotional. He goes on these long rants and it's like mean spirited. And I'm telling you, that's not the way. That's not 2025. People are extra sensitive. So this aggression that we could do 3, 4, 5 years ago, that's out. That's out. That's how even me, like you guys see, I came a long way. I was cussing and yelling and screaming. Look how I'm now. I'm very tame. I'm very cordial, respectful, mindful, all that type of stuff. Considerate, because you have to adjust to what's out there. And that's what's out there. People are sensitive and they're quick to leave you. You want?
I have done way more for black people than any of them niggas. Any of them.
See, you getting offended. Bro,
no, I'm not. No, Lex.
Hold up, wait, bro.
No, you gotta let me finish. I am not getting offended, brother, and I'm not mad because I've been saying this all along that I don't want to. I'm not a part of no damn FBA. Judah father is Puerto Rican as well. So
listen to what I'm saying.
All you need is one parent, though, Si.
I mean, we gonna minus Louisiana out there because
hold on, bro. Hey, bro.
They came up from Haiti, and bro, Haitian.
Go sit down.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. This is what I'm saying to you, bro.
All the FBA is, hold on, Lex. All the FBA is, it just divides black people up. That's some dumb, silly ass shit. FBA.
Did you see how Tethers act, y'all? Did you see how Tethers act when they can't attach themselves? No, hold on. Now, this man just insulted a whole lineage because it's not his. Are you saying Ryan Coogler? Hold on, bro.
One at a time, bro.
Are you saying Ryan Coogler, the man who just made sentences, is a low down nigga? Are you saying that our lineage, everyone that because hold on, brother. You just insulted a whole lineage because of and it's because of misunderstanding. If you don't like the niggas,
leave him. I get him.
Leave him. Discount the lineage. There's low down Pan-Africans. There's low down whatever. So just because you don't like some of the niggas that are from our lineage and you discovered that you're not from our lineage, you're going to try to trash it and say, oh, all them FBA dudes are low down. That's disrespect, bro, because John Henry Clark is FBA, bro.
Okay, so...
Medgar Evers, Denmark Vesey, Gabrielle Prosser, Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? These are all foundational black Americans. You may want to use the term African American or whatever. So, bro, you were totally wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? It's Dennis. Go look up Dennis Sperling, the attorney. He represents FBA all day. An attorney, a noble person. All right? Vicky Dillard, Philip Vise, Doggy Diamonds. All right? All represent FBA. What are you talking about? So you calling Doggy Diamonds a low down nigga? No.
Oh yeah, I forget. And Lex made a great point. That's what Sinetta just totally quiet. Lex Vortex made a great point. But I forgot about Dennis, what's his name, Swirling? I forgot that he also recognizes FBA. I totally forgot. Damn. So Lex is cooking. He's just way too aggressive.
Bro, if you gotta be specific,
let me be specific. I'm calling anybody who's a part of FBA, fuck them. I don't give a fuck about them niggas. Now let me now if that's not clear enough, then I don't know what else to say. Because you're just trying to take me out of the situation of reparations. You see what I'm saying? You're trying to say, well, Sarnetta, you and your family, y'all don't deserve reparations. Like you separated us just now. So fuck
would he lie?
FBA. Who give a fuck about
Maybe
FBA?
Nick. I don't know. I don't know his background.
Not Sarnetta. I don't care about no goddamn
So I can tell my microphone sounds like shit. So I'm really gonna be forced to like get another microphone. That's crazy. That's crazy. But you know what? That this headset does not really work well with StreamYard. So I don't think I select. I know what happened. I don't believe I selected this as my microphone on StreamYard. I think I used the laptop microphone, which is trash. So you're gonna barely hear me, but I'm gonna try to cook anyway.
Your channel, man. Come on.
Hey, son, did you see Fox? Did you see
Yo, I need y'all to be quiet when I'm talking, man. All the niggas that's a part of it.
But this ain't talking. You're just ranting, defaming, belittling. Like, see, I don't do that here. Like, I don't just. I have a conversation. I just cook it. I don't disrespect and rant and say, let me talk, and just rant and disrespect. Now I have a dialogue. It's like, dude, you can feel how you want to feel, but let's exchange why you feel like that. Let's really pick it. Let's really get down to it. But when people just rant and don't want to get down to it, they know they're saying a bunch of bullshit, and it'll get debunked as soon as he lets somebody exchange with them. But this is just called a babble. I'm sorry, it's a babble.
I don't give a damn about it because now you're saying Sarnetta is not FBA. So if I'm not FBA, then FBA. I don't give a damn about that. FBA.
So I said you might be FBA though. We don't know because I think because I'm gonna ask him like, yo, isn't one of your parents FBA? He said yes. I'm like, well, you FBA. So I don't know Lex standard. Maybe Lex believe 2 parents needs to be full FBA, which that's his own criteria. That's not the criteria.
FBA ain't make me. And it ain't gonna break me. That's how I feel. Lex ran off the panel now.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. One of your parents got slave ties?
Of course.
Then you FBA then. That's what I'm saying. Lex don't determine who's FBA, who's not. Like that's his personal opinion. That's not the average. That's not the actual facts. So if one of your parents is FBA, dude, you FBA. The hell what Lex talking about, man?
Yeah, but brother, the FBA, I'm on TikTok with these cats all the time. They sitting on there, they're literally making panels on TikTok harassing Black Caribbean and Black Africans and Pan-Africanism.
That's just a hate. Listen, man, it's just a hate goddamn group. That's all
stop,
and it separates Black people.
To say Cool was about to school me, how? The dude wouldn't shut up. Invite him over here. You see, we Liddy over here. Hey, yo, if you think Say Cool can rock with me, invite him over here, bro. None of y'all Pan-Africans and none of y'all Tethers, none of y'all coons can tie my shoes, bro. I already embarrassed you. Don't make me play the clips between me and you. Okay? Don't make me play our clips. And because people, there's some new folks here. They don't know who you are, but you talking slick, man. I'll play our dialogue and see how I cooked you. Ain't none of y'all ever cooked. Y'all ain't got no clips where y'all cook me.
It separates our people. Cube was right. All it is, it just separates us as a people, and the European is happy about that.
And Culture was on Fox News supporting it. And Culture says she supports FBA. Fox News supports FBA. I got the picture of it.
Okay, so he's lying because I actually got the clip. See, that's why none of them can do nothing with me. So the clip with Ann Culture, she don't support FBA. What she said is what Donald Trump said, which is a fact. She said, foundational Black Americans, she didn't use that terminology, of course, but she said Black Americans with slave ties, they are the only people due reparations. That's a fact. That ain't pro-FBA. That's just a historical fact. That's a fact. She's saying that immigrants, the immigrant class, they're trying to get a free ride, a free check. And she said, nah, we're not going to compensate you guys. And all these programs, DEI, affirmative action, none of these things, when these things were thought of, you guys were not in mind. When the Civil Rights Act was passed, you guys were not in mind. You dig? When the first Civil Rights Act was passed, you guys were not in mind. Like, so she just spit it a regular fact, just like Donald Trump talk about birthright citizenship. That's a fact. So no, they're not. She's still a racist. She's a proud racist. But sometimes racists just keep it real. They ain't trying to pay everybody. You did. They gonna pay who's due the money, and that's it. They ain't gonna. This check ain't for everybody. You know how white folks do. They are not gonna just pass out a blank check and any tether can sign their name on it. No. They gonna pay those who are due, and that's it. What's that? Lex is not the voice of FBA. Nobody is, right? We're 43 million deep, and we all have done research. We got information. Hey, Saad, you got some radicals, right? That's Foundational Black America. They radical as hell. You got pseudos.
But you got people like Unc, who's not pseudo. You got people like Miss Tiff, who's not pseudo. Cedric. Okay, so you have radicals, you have crazy people in any ethnicity, but they don't represent the entire ethnicity. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Brother, the founder of the FBA, which I want to claim as the lineage.
Okay, that's a dumbass argument because Jesse Jackson was the founder.
People all the time on there, brother.
That's a dumbass argument because he's not the founder. It was Yvette Carnell. Stop. It was Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. Tariq Nasheed took a spin off it. He's not the founder.
That's all.
Okay. So hold.
No, they founded ADOS. They didn't find FBA. They kicked Tariq. They kicked Tariq to the curb.
Jesse Jackson.
That's a different. They don't associate.
All right, one at a time, brother. Come on, let me bring Fake Cool in, man.
Relax. Jesse Jackson is the founder of African American. He's a goddamn Christian. We're not Christian, my boy. So because you're the founder of a thought, of an ideology, it doesn't mean we believe your everything you believe in. It's okay. So if you come with a clever thought and ideology, if it makes sense, if it's mathematical, if it's science, if it's DNA wise, we're gonna hop onto it. But if it's bullshit, if it's pseudo, we ain't gonna hop on it. So it don't matter if it's Tariq Nasheed, if it's Jesse Jackson, if it's Abraham Lincoln, no matter who it is. If it makes sense, we're gonna get on code and on board. And right now, we know that African American is a broad identity for anybody of African descent to come to America. Right? That's anybody, right? It doesn't differentiate. But you have people who call themselves Jamaican. Are they divisional, or are they painted as creating a divide because they call themselves Jamaican, not African? What about Haitians? What about Nigerians? What about Hutus and Tutsis? Nigga, stop. And Nigerians. So everybody has cornered something for themselves and say, hey, this is us. We're unique from every African descent on the planet. This is who we are. So we're saying the same thing. We're saying the black people in America who have slave descent legacy. We're also distinct. We're different from every black. Wait, I'm almost done. We're also different from every other black person in the world, and we are called FBA or ADOS or American freedmen, not African American, because you got people who migrate over here from Africa, Nigeria, Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, and they're also called African American. So it's too vague. We want something specific that ties to us as well.
All right, let's say cool. What do you think about what you're hearing, man?
All right. So y'all was cooking. So that's called cooking. All right. That's called dropping information in there. All right. That's information. All right. Okay. No. So recognize game. Like you just tell the troll. So what I was saying was Tariq Nasheed is not the of course he's the author of FBA, but I was saying he's not the author of the idea that we need a name for ourselves that uniquely describe us. I was saying that idea recently started with that delineating, because there are other terms out there, but they were not delineating others from us. Okay, so Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks, they came up with the first acronym that delineated us from the diaspora and the motherland, so to speak. Okay, so Tariq Nasheed hopped on that, and then Tariq Nasheed said that he came up with FBA because he felt like ADOS wasn't really, he felt like ADOS was too political. It wasn't really being used as an ethnic identifier. And it really kind of, it is, but it really kind of wasn't used like that. So he started FBA, right? And Foundation Black American, that was less political, and that was more as an ethnic identifier. That's just the facts. That's what happened. It's not rewriting history. That's just the facts.
Yes, peace and blessings, Netta. It's
now you said this tether right here was going to school me. There's no tether, no more Black American history than me. So ain't no tether ever going to school me.
It's very interesting.
Well, Lex done ran off, man. See, Lex talk all that tough talk, and then he run off. He can't take the pressure, man. He can't take the pressure. He ran. He talked all that tough talk.
Hey, recognize game. Hey, so you're a tether. Yeah, I got to read this. He said, Ron, you said FBA chose to rename themselves, so that makes FBA culture, not a lineage. Bro, is African American a culture or lineage? Matter of fact, let me just give you that. Hey, bro, is African American, is that a culture or a lineage? Because Jesse Jackson chose to rename us that. All right. So is African American a culture, or a lineage. But FBA is both. It represents the culture and it's the name of the lineage. That's all. It's the culture. The culture is FBA. So we have a culture. The culture is FBA, but our lineage, we call it FBA. That's all. But in short, it's an ethnic identifier for this specific group of people, Black people in America. Real simple. It's not that difficult. Okay, so B. Brookins says, Tariq, the agent Nasheed, hey, bro, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But what that got to do with us, though? So, like, let's go. A Brookins, let's go with that. Let's go with what you just said as a fact. Let's say Tariq is indeed an agent. What that got to do with us, bro? Tie that into us, and then you'll have my attention. All right, but listen to this stupid tether right here.
Okay, and then he runs. Oh man, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions before
Kensington ideology.
because I don't want to misquote anybody. Is FBA an ethnic group or a political party?
Ethnic group.
Ethnic group. Thank you very much. An ethnic group has what we call cultural identity.
Yes.
And cultural.
Now look at this dumbass point you about to make. I responded, and he just repeated himself like 10 times over. Listen to this.
Identity has a historical factor, linguistic factor, and psychological factor. What is the language of FBA?
English. We're English.
English is a language spoken by people from Britain.
Okay. Oh, wait, stop. What's the language of Haitians?
I'm not speaking on Haitian.
Okay. You see, listen, this is why they're not ready for me. I'm not speaking on Haitian. I don't care what you're speaking about. It's called analogy. So when we disagree on one thought, I'm gonna bring up a second thought to show us, hey, this is my point. So Haitians, they speak Creole, which is a mixture of French and some slang shit. Okay, Jamaicans, it's patois, but don't they speak English? See, so again, like they have an issue with just us because I last recall Jamaicans speak English, Nigerians speak English. You dig? And then I brought up Burkina Faso who speaks French as well. You dig? So like, yo, none of these guys can do nothing with me, bro. And you see how fast I'm answering? I'm like, yo, dude, yo, I'm him. Like, dude, I'm not the guy. You don't know me, but you're gonna know me right now.
Yeah, exactly. So okay,
can we talk about FBA?
Okay, no.
Hey, hold up for a second, Sa.
You gotta answer my question.
Hold on, Sekou. Hey, Sa, this is what I'm talking about, bro.
This is my first
What's the title of this stream, bro?
Can we?
Yeah, but you don't jumped off, man. But let's.
No, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like,
right.
But this is why I tried to cut off that conversation with Nepal, and now y'all then came and turned this into something else about FBA. When you find out you can't tell.
Hey, but Kwame and American Dream, stay around because about 5:30, about an hour and a half, bro. I'm gonna have you guys call in. I won't be speaking with you guys like that. You'll be speaking to another FBA guest. All right. So Kwame and American Dream, you can stick around for an hour and a half or come back around like 5:30. I'm gonna have you guys speak to the person I want you to speak to. All right. Because I spoke to you guys enough. You spoke to me enough. You know, like we disagree, right? I think I'm right. You think you're right. Okay, we're not going nowhere. So I'd rather have you speak to somebody that's FBA. Come on, man. Just fucking B, man. Get out of here. How does B want to come near me? Get out of here. I smacked the hell out of that B. The Wasp. Oh my God. Damn. It was one of those big black hornets with the it's like an orange hornet with the or wasp with the black wings. It looked like a transformer. I smacked that dude went like 6 to 8 feet into the grass. It was a perfect hit. And I was just trying to scare him away. I ain't even mean to hit him. But he was knocked out.
The office no more. You get mad and say fuck him all day.
Hey, B Brookins. What's Tariq's real name? Dude, his real name could be Chance the Rapper, bro. What the hell I gotta do with us? All right. So B Brookins, it looks like you want now I don't want to beat you guys up. But you know what? The chat want to see blood. So here, let me give you the phone number. Let me give you the meeting ID. All right. You don't know who I am, but you're gonna find out. All right. You're gonna find out in a real way. There you go. So B Brookins, that's for you. Kwame and American Dream, they could call back later, about an hour and a half, 5:30. They won't be talking to me. They'll be talking to somebody else because we already had a bunch of conversations. You dig? It just really, we went our own way. But everybody else that ain't talked to me, I got you. So that's the phone number. That's the meeting ID. B Brookins, call in, my boy. And call in. Just call in. No more chatting. Call in.
The other day, like last month, you and the Proud Tribe was tethering, trying to claim FBA, but now you find out, and the stream is not even about FBA. Hold on, bro.
FBA. I asked the question.
No, you said I consider myself a foundational Black American. I can pull up.
Trust me.
All right, so let me skip past this, where me and Sekou talk a little more.
Y'all are mad. You've been down because you're not. So now you're finished.
I smacked that hornet so far.
All right.
Bro, what's going on, man?
Hey, no, well, I don't gotta mute you if you're not talking over me. I mean, that's common sense. Wait, hold. By the way, I'm muted right now. Hey, recognized game. Sanetter muted me. I'm only not talking because I got muted. You see, mute is an actual function of a button. You press it when you don't want people to talk. When you're the host of a podcast, a live stream, you dig, you're going to have access to a mute button. And you use it often when you don't want your guest to talk anymore. So Sanetter muted me a bunch of times, right? Did I ever cry and complain? No, I just unmuted myself after a few minutes. So it's not a big deal. You're going to get muted no matter who podcast you go on. Get used to being muted. And guess what? When you have your own podcast, you're going to mute people either. I mean, you're going to mute people as well. If American Dream was to invite me on his podcast, I guarantee he'd mute me. Because that's what it's for. It's to mute people that you don't want talking anymore. And you want them to just listen. It's not a big deal.
No. You got to come in and defend. You got to come in in FBA now, because you went in on that.
I'm not going to sit here and let my whole lineage be different. You're not. That is not accurate. That we came up with.
What I see, the way Lex sound and the way other people sound and what I'm hearing, it's just another fucking hate group. Simple as that.
Yeah. Sanetter is in his feelings, yo. Lex must have pissed it. Okay, I don't know the backstory between the conversation Lex had with Sanetter as far as FBA. And I don't know why he's not calling Sanetter FBA. Again, he must got his own criteria. But Sanetter, he's too emotional, which he's always too emotional. And now he's mad at everybody, but he really not. He's just mad at folks at the moment. But see, the problem is Sanetter's disrespecting and undermining how powerful FBAs are. Okay, because where we are right now, we're so on code. And we shut channels down because all y'all channels are pretty much got an FBA audience. All of y'all. You dig? And when y'all become too disrespectful, y'all don't have a podcast no more. Either you go live and 10 folks in there because FBA's checked out. So you guys should be happy that a lot of FBAs still acknowledge themselves as Pan-Africanism or something else goofy, because when they all come around, it's going to be an issue, man. A lot of folks ain't gonna eat.
It's just another goddamn hate group, man. Like the
Hey, B Brookins, I put the phone number in there. Okay, so now let me give you the rules when you're over here. Once you say too many things in the chat that I believe, you got my attention, I believe I need to address you because you're making crazy claims. So now, here's the thing, B Brookins. It's 4:06. You got 4 minutes to call in. If you don't call in, anybody, I'm going to give anybody with a wrench, and there's a lot of folks with a wrench, please block this guy or whoever it is, this robot, this bot, Russian bot, whatever it is, this tether bot. Hey, man, that's a new slang we can use for these folks. That's a tether bot. So I think this guy's a tether bot. So look, give this guy until 4:10. Once 4:10 hit on the dot, The first person who see that, please block this guy. Okay, so dude, you got 4 minutes to call in. Cause we're not gonna let you troll and defame and carry on. That's not how it works over here. I give you an opportunity to express yourself like NWA. So you're either gonna express yourself or we're gonna block you ship out of here. So it's real simple, my boy. Real simple. Cause I really don't want to talk to nobody, but since you're trolling in the chat, I'm gonna talk to you. All right. But listen to me talk on Sonetta. See, I'm gonna cook you like this.
Just another with all of us. Ain't no white man around. It's niggas that been attacking me.
All right.
FBA
So,
niggas.
yeah,
Like
now
Lex
Tetherbot,
Vortex and
DOT.
Bats.
Nah, I'm not Sonetta.
He's
a
a
lot of
Tetherbot.
FBA niggas
All right, so let me get you
that
out
been
of here.
attacking me
Oh,
and going in on me and going in on
Almost gave you a
Paul
wrench by
and going in
mistake.
on a lot of us.
See, I'm not used to trolls. I'm used to
Goddamn,
giving folks wrenches.
that's how I feel about it.
What's the point of hopping on a live feed just to get blocked?
reparations movement. We had in Cobra.
All right,
You know
but
what I'm
hold on.
saying?
I want to get St. Cool back in here, man, because he was going somewhere.
So Sonetta,
He was going nowhere.
Him and Unbiased.
Yeah, where's the guy I was talking to? I like to see his
I'm right
face.
here.
Here you go. Here you go.
So I was asking for the language of FBA. What is the you said English.
Sound far away, brother.
Hey, yo, Sly, this is real disrespectful, bro.
You see?
Now you gotta let him talk, right? And I don't want to have to keep putting in the back.
No, bro, you don't do this to me.
Oh man, come on, man.
I got you, bro. I got
You can ask anybody for their language. It's not an offense. You just mentioned different languages in Africa. You just did.
All right. So now
So
let me
I ask
respond to what
you-
you just said. Lex, I got you. I got you, Lex.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So
I'm well history. I'm well studied, well rehearsed on
Yeah. He's definitely not talking to have a conversation. So American Dream said he was about to school me. I was loving. I was trying to see where it's going. If one side pinpoint, he's just talking about language because he's African. He speaks 1,000 languages. I do. I speak one language. It's English, the best language in the fucking earth. I don't want to speak an African dialect.
American history.
You can talk next, Lex.
Sorry, you don't do this to no, bro. This is what this is.
Lex,
Yo,
I got
bro.
you, bro. I
No,
got
you don't
you.
got me, bro. You can't speak for me. First of all,
Well, first of all, I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. He's asking me questions. I'm speaking for me. But again, like Lex is too, like he's too much of a firebomb. Like he's too explosive. I understand what he's saying. I understand what Lex is saying. Lex is saying the show is called Lex Vortex. It isn't all about him. See, but what he did was he didn't keep it to the topic. He is the one that brought up FBA. So everybody, that's the littest topic you can bring on, right? You mentioned FBA. You see everybody talking about Tariq and talking about FBA, and they get all the damn views. So it's the most lit topic, right? So he brought it up. Now everybody on the panel, everybody want to talk. Even I called in. So dude, you messed up. You mentioned something. You got everybody on the panel, and Sonetta probably got hella views as a result of that. Live viewers, you messed up. You opened Pandora box, and now we gonna get it in.
Language is tech. Do you know about the tech language, Sekou? We actually created a language here called tech. A secret language.
We don't even gotta go
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm seeing something in the chat. So it sounds like what'd she say? It sounds like he's just okay. So I don't know if she's talking. So just Nicole. You new here. I know you don't know me. I don't know you. So let me just kindly ask you, right? Are you FBA? Do you call yourself ADOS? Do you call yourself an American freedman? Or are you a supporter of FBA, American freedmen, ADOS, or you are against it? Real simple. Or you don't support it. So there's no confusion because sometimes the chat could mute people and time people out by mistake. So let's just right off the back. Matter of fact, everybody without a wrench, if your FBA say you that or ADOS, we could wrench you up so there'd be no confusion and you can't get timed out. So there's no confusion. So real simple. If you're FBA, you don't have a wrench, just say it. So we can just give you a wrench and you don't got to worry about those things. Okay, so you see how Real Talk pod box went in there. Okay, so she's whatever. I'm saying I don't know what you are, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you an opportunity, like I gave what you call the fool I just blocked. All right. So just Nicole. Let me give you the same opportunity because you would think you come to a podcast, like there's a link to join the panel, and some people like myself got phone numbers to join the panel. So let me let me learn you. All right. Let me find out who you are, what you got going on, what you believe, what you stand for, what you're against. Oh, okay. Yep. Your FBA. That's why you have a wrench there. But let me put the phone number in for just Nicole. All right. She said, "What's going on here? We're having a family moment, just Nicole, and we don't know if you're invited to the barbecue or not. So let me give you the phone number, and here's the meeting ID right here, Nicole. Okay. You don't have to call in, right? But if you don't call in and you're like extra critical of FBA, Adolf Friedman, we have to time you out, right? Because you guys got the right to express your thoughts and opinions. You don't have to agree with us because we're not a monolith, and neither are you. You can disagree; it's fine. But let's have a conversation, and what you don't like, or do like, or disagree with, or agree with, let's get it out the way. All right. So, no. Hey, bro, recognize you're gonna call it. Look, I told you. Well, I'm telling you now. You, Kwame, and American Dream, y'all could call in 5:30. You won't be talking to me because we already talked. We disagree. All right, but you'll be talking to another FBA. See, that agrees with me. So it's like talking to me. So unless you're obsessed with me, but you will have a chance to talk to another FBA person about 5:30. All right, just call in after 5:30. So the first one to call in, we're gonna do an order. The first one to call in, you have 30, 40 minutes of a dialogue, depending if it's good or bad, going back and forth with our guest who's FBA. And it's the order who calls in. Real simple. So we're not afraid. I'm saying, but the people I'm passing the phone number to now is because I don't know their angle. They're confusing the moderators, and I just want to quickly know about them. That's all. So we don't time them out or delete their messages, friendly and some friendly fire type shit.
Hey, bro, this is getting crazy, bro.
Okay, so Shorty McGriff, let me throw a wrench at you, and I'm gonna put a poll in there. Okay, originally from VA. All right. Hey, I recognize it. To be honest, bro, I don't even know what we talked about. But one thing I'm not is a liar, so I know you lying. All right. So I believe Mike Cooley's FBA. So let me throw a wrench at him. Okay, so I think just Nicole left. Whatever. And maybe she's a leftist.
But we don't even bro, wait a minute, bro, stop.
Let him go.
Oh, yeah, I like that, Mike Cooley. I like that. Mike Cooley said, Professor Black Truth says, behind most anger is fear. I like that. That's a dope quote. Yeah, we're still one Claire 64. As long as look, you can call yourself what you want to call yourself at the end of the day. As long as your lineage goes back to slavery in America, or you're a supporter of people with a lineage back to slavery, that's cool with me. Okay, just Nicole. So do you want to call in, or you just want to just listen to the you don't have to call in, right? So do you want to call in, or would you rather just listen to the live?
Okay, cool.
Hey, no, hold on, bro. This is what I'm saying. This is a prime example.
Can I speak?
No, bro.
He said, "No, yo, Lex is crazy. Yo, listen to Lex. Yo, he is crazy."
What I'm saying. This is a prime example.
Can I speak?
No.
Hey, but why don't you invite Sekou over here? I don't know the guy, but he seemed respectful.
Bro,
when you ask the
question. Hey, Lex, yo, man, we got to get order, man. Come on, we got to stop this right now.
Lex is wild.
Stop unmuting yourself, man. Yo, we got to get order, Lex. You got to get some discipline and control, bro.
Yeah, Lex is wild.
You got to get some discipline and respect, bro. You don't do this to no one else, bro. And because you found out you's a tether, you mad now.
Yo, listen.
I had it in a pause, not tethers.
Yo, hold on, brothers. Hold on. I want to have a conversation. Let's say Cool speak, then I'm going to come back to you, brother. That's it. Let's go ahead and say Cool. So, I don't want to put people in the back, but you keep talking over people, man. Y'all got to have discipline. Go ahead, say Cool.
Somebody said he called himself Holy FBA, which sounds like a cult or a religion, but he says an ethnic group. But that's no issue. The man, you can see we have two FBA in here, and they couldn't agree on what their language was.
Yeah, because we got different.
No, hold on. Let him finish. Unbiased. I'm gonna let you go.
I asked two people from one ethnic group, and I said, "What is your language?" One said English, the other one is saying Tethers something. So, so first of all, they don't agree on a language, but they are ethnic group. But here is why I asked that question. I didn't ask that question to mock you or something. The reason why I asked that question is that there is what we call historical factor of any
daddy juice.
The historical factor of your identity, of your cultural identity, says where you come from, where your history is, where your ancestors are. Because if you use the word American in your ethnic group, American is recent. It's from just a European guy who just came over there that called, and he was named after that Americo Vespucci. The word American is very recent. Even the United States itself is very recent. Your ethnic group must have been much older than what you are called in the United States right now. So I was asking for your historical background. Because since you love to disassociate yourself from all other black groups, you want to distinguish yourself as an ethnic group. So I was trying to know your history, because you say you are not African American. So I wanted to know your ancestral history of how you came to be. Because we can trace you linguistically, we can trace you historically, we can trace you from some other cultural element that you have to know where you came from. That's all I wanted to know. But it seems that you guys failed to explain that. Now,
let me answer.
Okay. Now, can you tell me I'm asking two questions now. What is the historical origin of FBA, and what is the linguistic family that it comes from?
Okay, that's easy. So that's why I was pointing out to the Haitians and the West Indies. Okay, the West Indies, they speak English. You know why they speak English? Because they were colonized.
Do you remember the question?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna answer.
What was the question? What was my question?
I gotta answer one at a time, though, brother.
Well, yeah, can you repeat my question?
Okay, so I want to answer the linguistic.
No, you can't answer what you can't.
Just let the man answer the question.
Right.
What was my question?
Let me answer one. Okay, let me answer one, then you answer the other. Okay, for one, you will be identified as a tether for sure. Not Sonetta, not Napa. You. Okay, so the Haitians, they speak Creole. That's a version of French. What about Ibrahim Touré? You know what they speak over there? They speak French because they were colonized by the French. So you normally speak the language that of the people you were colonized or enslaved by. So we speak English. The West Indies, they speak English. And people of Haiti, they speak a Creole French version. And even Ibrahim Touré, their major language over there for commerce is French. So you fall right there, my boy. That does not work. So we speak English because we were enslaved by English-speaking people.
Okay. Now,
that's an L, by the way. That's an L.
Is that the answer?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. That's an L, though.
First of all, you did not answer my question.
Okay,
second of all, what you just said is inaccurate. I asked you, what is the historical origin of...
You asked language first.
No, wait. I asked you for the historical origin of the FBA people.
All right, so let me answer that right now.
I'm coming. You rush. That's why you don't answer the question.
You don't want answers.
And the second question I asked...
Giving the wrong answer.
What is the
I'll cook all
linguistic connection they have with other ethnic groups? You talk about Ibrahim Traoré and then speaking French.
Yes.
Ibrahim Traoré cannot tell you that his ethnic group speaks the language called French. Ibrahim Traoré is a Madinka. His ethnic group is Madinka.
Drink your water?
Yes, but they speak French over there, my boy.
I'm coming. French is a government administrative language. It's not an ethnic group. I ask you for your ethnic group, not the government administrative language.
Just tell them they speak Moray. They don't speak French. 52.5%
French
of the country
is the government. I speak English right now, but I'm a Madinga. That's my language. But just because I speak English does not make me an Englishman. So I'm telling you, Ibrahim Traoré speaks French, but his name Traoré, we Africans know exactly that he's a Madinga man. He speaks Madinga. I can show you videos where he speaks his language. So I'm not bashing you for not speaking any language, but I'm just saying, I want to know the historical origin of your ethnic group and the linguistic family that it comes from. That's all.
Okay, cool. So relax then.
Don't know. How's that? I don't know.
Hey, peace to Napaz, Sanetta, Judah.
Good one, Apostle.
Yeah, because some of the Aboriginal FBA say they
Yo, stop, y'all. Go ahead, I'm biased. It's on you.
So yeah, you can't mix it. Again, there's 43 million of us. Some believe they're Abos, some believe they're Hebrew Israelites, some believe otherwise. Same thing with Africans. Some believe they're Christians, Muslims, and whatever else. Okay, so us over here, we speak English because we were enslaved by English people. They only introduced the English language. Okay, so now let's go. So now from the 1800s, because you don't know more Black history than me in America, you don't, and nobody on this panel does. Okay, so you got Paul Cuff, you got Alexander Cromwell, you got Mark Delaney Robinson, you got Frederick Douglass. All these people spoke only English. They know nothing about an African dialect, my boy. Okay? Nobody from the 1800s, even 1700s, know an African dialect, no African nothing. They didn't even know that African was colonized. So when they actually went over to Africa, we're talking about Mark Delaney Robinson, we're talking about Paul Cuff. When they went to Africa, because they were free Black people, which you know nothing about. When they went to Africa, they thought the grass was greener, but they didn't know that Africa was also colonized by the French, the Spanish, and all these people that attended the Berlin Conference. So guess what? When Abraham Lincoln passed the 1863 law that said we could fight for our citizenship, all those goddamn Pan-Africans ran back over here for their citizenship. English. So English is our language. You can speak whatever you want, my boy. That's on you. Okay, but most likely you're over here in America. You're not in Africa, felling somewhere. You're not in a shitty ass homeland. You're over here in America. What we built over here in America. So whatever you're saying is bullshit, because we are the most thriving nation in the world. No, flip. Slave labor, free labor. You talk about convict leasing.
You get chocolate, wake up. You get chocolate.
System. You talk about chocolate and wake up. We're the greatest nation in the world.
You want chocolate when you wake up?
Let me say one last thing.
You get chocolate. And don't share with Laura. You get chocolate, not Laura's, and not Shiloh's.
For us, they're not tethers. That's not what a tether is. A tether is somebody who roots against us, who's non-FBA. But if you got one parent who's FBA, guess what? You're FBA. So I disagree with Lex Vortex definition of FBA. I don't know where he got that from.
Well, I'm not FBA and don't want to be FBA, brother.
There you go then. But
I'm not FBA and I don't want to be FBA.
Yeah, I don't identify as FBA either. I don't identify with that group.
I am none of those.
One last thing.
Yo, I am none of those made up cowardly names by niggas. I'm not none of that. I'm not none of that.
Right.
And I'm proud to be who I am. Because that ain't gonna get me nowhere. None of it.
Right, so
I love who I love. I deal with who I deal with. I deal with my African brothers.
Who are you, bro?
Deal with my African brothers.
And
who are you, though?
Let me come in. So I asked him two questions.
Wait, yo, what's going on, Sha? This is getting, bro. This is getting ridiculous, man. You don't do this to nobody else you give a show to. You mad because you found out you wasn't FBA, so you just gonna disrespect me and let all these people disrespect me, bro?
Holy man, can you wait?
Like, I don't get it, bro. Hey, bro, this is my show.
Hey, stay cool. Let's let him get it all out. Go ahead, Lex. Go ahead, man. You got it.
All right. You take that goddamn hairline somewhere else, bro. You can't tell us who we are. First of all, y'all gotta understand that just because you're not FBA, it doesn't make you a tether. Okay? So don't get that twisted. Tether means that you're cosplaying as us and speaking for us because you got black skin, but you're not of our lineage and you undermining us. And that's clear. So stop the CIA, FBI bull crap. Because when we talk about tether, we talk about people like Candace Owens. We talking about the people who, like the Congressional Black Congress, who stand up against us with power.
Hey, why did who said that? Why did American Dream say cool cook me? Like, I cooked the hell out of them, educate them and everything. I took them to the beginning of Pan-Africanism in this country. That dude not at my level. That's why I confidently said I know more Black history than everybody on the panel without knowing people education in Black history. I don't care. I know they don't know more than me. All right. And ain't nobody called my bluff. But let me read some of this. So so that was your dumb. I remember recognized game. Yeah, listen, Picky, all right, first of all, what you're not gonna do is call people, you're not gonna call FBA, you're not gonna listen. I'm gonna time you out for 30 minutes, my boy. Hey, let me say this to anybody with a wrench. Never let somebody without a wrench call you a name. If they call you a goofy and an idiot, if somebody without a wrench personally attack you, you got the right to time them out for 30 minutes. All right. Don't ever let somebody in the chat call you a name outside your name. Any name you think is disrespectful. All right. We demand the utmost respect in this chat as FBA's Adolf Friedman. You did. So no. Never let somebody call you a name without a wrench. You definitely time out 30 minutes. That's mandatory. I got to mandate that in here. That's a mandatory. Nobody gonna be disrespectful. No non-wrench person gonna be disrespectful to moderators or me. All right. So that's a guaranteed 30-minute timeout. All right. So Lex did another show on Sonetta. I like that one much better. Right. I think it was less contentious. And that's probably where it all started. That's probably the show where he called Sonetta non-FBA. So it probably started there, I'm thinking. But I was definitely going to do a recap on that one. All right. So y'all might want to click the bell and check that one out because, when he talks, he's very, very explosive. Okay. Now, let me go here. Okay. So y'all see the title of the show. And some of y'all came late where you didn't even get to check it out. So the title of the show was Tariq Nasheed explains FBA trademark for Tethers. So this is not clickbait. He actually did. You guys just came late. So I want to just play that because the internet is very tricky. Well, YouTube is very tricky. When you have a title, and if people didn't really see the video express the title, people, they behave badly on YouTube. Let's just say that. That's the Cash App. You guys enjoying yourself. You felt like, you know what I mean? Hook your boy up some coffee or some lunch, some dinner, whatever you want to do. That's it right there. But let me go ahead and show you the early video of Tariq Nasheed educating Tethers on the trademark, right? Where he's not the leader of a lineage, but he does have a trademark. And he's going to explain why. But before I do that, let's get some laughs.
Is this specific phrase? I bet. I'd bet. Now, in standard English, it would be pronounced I'd bet. But in hood, it's I bet.
Yeah, just Nicole, this is a reaction. Okay, so I've done a bunch of reactions, several videos all day long, right? So if you came here, yeah. So that what you watched was me. Like how could that be alive when you see me talking and arguing, and I'm still talking now? Like, but I'm glad you came too, though. All right. Paul Hardrick, Crystal Watson. I'm born and raised in South Georgia and grandson of sharecroppers. I have color on my birth certificate, color meaning an American Indian. All right, let me give you a wrench. That equates to FBA, ADOS, or American Freedmen. However you want to identify yourself is all good with me. So I never got, okay, let me give Toya Mickens, if you still there, I'm gonna give you a wrench, okay? And everybody who gets a wrench, just like the video. That's it. And if you're enjoying yourself and you want to send a small donation, you can click, you can do that too. It's pinned to the top. But I never got just Nicole's answer. If she went, I guess she didn't want to call in. She ain't calling. Okay, fine. Let me leave it alone. All right, but the calling number will be about an hour. I'm gonna put it out there. So Paul Hardrick, my Perry, I don't know what that means. She said, she said she said she thought I was a great multitasker. Now I ain't that good. I'm decent. My ADD will kick in and sabotage me. Is nigga a tut word? Yo, American Dream, yo, you gotta stop, man. Yeah, you trolling, bro. Oh, I got sent a wrench. All right. All right. Now that was actually funny, American Dream. You might be FBA with that sense of humor. All right. So oh, let's go back to this guy.
I bet. Which can have various meanings.
Hey yo, American Dream, I gotta ask you this. Of course I'm being funny, but I'm just kidding like Jason, unless you're gonna do it. Hey, did you take his course?
various different kinds of meanings. It could mean let's go. It could mean say less. Say less means no problem, say no more. I get it. I understand. I bet can actually mean various things. So for example, if somebody says, hey Collins, let's get up and let's go to the mall. And I say, I bet, meaning, okay, bro, I understand what you just said.
Hey, yeah, see, this is disingenuous because you'll just learn that when you come over here. Because like it's kind of like two ways to look at this. This could be all innocence, right? And it could be a cosplaying thing. Like it's like you could look at this both ways. But because we're in a civil war with these tethers, we can't see it like, you know what I mean, in an innocent way. We got to see it as an act of war because like you got to know the time.
Let's get up and let's go to the mall. You see, it has various meaning. Even with that same exact statement.
Okay, so just Nicole said she could trace her maternal side, father's side to Louisiana. All right, so you know what? Let me give you guys a poll. Right? Based on the topic, I got a poll for you. I'm gonna have a couple polls, but okay, so this is the first poll. I want to get your thoughts on this. Okay. I think she was saying she's 3/4 generation Virginia. All right, that's what's up. And like I said, if you're not FBA, if you're not ADOS, you're not Freedmen, just you're a supporter, you're welcome here. You also deserve a wrench because we welcome allies, right? We're not gonna get nowhere without allies, right? We need to build allegiances. You dig? Real simple. All right, so all right. So let me find this video real fast. So the computer's real slow. I want to find the. I mean, it's as slow as my computer ever. All right, hold on. My shit real slow.
Different kind of meaning. Another example would be, look at this phrase, you tripping. You tripping. Now
yeah, I think it's disrespectful because he's not checking in with us. See, like if I was to like teach Spanish, like I can't speak Spanish that well to teach it. I learned like the basics, but if I was to teach Spanish to like, let's say FBAs, if we wanted to go abroad, you know, live in another country, commerce, whatever, teach, educate, I would make sure with the locals, like whatever Spanish country you were going into to do business or live, whatever, I would make sure as I'm teaching you, I will have the nod of a local there. Okay, I think it's definitely culture vulture-ish to do all this, be amongst us, you know, learning us, studying us, and think you know us enough to teach us without a nod from us. Because some of this stuff is just funny. It's not even like serious. But they're paying this guy courses. And I asked American Dream, did he take this course?
Tripping, on the other hand.
He didn't answer yet.
And means if somebody's acting a little bit weird.
All right. So hold on. Before I do that, let me just do this real fast.
Generational harm. Legacy, our trauma, our falsely gained too geographically vague, and it's open to Pan-Africanism. Oh, we all a government that was a co-opting. I'm a tether and I say. I'm a tether and I say so. Because
all right, here we go.
All on code. Then it's about a cult. All right, so you Fedlock.
All right, hold on. All right, so let me just close some of these tabs. I got too many tabs. So the poll is there. The poll is, does Tariq own FBA? What I mean is, I think I did the poll wrong, but what I meant was, does he own the FBA? Did I say lineage? I hope I said FBA lineage, because that's what I meant. When I said, does he own FBA? Does he own FBA lineage? I think I put that in there. But just consider that when you take the poll. Does Tariq Nasheed own the FBA lineage? Okay, all right, we're back. Here he is. He's going to educate a couple tethers on the FBA trademark.
All right, so basically you want to save face for your code. That's basically what's going on right now.
Yeah, so are you doing I'm a tether and I say so? Because the only cult is in your imagination, sir. Is the cult in the room with you now?
So who runs the FBA title? Who runs it right now?
No.
Don't you hold on, Tariq.
Yeah.
Don't you own the trademark for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do own it, right?
I do own the trademark.
Okay, so you admitted to it. So if you own
I own the trade. Oh, this is Fed talk. Now we're getting somewhere. This is Fed talk right here. This is the Fed attempt.
Legacy.
This is like a feeble attempt of
Right. Legacy.
No, this is a lesson. Let me break this down.
Code. Like
this is a lesson for the family. So you notice we've been getting these little Fed
no way to put it.
talking points the last few days.
So I gave Paul a wrench.
So just to let the family know. But this is a lesson. This is, let me show you what we're dealing with. Okay. So yeah. So now let's get back into it. With the bad faith arguments.
The poll is
supposed to say
does Tariq own the FBA lineage? Give your honest opinion. And again, if you love the content, you like what I'm doing, you can go ahead and support the cash.
African American has 3,000 trademarks on it.
Something useful. Coffee.
Is that a cult?
To some food. You dig something like that.
Okay. All right. Do you view?
No.
Maybe I could Uber Eats
African.
Hold on. Tariq. Hold on.
No, stop fading out. They better tell your supervisors they better get some more experienced feds. African American has 3,000 trademarks.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to laugh at that. He said you got to tell your supervisor to get some more experienced feds. Yeah, that was funny as hell, yo. That's why I say, like, when y'all try to make this guy, a non-comedian, well, he got to be serious. He can't troll. He can't roast. No, he's talented. He's a comedian. He's funny. You dig? He showed that with Bucci Bear cartoons and Crispy Dolls. He showed that he's very, very, and his roasting on the fly. He's very root work, musty, all this stuff he be doing. He's funny as hell. He's talented. So yes, he's gonna take his talents to the damn internet. Oh, he can't do this. Yes, he can, because he's a regular FBA guy like all of us. You dig? He's not a leader, so he's not held to some high standard. He's a regular guy with hella influence, no different than Dr. Rashad Mitchie, no different than what's the guy Kugley? What's the guy the director of Sinners? No different than Phil Scott, Urban Politician TV. You dig? All these other big channels that use the FBA word freely. You dig? He's no different than them. They got large influence. They got hella subscribers, and they are who they are. Some of them joke, some of them don't. Some of them is with the rah-rah, like Urban Politician. Sometimes he has some rah-rah news on his channel. He's still FBA, and he still promote, and he's not apologizing for being FBA. He promotes FBA. He holds it high. But none of those guys see Tariq Nasheed as the leader, and none of us either. And most importantly, Tariq Nasheed does not see him as leader. All right, I'm gonna stop talking.
So all 3,000 people, the leader of African American. So what do you come on?
All right, can I speak?
Just answer the question.
What's your question?
Giggling ain't helping you, sir. Giggling shows that you're talking in bad faith. I'm asking you, I'm bringing it back to you. Yes, I own the trademark for Foundational Black American when it relates to educational and
okay, so why
when it relates to educational and promotion.
Why do you own the trademark, sir?
Why do you to protect it? The same reason why people own African American, for different reasons. Right?
Okay, so why, from your understanding, since you're the one that understands everything else, right?
Did you hear what I just said? You asked, why do I own the trademark? For several reasons. Number one, because I put out books and promotional information, and that's trademark because we sell products. All right? That makes sense? You trademark products if I put out a book or if we have an event using the word FBA, a promotional event. You trademark it so that nobody does another event similar that undermines your event. You know, do you know how trademarks work? Did they teach you that in Ethiopia?
All right, so I have a question. Okay,
oh,
so
no.
Are you?
Oh, no. No. We're still talking about this. You asked the question, and I'm giving you an answer. Now you're changing the subject. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how trademarks work?
Yes, but you're dodging the questions.
How am I dodging the question and I'm asking it directly? I'm answering it directly. I'm telling you why I own the trademark of Foundational Black American. We put out promotional projects and books, and you have to protect them. Does that make sense?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Family, study these tethers. Study them, study them, study them.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't? Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't?
All right. So one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys. Yeah. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask Unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to Foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait, Fred?
No, it's not.
What?
It's not reconcilable.
Stick up in Unbiased. Let me just read this real quick, and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, Foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16, 2022, filing date, March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
So it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
No.
Okay, wait. Okay,
that's a lie.
Black people. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race riot, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. It was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to Archer and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see, because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trade. That's real strange that so many Asian companies, I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance, people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too. So this is the thing, man. People will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group. And they won a huge settlement because, yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're going to steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened, you know? T.I. and Tiny was like, no. TikTok, speaking of TikTok, it was a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him, I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from D.C. Trademarked it, I think, a white dude in his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, I mean, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about, that Tariq had trademarked Foundation of Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so there you go. For those who missed it, you got it. So that was Tariq in his own words explaining why it was necessary to trademark the words foundational Black American. And now you see why Tethers, not even white supremacists, and like this is the part that confused us no longer, but initially, like around 2020, 21, 22, this is the part that confused us because we wanted to know why the hell are Tethers undermining us more than white supremacists on certain things. So white supremacists ain't calling in Tariq Nasheed's show or my show saying FBA is trademark. They don't give a F because they know the game. It's stupid, uneducated, fleeing Tethers who are, yo, FBA is trademark. Okay, they are mad that they can't change the narrative. So as Tariq Nasheed eloquently explained, you dig? It's important. So now let me go a little further in Tariq Nasheed because I had already researched this. I dug really deep. All right. So anytime you think a word is going to go viral. So if you look at Angel Reese, the WNBA basketball player from the Chicago Sky, she trademarked the word me bounce and she bounce. So let me tell you what it was, a playoff. There's a word in basketball called rebounds. So when somebody shoots the ball and it hits the backboard or the rim and you get the ball and it comes to you, that's called a rebound, rebound. So what she did was she cleverly coined the term and trademarked the term me bound and she bound. Okay. That's her shit. Okay. Now, is she the leader of rebounders? No. But she's able to dictate how it's used because although people are going to say it after her, but the original way that it was came to, because okay, so other rebounders probably not going to mention her. They're going to say me bound, he bound, right? And they won't give her full credit. But the fact that she trademarked, whether that person gives her credit or not, the credit is in the trademark. You dig? Okay, but it's okay. So once FBA or me bound or she bound or he bound, once that word, let me tell how trademarks work, family. So you can lose your trademark when it goes national and international. You lose it. And especially when it covers a lineage because nobody can own a lineage. So people trademark African American. I showed the clips I showed the image during this, Tariq Nasheed explanation, his expose on Tethers. I showed it, right? It's 10,000 something results of the trademark African American. So you could trademark anything you want. So Tariq was smart to get ahead. He didn't want white supremacists and he didn't want Tethers to trademark FBA. So they try to shame us out of not doing the proper business move and let them trademark foundational Black Americans and then let them say, like he said, it's a butt plug or he's being funny or it's a gorilla. You did a white supremacist. They love to name a gorilla a foundational Black. Hey, look at this foundational Black American, and it'd be a gorilla. And a Tether will do some undermining shit, and who knows what they will call a foundational Black American. Maybe like a homeless man, whatever, you know what I mean? Something like that. So Tariq Nasheed was clever and smart because he's a businessman. He got business advisors. He got business lawyers, you dig? that advise him. So he's not a one-man show. He got advisors who tell him, hey, you're going to go that way? Then you got to cover yourself and do this. Okay? So he has a team that directs him where to go. Like same thing with LeBron James. LeBron James can't just make any emotional decision. He has advisors, he got publicists, he got people in the background who can say, hey, no, they ain't the right move. Don't do that. And that's what he paid them for, is to protect his image, protect the brand. So Moneybagg Yo got a rap song called Protect the Brand. One of my favorite songs that he ever came up with. It's called Protect the Brand. You dig? And yeah, everybody, a brand is anything you value. You must protect it. If you value it, you must protect it. Okay, so yeah, so you must protect the brand. So the brand is FBA and Tariq Nasheed. But when you trademark something, here's the thing, family. When you trademark something, you have to come up with a product. Oh, Tariq Nasheed selling shirts. He got a flag. Yeah, you stupid, because you can't trademark it otherwise. Yeah, you got to come up with a product. You can't trademark something without a product. Like I just can't. Like this is different than a help me out, family. This is different than a like for example, like a hashtag. Like let's say if there's an up and coming rapper named Little Goofy, okay. What I can do is I can. What's that called, family? I'm like lost for words right now, but I can domain. I can get it registered. I could register a domain, Little Goofy. I'll try to do it before because I see he about to be hot. So I'll register a domain. I'll pay for a domain. I'll register a domain called Little Goofy. So therefore, I got his name. You dig? So he was smart to get ahead of Tethers and white supremacists and coons like what's that dude named Cam James, because they'll do it. We know better. So so Tethers, white supremacists, coons, yeah, y'all not gonna shame us out of doing great business. That day is over. You dig? That day is over. We're gonna do great business, and we ain't gonna let y'all shame us out of great business. So this was all necessary. Tariq Nasheed did the necessary steps. So again, he's gonna lose the trademark if it grows to where it's supposed to be, and it will. So FBA will be known as an identifier like black, okay, like black people. So once FBA is identified like black people, it becomes like a name of a lineage, ethnicity, ethnic group. He will lose the trademark naturally. So it's a temporary trademark. It did because it will grow. So again, like the poll, listen, the poll, I know it is vague. So if you answer yes or no, you're not wrong because I didn't really explain the poll. So you might want to change your answer. So the poll was supposed to be this. I was like a little distracted. So I put my son to sleep, take a nap. So the poll was supposed to say, obviously he does own the trademark FBA. So the poll was supposed to say, does Tariq Nasheed own the FBA lineage? I forgot the part. I forgot to add lineage there. So go back and answer the poll like that. It does. So I'm telling you what it said. What it's supposed to say. It's supposed to say, does Tariq Nasheed owns the FBA lineage? So go back and answer it like that. Does he own the FBA? Does he own you? Does he own you? If you're FBA, does he own you? So I want you to answer it in that context. You dig? All right. So let's move on. So quote 3M, let me 3M. Let me give you a wrench. Okay. And all I ask for in return is just like the video and dig. And if you really enjoy the content, to simply send a cash app, a small donation. It ain't gotta be nothing crazy. I mean, if you want to be crazy, go ahead. You dig? But it don't gotta be crazy. But it will be used in good faith. All right. Anyway, so that's what Tariq was getting at. All right. He's explaining, and this is like again, Chat GPT already explained to me. If you believe that this phrase will grow into a name of an ethnic group, you must. Chat GPT said you must trademark it. You did. Y'all got Chat GPT. Y'all go ask Chat GPT. If you came up with a phraseology that might one day be the name of an ethnic group, a race, should you trademark it? Just do that. All right. So yeah. So we're not gonna act like he's wrong. He's right. That's a smart thing to do. All right. So now let me read some chats. Let me click this up. Let me scroll up some miles. Okay. So Lord Maul says, I know of a black female content creator who had her name and likeness trademark years ago. Wow. So on One Nation says we should trademark that. Okay. So let me give One Nation a wrench. Okay. So again, if you come into the chat, if you go by FBA ADOS or Freedman, make that known if you're new here, so I could give you a wrench. If you're not FBA Freedman ADOS, but you are a supporter. Let's say you're a black person from the diaspora or the continent of Africa, but you are a supporter. Say that so I can give you a wrench because listen, the majority of Africans, they rock with us. There's a small minority who are tethers. The majority of West Indians, they rock with us. There's a small minority that are tethers. The majority of Haitians, they rock with us. There's a small minority of Haitians that hate us, and we call them tethers. So let's make no mistake. We got way more love from Africa and the diaspora than was being portrayed. It's just that they don't get a visa. You dig? They don't get approved for asylum seeker status or refugee status. So they're not coming over here. They're sending their coon class. They're sending their tether class. So that's why that's the case. Okay. But let's not mix that up. Africa rocks with us. The Ibrahim Traorés of the world rock with us. You dig? And a lot of Haitians are thorough as hell. They rock with us. They're fighters. You dig? And a lot of West Indians, they rock with us. They're fighters, man. They don't bow down to white supremacy. We just see too many tethers and we kind of like lump them up with everybody, and we should not do that. Okay, we should not do that. Let's not become like white supremacists. Let's not become like tethers. Let's just call the ones who are tethers and white supremacists, but let's not tag the whole country. Let's not do that. All right. So we're gonna give everybody a fair shot to either ride with us or go against us. All right. But those in the chat, you seen them. Those are tethers. And you see on the side of the platform, those are the Say Cool guy, tether. And he couldn't hang with me at all. And he has an open invitation to come over here and talk with me. And we could talk about some FBA stuff. All right. So commercial break. Here we go. This is a commercial break.
Weird, acting a little bit crazy, out of balance, out of place. That's the meaning of the phrase you tripping. Now, you tripping can be used in various different kinds of ways. Like, bruh, she's just tripping, bruh. She's tripping for no reason, man. Meaning that she's actually tripping for no reason. Like she's actually acting out of balance for no reason, but it's not that serious. But then if I say, bruh, you tripping, dog.
Oh, wait. Let me finish reading the chat first. My fault. So Ursa Mahan World says, we've been brainwashed to not know our own value. Exactly. Majestic response to December. He says, they did the same with the hot comb. Hey, yo, listen, y'all need to watch my videos. Okay? Y'all need to watch my videos I did. I got short 3-minute, 5-minute videos on Black history. I'm telling you, if you watch my short 3-minute, 5-minute videos, you guys will be experts in FBA history like I am. And when you're an expert in FBA history, by default, you're an expert in white history because our history ain't without them. Like they're there. They're demonic and wicked as hell, but they're there. You dig? But watch my videos. I'm telling you, you guys will be scholars in FBA history. Even tethers, tethers. If you watch my videos, you'll do less tethering. I guarantee you. So Claire 64 said there's a white guy on YouTube calling himself a foundation white American. There's nothing wrong with that because Tariq Nasheed addressed that. So yes, there are white founders. You dig? Like the George Washingtons of the world, Jeffersons. Yeah. There are like we built America, and so did some white people. You dig? Like we got no issue with that. Yeah, white people were in the steel mines, and they were in the coal mines, and they were in the steel mills. My fault. White folks was in the steel mills and in the coal mine. Like, don't forget, Great Britain dumped their savages over here. They were working as indentured servants. They did. Like, they were. Don't forget the 1862 Homestead Act. That was land granted to peasants of Europe. You hear Dr. King talk about that. Dr. King was on it, man. Dr. King, yeah, y'all talk about Malcolm X. I don't know, man. I think Dr. King got Malcolm X. You dig? I'm somebody who grew up on Malcolm X, but the more I study Dr. King and shit he talked about, I don't know. It's unfair to compare, but if we got to, Dr. King was way, way, way on another level. You guys are hip to Malcolm X because he had a gun, whatever. He called the white man a devil, but Dr. King, he was on another. Look, this is why Malcolm X was killed by black people. Dr. King was killed by white assassins. Right? It's a big difference. If Malcolm X was on Dr. King level, he'd have got killed by white assassins. Dr. King, I'm telling you, his information is what I'm talking about now. So think about this. What Tariq Nasheed is talking about now, what Yvette, Tone Talks, Professor Truth, and Jason Black, what they're talking about now, Dr. King was basically talking about that in the 60s. There's no Google, Chat GPT, none of that shit. Dr. King was ahead of his time. This dude was cooking. I'm telling you, man, like a lot of my information in my videos come from Dr. King. Like he put me on my course studying him. Like Dr. King is like very underrated. Like this dude, it was the truth. Like his information was ridiculous. What he knew. Like this dude did a lot of reading, or whatever team he had, they was giving him information that was like potent. But Dr. King was that dude. Like anybody that disagreed, man, just ask for the phone number. Just ask for the phone number. Dr. King was on another level. Malcolm X ain't never talk about reparations and marching on Washington, D.C. That was Dr. King. You dig? Dr. King said, I want my check. You dig? He said, we're going to march for a check. That wasn't Malcolm X. Dr. King knew about land grants, not Malcolm X. Dr. King spoke about the Homestead Act, not Malcolm X. And there's the other few things that Dr. King spoke about that I'm not going to say right now. I'm going to wait till some clown call in. I'm going to cook the shit out of you. But Dr. King was on his pivot, in the words of Urban Politician TV. Dr. King was on his pivot. You dig? So anyway, let's keep reading. So Fort Lang says that prevents them from putting FBA on a dildo. Right. So stupid stuff like that. Exactly. Ricardo Flott, who's a long-time listener, long-time supporter, says, I can Jegna, I lived in SJ a long time. That Hidden Valley Ranch dressing was popular. So 3M says One Nation Facts. December White says anyone who helped Black Americans are targeted. It's a tactic to keep us exactly docile. Pinky, hey Pinky, you missed it earlier. Pinky, you said this. If you're in the chat, say something. Just say hello. Say something. Say B1, FB1. Say something. But Pinky, you missed it. I played a tether woman who pretty much said what you said about the Bahamians who established something in. She was Bahamian in Miami. You just said that. And about 40 minutes later, I played a tether who was heavy critical over FBA, making up lies about us. But she brought up the Bahamians coming over doing something in Miami. So you just missed that. That's why you guys got to stay tuned. Like you never know what I play next. Okay, so Majestic says he responds to Ursa. He says we create other watch, observe, document. He said we create others, watch, observe, document, and co-op. Yeah, fast, 100% correct. We are the influence of the world. They look at what we're doing and they make $1 off it. Lord Mall says no co-op, baby hers, December White. So Ursa says that's why they can come in our neighborhoods, pay us pennies, and then turn them into $1 neighborhoods. Yeah, that's a fact. All right, I'm trying to catch up. So I Kendred says he's responsible for Ricardo. He said I grew up in Lakeview, San Francisco. I knew of the detention center before I knew of the ranch dressing. All right, see, I got a little personal thing going on. Claire 64 said, well, it's time to stop complaining and stop giving them money, 100%. Yep. So Ursa said, yeah, we throw away our wealth. 3M says, I think everyone is upset because they have awakened the sleeping giant. Exactly. They poked the bear and now we're responding. Majestic said trademarks and licensing is big money. Yeah, exactly. What the like, we supposed to be stupid? Like, stop. One Nation says why we had no problem when people called ourselves African American. The lineage is killing them. No more eating off the culture. 100%. All right. So I'm gonna fast forward. Okay, so we're almost done with that. D, peace. D from NYC says, F these tethers, scumbag bass. I don't respect no tether. I would never befriend a tether. Never. Now I would befriend a diaspora, black person, black woman, black man, right? If a person from a diaspora, Jamaica, Trinidad, or any island, St. Croix, whatever, I'm cool with them. I respect them. You dig? And we shouldn't, and we should too. We only, listen, family, I can't emphasize it enough. We only have an issue with the tether class of those people. We don't have an issue with Nigerians. We don't have an issue with Canadians, Bahamians, Trinidadians, Jamaicans, Haitians. We don't have a problem with none of them. We only have a problem with their tether class. That's it. So let's not mix up the message. All right? So Pinky said, I will go back to listen. Relatives were here. One Nation says, yep, got family members over 200 years buried down there. 3M says, One Nation, I was born in Arkansas. Okay, the South. One Nation, me too. Okay, y'all in that racist South. Shout out to y'all, man. I can't even imagine what type of racism y'all experience in Arkansas. Give me a second. Let me just go ahead and shit, I can't leave y'all dry. All right, let me play this guy right here. Shit.
And my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. So it doesn't mean something that's calm or cool. It means like, what's up? You tripping. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah. You see? Completely different meaning. So I'm going to stop it right here. I hope you guys really learned something completely different today. If you guys want to learn more about hood and dive deep into it, go ahead and comment down part 2 for this, and I'll be sure to make some more. Comment down your favorite. Tell me exactly what you like about hood. Tell me exactly what you want to learn about hood. Give me more details so I can put together more different videos for you guys. That way you guys can actually learn. I'm also in the process of actually working on an actual course that will teach you American English in greater detail. Now this is going to be separate from my YouTube videos.
Now notice you said American English, but I thought you was teaching hood English. Like, make your mind up. Are you teaching FBA hood English, or are you teaching American English? Because the American English, they don't agree with double negatives, my boy. When you say what's good, you got to add a D. Yeah, he's a tether, of course. He's a Nigerian tether. But they always scamming.
Be something that's even more in depth. I'm looking forward to launching it before the ending of this year. So definitely stay tuned. And if you're definitely interested for the course, it's not necessarily going to be free. It's also going to be very affordable that everybody can purchase. So, you know, you guys have to really be able to support me so I can be able to put more videos like this out there for you guys. So I want to say thank you. Thank you so much. And be sure to hit that
subscribe. So listen to this guy. He's going to charge you for the course, but then say, I need you guys to support me so I put more videos out. I was like, dude, what are you Dude, you're going to charge them for the course. The course ain't free. Why the hell would they financially support you? My boy. All right. Okay. My fault. I'm over here trying to get out the sun with the laptop. This Georgia sun is ridiculous. Okay. So there you go. That's a tether teaching FBA how to be an FBA, basically. All right. This tether is going to teach you how to become an FBA. Believe it. For Lane says, yo, FLA trucker, peace. He says that chain around his neck is made from black bicycle chain. Yeah. This dude, yo, he has a wave cap, and his hoodie is actually tucked in his Wrangler jeans. And he got Michael Jackson penny loafers, and he got nerve to teach how to become an FBA. Like, dude is crazy, yo. Yes, he's charging to talk like us. Listen. This is why, family, you got to come here and support me. All right, you got to. You know why I see you got to support me? Because you got tethers and haters who use FBA in their title. They use Tariq Nasheed in their title, and they are getting look at Cam Jason. They are getting hella support from tethers and haters and coons. And what I'm saying is, why when we defend ourselves, I don't get the same support from my people. So I'm saying is, yo, when I go live, support me because that looks weird. That looks like the support only is when people speak ill against us. You got hella channels that they direct their content towards us, FBA, ADOS, and Freedman, and they get hella support. Cam Jason video had 88,000 views. This guy video got hella views. What I'm saying is we need to meet energy with energy. We look weak when we go live, the support ain't there. Tariq Nasheed, he got 3,000, 5,000 live viewers. Tariq Nasheed should have 30,000 live viewers. Come on, family. Like he's way too big to have 3,000 views, 5,000 views, live views. He should be having when he upload a video, that thing should be at where Dr. Rashad Richie views. He should be at 300,000. Like we are devaluing ourselves. We're watching the academics, the math hoppers, and all these other coons and tethers out there, Fat Joe. But when it comes to us, people who has a vested interest in us, we don't pop out and show up. Family, it takes nothing for you guys. I don't care if you missed a live. Go to my video and like it. Go to other people videos with FBA and like that shit. There's people channels way smaller than mine. You know what I do? I like their video. I subscribe. You did because they're making an effort to defend us, to represent us in the right way, in a real way. You dig? So, you know what I mean? And y'all know me, I'm a researcher and I look for debates. You dig? I'm like, yo, what's up? Let's get it. You know, I put the calling number, sometimes I put the link in there, and I'm ready to defend us and debate on our side. I do a lot of research. I sacrifice a lot of time to defend us against tether talking points, leftist talking points, rightist talking points, right wing talking points. You dig? And coon talking points. Okay, I put a lot of research in. And yes, I want to be compensated. And the compensation don't always gotta be financially, or monetarily. It could be just a like, go subscribe. You dig? It's real simple. But we gotta value us. That's what we don't do. We don't value us. We don't value our work. But what we will do is go watch academics, Fat Joe, and all these tethers and haters, and we'll value them. And we'll make sure that they're living comfortably on the internet. But folks who really, really research, when you guys hear me talk, you know I do thorough research. Like I said, that's a bold claim. To get on a panel, I don't know none of those guys. Well, I know like maybe two. I know Lex, I know Judah Nazareth. But for me to get on that pod, I know, of course, I met her in the pod. But I don't know the other 5 people. For me to get on that podcast, so I know this stuff, and tell them that nobody on that panel know more Black history than me, that's a bold statement. That's because I know what time and energy I put in studying Black history, American history. I told you guys, I studied the history of immigration. That ain't Black history. That's white history for the most part. That's me, man. The Chinese Exclusion Act, that's me. But when I go live and I don't see the support, it makes us depressed. It's like, yo, I'm fighting for us. I'm debating for us. You dig? But I don't see the support. Like today, y'all rocked out. Today, y'all supported. But I need that on the average because that makes you feel good. When you go live and 20 people there, I respect and appreciate those 20 people, but it's like I put in way more work. I need, you know what I mean? I feel like more ears should be tuned in. All right. So with that, family, I've been on live for 3-4 hours. I'm gonna come back live. It's 5:30 now. I'm gonna talk to old boy and Kwame, American Dream, Pan-Nigerian, and Regime, Recognized Game, whatever your name is. Call in because I'm gonna hit my boy up right now And I'm saying, I'm gonna hit them up, get them. I'm gonna do another live, and I'm saying everybody now that's here now, just pull up in about 30, 40 minutes, and you're gonna hear debates, right? No more reaction. Well, maybe if my boy don't pull up, I'll do reaction. But if he pulls up, it's gonna be debate time. It's gonna be Cook City. You dig? So this is the rah-rah. So 6:30, 6 o'clock. That's rah-rah. Yeah, y'all want the rah-rah? Y'all want the back and forth? All right, what's gonna go down? All right. So everybody who ain't like it now, I respect everybody who pulled up today. This was a Liddy live. Thank you all. But it must end. We've been on here long enough. So yeah, these flies is killing me. All right. So hey man, look at the name. Look at the name. The name is Peace, Ron. So peace to the fam.